About to get the crew together, read the latest chapter of My Hero Academia. It's not available on the laptop version or the desktop site yet, but that being said, it is already available on the phone. So that's probably where I'm going to end up reading. First off, let's get the rest of the church in here and let's get things popping. Sorry about that. Old man voice crack. Let's see where everybody at. So let me know how y'all been doing. Hey, Tarnish is always the first one in here. Always the first one in here. All right, Adam, I see you. I see you. Let's see. Invite links. Let's go. Yo, De La Cruz. Got all the originals coming in through today. I love it. Love to see it. Let's see. Let's get the bishops in here. All right. So I'm gonna end up pulling it up on my phone. Yo, like we really coming through. I love to see it. Like, good to hear, because I'm gonna have to read it on my phone because I'm not really trying to be patient. And the desktop version is playing with me, so it's gonna look a little jank. That's okay. Oh shit, Archbishop East already in here. What's up, East?
Yo, let me get you the thumbnail.
Oh yeah, send me that. But we live already. I'm about to start reading the chapter because I'm excited.
All right, well, check. I'm gonna text you something about that. You remember that special thing you had planned?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Ian gave a thought about it, which is pretty good. I'm gonna text you.
Okay. Ooh. The ones within us is the name of this chapter.
Ah, okay. That it changed from the whatchamacallit, so that's cool.
See this. I keep telling y'all, messing with these midlations. Stop trying to win this on your bro. Bakugo telling him that. Having to hear that from Bakugo? Ooh. Stop trying to. Okay, let's see. Shigaraki and AFO fighting for control. Let's see. Okay, Shoto. Ooh, Shoto displaying some flame mobility off his feet.
I sent it.
Ooh, Shoto got a clean moment finally. He been lacking these. Ooh, this battle today. So much blood spilled for no good reason. The last bit being the most pointless of all. When you use this power out of anger, it'll really start working for you. Uh-oh. Ooh. See, nah, bro. I'm looking at this panel of Deku's face right now with the white light in by his temple. Man. Oh, tell my bean I said hello. My baby sister said hi, guys. Make sure y'all send my bean a hello in the chat.
Hey, hello, my bean.
Hello.
Yo, hold up. Where's the colorized version of this? Where's Hexamanda when you need him?
Sleep, probably.
This is, wait. This Deku biting through the tendrils, bro?
For fuck's sakes, this nigga is an animal.
Fighting through the tendrils. Like, nah, bro, hold up. This is wild. Take it back. Wait, Shigaraki's face is splitting open. AFO smile. What? Oh, shit. Hurry, why'd you do this to me? Hold up. Sairo City, Osaka Prefecture. Hold up, BG. You been talking? Oh, BG's muted right now.
Nah, he hasn't talked that much. He said like one or two things. That's it.
Yeah, I talked.
Yeah, it was saying you was muted. I just looked at the thing.
No, I was I had I was gonna just be quiet until you finish reading it so I could say something.
Oh,
because I was.
Whoa. Sairo City, Osaka Prefecture. The villain is rampaging through Sairo as if nothing's even there. He's destroying everything. he's literally just running through these buildings. Yeah, no, see, like this goes back to what we were talking about a couple weeks ago when they were like, did we do the right thing? Yes, 100%, because this is still possible with or without them trying to like tranquilize him. But the fact that they at least somewhat managed to create a delay leading to a bunch of heroes getting damaged creates a warning system at least. Like, yeah, it sucks, but they didn't have anything else they could do. Let's see, Master Scent, I smell 2. See, now this is Jakku City suburbs. The rescue squads and police will escort the citizens of Jakku. Heroes will proceed to intercept the giant villain. Oh, fuck. They setting these kids up. See, now this part I don't fuck with. They got both the, nah.
Rex trying to get in.
They're already in here.
Oh, yeah.
The rescue squads and police will escort the citizens of Jakku. Heroes will intercept. All evacuation, relief, and battle teams get going. The heroes fighting Shigaraki don't know the whole situation. Comms are still down, so we can't get with them in touch with them. Pass the message. Let's move on the double. Any lives that can be saved must be saved.
Let's go.
We got Manga Fukudashi, Coda. Emphasis on that bum Coda. Man. All right, whatever. Look, but we see Nejire again. Ida, Sue.
Y'all ready for Coda to
Kuraraka.
say today? Bet. All right, so let's.
Bruh.
Ansel here, guys.
It's like nothing has gotten better ever since then. It's like the days are longer and the shadows have grown. Yo, Uraraka having that flashback. You guys. Deku face palming? Quite literally in the. Finally got a hold of you. One for all is mine. Yo, okay. We're in the. Fuck, this chapter is. Okay, Horikoshi not playing. They're in the dream. They're in the vestige world. This place. You stay in there. No, it's him. Don't be like that, Tomura. I clearly had to lend you my strength. You nearly burned to cinders, and even after surviving, that would have plummeted to your death. Just shut up already. It's like I said, Master. I'm running the show now. This is my dream. That's Nana's hand. I haven't turned the page yet. But nah, you can't move in this world yet. That's Nana's hand. Don't play with me, Hori. Don't play with me. So let us handle this.
I told you. Let's go.
Let's go.
Damn,
Nana versus AFO in the dream world.
Well,
no, she said let us. She said let us.
She said, it's true.
No. Let us stick. That's what I was going to comment on. This is very different than the scans because the scans had her like when she said you can't move in this world yet, so, but we can fix that. That's what it said. So I was very surprised when it said like, let us handle this. Like, okay, because that means those mean two completely different fucking things.
That's why I keep telling y'all, fuck them scans.
No.
Leading you astray.
Because sometimes they make faults in the officials ones. That's why I try to compare always the two. But guys,
no, historically, every time I like notice a difference in these, the scans lose character.
Yeah, no, like the scans, back when the scans and the officials were like first became a thing, I could agree with that notion. I don't agree with that anymore. No, the notion that doesn't happen anymore, really.
Because Caleb is the GOAT.
Yeah, more often than not, I find more mistakes in the scanlations than I do in the.
Not to mention, like I always tell people, there's a reason that people who have lived in Japan for like 2-3 years, etc., are the ones getting paid for this job, and not the niggas you following.
Yeah,
like that's just the facts. Like,
man,
of course.
This chapter was pure. It was something total. I wasn't expecting this. Really.
Also, it makes more sense when you factor in that the chapter is entitled "The Ones Inside," that the vestiges and the people inside would be more active.
So for the first time in I don't know in how many years. One for all and all for one just became one for one of all for right now.
And they're
just connecting right now. Really, they're just connecting, and in the vestiges, they're like in another plane.
And the thing about this is that you had like the way this fight these moments down in this chapter, you had no idea what to expect. This was wild.
Mm-hmm.
This was fucking wild.
For sure.
This is what I'm questioning. Do you think that this is just proof that he can't take one for all, or do you think this is just symbolic of the this is going to be symbolic of the struggle of him trying to take it?
Both. I think he's gonna win the clash, and that's gonna be like the proof that you just can't take one for all.
Yes.
Because especially because you have like when you have all these people's wills saved into it, there's a certain amount of like resistance that has to be allowed, right? Like you can't just be like, well, auto GG. That's never been the case with quirks. You never get an automatic GG. So the stipulation with all for one, like in one for all's particular clash, yeah, definitely. Like I don't see Shigaraki taking that shit. So
then how are you gonna feel when they revealed the two silhouette dudes in this fight, and then it is Bakugo and Kirishima?
Hey,
what the fuck?
Oh man, I was shot in my head. I was shot literally. No, I don't believe in this. Really, the quirks that will come.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Guys,
The quirks that will
make sure you
come.
don't keep cutting each other off.
Okay. Sorry.
Don't do it.
The raised hand system, or
We might have to if you guys keep cutting each other, but like, come on.
We love each other, guys. So BG first.
No, I was just saying, like, I don't believe in that either. I just think that that's fucking it's fucking funny, because the thing is, there's something I did think about. They're gonna have to reveal them, because if they don't, what's gonna happen? The niggas is gonna look at them and be like, "This ain't our fight. What the fuck y'all think? What you looking at us for?"
Yeah, that's the thing, is that like whatever the secret of the second and the third is, we might just finally get that now.
It's gonna have to, because otherwise they're gonna have to give me some fuck ass reason why they're not gonna fight with them.
Right. Well, because like Nana's pulled up, which, finally getting Nana interacting in the story, which means there's a chance she can talk to Shigaraki here.
That's what I was saying for self, hoping that's the case.
Yeah.
By the way, y'all realize I moved my broom for you good juju, right? Like it's right here.
Your broom was standing like last time.
Yeah. Like look here.
Damn, man.
Behind the broom.
Skills, man. Look at your skills.
Hey, but I asked people when Deku first wake and float, do y'all think Nana would appear, essentially? And most people was like, nah, I don't think she appearing this, that, and the other. But for this nigga to flip the script and have her pull up like this, nah, dog. See, that's what this big about go, bro. He always test us ahead, because now a single person seen this coming. Because when I said her appearing, I didn't think of Shigaraki taking this nigga quirk damn
right,
and then being a dreamscape, and then she'd be like, I got your back, dog. Like, nah, I ain't see it come like that, nigga.
I don't think anybody, like, like, as soon as a quirk is unlocked, you have to expect that vestige to come into play. But bruh, the way this is being implemented right now.
Because me and Ian were talking about it last Friday, and we was like, well, I don't think it'll be a full-on course. Like, every time he unlocks it, it'll be like Avatar state, and somebody's coming in and giving him advice one for one, like this, like at the same time, like how it happened with Banjo. Because when you were talking about it, he pointed out how he only got to the dreamscape with Banjo because, like, Shinso had started, like, talking to him, essentially. I mean, he got out of it, but it'd be people or certain things that activate the dreamscape half the time. So, like, when the Vestiges first appeared at the sports festival, it was to get him to snap out of it back to his own will. And then when it awakened again, it was to get him to control the quirk, or when I was getting control Black Whip. But to get him to snap out of the dreamscape, it was once again Banjo. And we were talking about how do y'all think time will flow past? Because this won't be just like a fucking a couple seconds thing. This is gonna be like some shit going down in here for real. So we were trying to figure out the time. Huh?
Wouldn't it have to be a couple seconds? Because otherwise it's going to be sitting, floating in midair for like quite a few minutes.
No, he meant inside of the actual dreamscape. He didn't mean the actual.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm talking about the correlation, because it's like because with Banjo it was a few seconds, but then it was a few seconds outside. But this is much longer, and nobody's going to be standing there. So is it just like one of those things that you just don't really have to explain, because you wouldn't necessarily have to explain it that, like, okay, 5 minutes was in here, but at like 10 seconds was outside. It doesn't necessarily have to be explained, but I just wonder, like, what you guys think.
Oh, no, I think it'll be like probably like 2 chapters here, and then like not much, if any, time has passed at all when they go back to the real world.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be like a small amount of time in the story, like, but it doesn't like it's kind of like a hyperbolic time chamber, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
like you can be in there for a minute.
You can be there for like 30 minutes, but it's like a couple of seconds in the real time.
Yeah, because like the amount of time that Deku spent talking to Banjo realistically wasn't that long.
Mm-hmm.
Like Uraraka was like, yo, brainwash him. As soon as the tendrils got back in, she was probably like, okay, Shake, what's up?
Yo,
So-
it is because sorry, bitch, yeah. I will just undercut you for now. They're right now in a higher plane because they're like in a plane of spirits. So time with spirits time there doesn't equivalent to the same time for us, in 3-dimensional. I will say like this. That's a more scientific way to see things. I will say.
Yeah, but
What is it?
this chapter for art is, by the way, just kind of nutty.
Yep.
Well, it gave me a brand. What is it? I already have to replace my profile picture with a new one now.
Low.
Which one did you switch to?
Oh, I haven't switched it yet, but I'll do that right now. Hold on, you'll see what it is.
Okay.
What is it? Because it's dope.
Wait, so I came in a little late because you had already started reading the chapter and I hadn't read it yet. So
Okay.
like I don't know if y'all talked about it. So this one for all, I mean, this all for one thing right here. Like when he's coming through the face, that's just symbolic, right? That's not actually.
No.
Are you talking about where his head was split open?
Yeah.
That's symbolic. That's symbolic.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Just making sure.
Also,
Yeah.
I changed it, Aniki.
I'm just making sure this nigga not coming out his actual face. I'm like, yo, that's kind of crazy. If that's
Yeah, no.
That was scary. For one moment, I was thinking to myself, "Okay, that can't happen. Please, that can't happen." It was just a figure. You understand what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah.
Dog, where is Hex to color this?
Wait,
What
did
is it?
Shigaraki rip off some of his face?
I have
No.
no idea, bro.
No, look at page 12 and 13. It looked
Wait,
like he
whose
ripped off
face?
his Shigaraki. It looked like he ripped off part of his face.
I don't know if he ripped it off. I think Deku. That's something about this problem. The chapter I will give criticism to. The flow is weird. The flow is really weird because in one page when Deku is like staring at him in that shit, the next he has a big fat ass cut over his face, and then I'm like, where the fuck you get this from? And then the next one, his face is falling apart, and I'm like, okay, this is weird. I don't know what's happening.
I think that's just his body being at the limits.
Is it?
So
because I'm like, because on one hand, Deku's
It's
trying
similar to what happened when he like broke open, but it's on his
You're right.
face. And
No,
if you
you're right,
remember when AFO came through the last time, he had like that crack show up over his like left eye, and that was when he was like, "You'll be mine, little brother," and he was like, "Hold up, huh?"
Yeah, it's the same thing. But like I'm just trying to see, did he rip off like on page 12 and 13, like in that bottom panel on
I know what
page
you're talking
12.
about. You're talking about where he grabbed after he grabbed Deku's face.
He grabbed it, but like at the bottom panel, it's like his own hand. It looks like he's grabbing. Or is that Deku fist? That's Deku fist. Deku punched it. Okay, I see now.
Yeah.
Deku punched his face off.
Also, what is it? Also, Annika, did you see the profile?
Hold on, I'm going to it. I'm checking your stuff right now.
On what, Discord?
No.
It's gonna be Twitter.
I've been like changing my fucking Twitter profile for these like cool ass Deku pictures for a minute.
Yep. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I've been saying I was going to do that since I saw the scans, and I was like, ooh, but this shit is ugly. I'm like, oh wait,
Yeah, see that.
I know them shits is ugly. I'm aware. That's why I wait for the officials to ever post anything.
Also, by the way, confirmation that the quirk goes. Look at page 1213. If you look closely in the charredness of his hands, it's like a little white line energy coming into the stigmata. That's confirmation that that's the slurp hole for your quirk.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, we had a discussion before about how like it's that the way he takes quirks is through the hole in his hand, but there was like only real evidence we had to that was the hole in the hand and 9.
And him placing like the palms on people's foreheads.
Yeah, it's pretty much confirmed. Like
no. I'm saying we have never actually seen him in the process of doing it though, so we don't know that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it was it's like there's just a fuck ton of evidence that's how it works.
No, but
Yeah.
so we saw it in the flashback, like not flashback, the vestige dream when he was.
Technically, what he did though was just like placing his hands on both of them.
Oh, you're talking about the actual, just like one, like specifically taking one quirk.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
And
that's
like
it.
at the end of the day, like you hadn't like seen him like literally like starting to absorb a quirk into his hole.
Yeah.
And that's why like you notice on the bottom, like there's like a blur, like the little, it's almost looks like the decay lines moving towards him.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because
Yep.
I was confused. I was like, wait, is he getting decayed? And then
It's literally him trying to absorb the quirk out, and then that's when they get transferred into the vestige world.
I made that was a really weird thing about that though, because I had a discussion with my best friend about this, and the thing we talked about was one thing that didn't make sense to us then. If that were the case, if it's as simple as him putting his hand on someone's head and then just taking their quirk that way, why was Ragdoll like that when we found her?
I think they were about to nomify her too, or
Really?
some shit.
because she wasn't just like regular. She wasn't like in the vat,
Yeah.
wasn't she? They found like, because you remember she was naked and liquid and stuff.
Yeah,
And she
that's
was
why
like wet.
that's why it was really weird. That's why I'm like, okay, this is really fucking weird.
Yeah.
No, they were obvious. They had to have been doing like started experiments on her or something.
The only thing about this, why would you nomify her if you already got rid of her quirk?
Because it's just another person, or I don't know. Who knows what they were gonna do to her?
Because not to mention all the gnomes are dead. So how are you gonna nomify without killing her?
Who knows, man? Like there is Dr. Ujiko and All for One. They're evil niggas. Who knows what they're gonna do to her?
Well, that's why her like situation was so weird to me. I'm like, what the fuck?
Honestly, they might have been what they could have done is taken her quirk, created an artificial one, put it in the Nomu, and then you would have had a Nomu with search.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Imagine if they gave Lady quirk, like Lady search.
Exactly. Like when she was like, you did this, like her being able to look at it. Yeah. You think that, see, I don't know if they copied search or not.
Wait,
Well,
so
no, they did because AFO had a copy and Shigaraki has one, so they did.
AFO has a copy of. Oh yeah, he does have search, doesn't he?
wait, I just realized. So Giganto is like 2 seconds away from Deku and them.
He's in Psycho City. He's not in.
Oh, Psycho. Oh, all right. Sorry.
Yeah. But the implication is that Jakku's
he's close.
suburbs are close. Yeah.
Yeah, he's close, but he's not
I'm
like
back.
in Jakku.
How close? Like, is there like? I know some of these.
I'm waiting
cities
for Caleb. Caleb's definitely gonna put that up
Yeah.
Like,
Because we at least need to know where he was originally.
because he says that Sairo City is in Osaka. I just don't know where Jakku is supposedly at.
Jacko
Yeah.
City suburbs. So what I'm
No,
assuming.
Yeah,
What
I
I'm-
don't know what prefecture that's in.
What I'm assuming is that it's very close, like some miles away, like from where he is, like very, very close.
They say it's 80 kilometers, so you just
80 kilometers.
from that.
Yeah. And
From that was from the original point, though, right?
yeah, that's like from
Yeah.
hospital to hotel. I'm just gonna point out that when you look at the trail, you already can see dudes covered like 3-4 city blocks in this one panel.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
crazy.
Somebody pointed out how to configure how far he has to go. If you go back to the chapter where they listed all the cities, they said how many he's basically been through because it's an order of correlation going down. So if you go to the chapter where they said all the cities, they list them in order in which he goes through, and then they said how many he already went through essentially by the one he's in.
Jonathan Jackson just said there's 8 more cities.
Okay, there you go.
Good work.
8 more cities.
More cities.
Then how long do you think that'll take? 3
Not
chapters?
that long.
Yeah,
I mean,
not that
because
long.
it all do the plot because regardless, this nigga covered what took the league like an hour and a half, 2 hours, 30 minutes to get there, or even less time than that.
I definitely think it was
Whoa.
30 minutes. It
You know,
definitely
it
had
had-
30 minutes.
It's been a couple of minutes, bro. Like
No, he's
like
talking about during
22
NBA. He's talking
Yeah,
about during NBA.
thank you, Haneke.
Oh, NBA.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, like if
I
you
thought
think back to NBA, it was like,
I
okay,
thought
he'll
you
be
meant
here in
like-
like an hour, and then
No, that's why I said what took the league to get there in 2 hours.
Here's what I found.
Took that nigga like 30 minutes or less.
You're right.
it wasn't even a full 30 minutes. It wasn't like 24 minutes or something. That was like really shocking that he got there so fast. It was like
Yeah.
something ridiculous. And honestly, he's definitely moving faster now than he did back then.
Mhm.
yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
because this assault mode shit.
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
You can tell like he's just like going at it now, because and like before he was going to like more or less like roughhouse and train with Shiggy. This is him going to kill people to protect Shiggy.
Yeah. So
He didn't know that he was running into a mess of fights when he went after him the first time.
Oh, man, that makes me. I just got a lot of good vibes off thinking about what they're going to add to that.
dude, Giganto is a monster, bro. Like
My thing is like you got to boost everybody with a quirk away. Because how the fuck do we really put this nigga down? EOS, because this nigga gotta go. Ain't no, you don't lock the Hawk up, okay, nigga. You don't lock the Hawk up.
Oh,
you know how you beat Giganto? You know how you stop Giganto Machia?
what?
You do a bunch of damage to him and you make him feel like you're more impressive than Shiggy. So good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck. Because
Only person I can see doing anything like that is Aoyama with his naval supernova.
Oh, okay. Speaking of Aoyama, real quick, I just wanted to talk about something raw that's gonna come down the time skip because he's got those like pads for his lasers so that he can shoot them out at different body parts. Y'all realize that eventually he's gonna be able to make like lightsabers in his hands instead of just having it be out of his belly button, right?
That'll be dope.
Wait. You're thinking that he will materialize light as a.
He already has a naval saber.
Yeah, he already has a sword.
That's already his. Like that's
it'll
his.
It'll just be him like making it in other places.
Yeah, that's what I think he's asking. I think he's asking, do you think he'll be able to materialize light in other places?
Yes, this is what I was thinking, man. Because making like shots of light at the moment of impact, like a sword. Yeah, he can do this if he wants to, but really,
I'm not saying throwing the swords. I'm saying like the same way he used naval saber, holding it.
Yeah, like he'll undoubtedly be able to do it because he's did it with his belly button. It'll be no different with his hands if he could do it out his shoulders.
Yeah, he just need to learn how to do it. Yo, all right. So
Bakugo just get burst on.
Wait.
Okay, sorry.
We got Dustin in here.
Say what?
Fuck Dustin, man. Trash.
Zoro and Sanji right back at it.
Garbage.
I don't know who is Dustin.
He nobody, bro. You ain't got to worry about it.
Oh, okay. I was looking for. I ain't see him, so I didn't know where he was at.
He ain't talking, so he must be doing something right now.
Probably getting set up.
Yo, but we missed out the potential biggest fight in the series. Automata Man versus Giganto. I just noticed that would be amazing.
I thought you were going to say the biggest fight in the series was going to be Rex versus Dustin about Bakugo being dead or not.
Yo.
Oh, no,
shit.
What's up, Dustin?
I just downloaded Zoom and my microphone wasn't set up.
Oh, that's
What's up?
What's up? I got the Bakugo hoodie on. I see you.
Of course, Bakugo. All right, so Dustin, you had your stream on Friday. So real quick, give me the rundown of what you was thinking after reading this. Actually, especially when you compare it to the officials now, because like somebody said, the last line was entirely different.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, the last line was entirely different. I just read it too, because the last line in the illegals made us think that she was going to help him learn how to move in the world. But in the last line in the scans, it was like, you can't move, so we going to take care of what's going on.
Yeah.
So it's completely different. So it's like, okay, now it's like Deku just going to still be watching and not doing anything.
He ain't ready yet.
There's something about that doesn't make sense to me, though. Because
look at his body.
Because the way I interpreted it when he first went there was that because he's at such a low percentage, he can't actually he still can't move yet. But he's gone up like 25%, so I'm very confused why he still can't
look
move.
Look at his body.
First off,
I know. I'm wondering why that he hasn't.
Well, they didn't say if he got to. They didn't say what percentage he would be able to move in the world either.
I'm pretty sure
they didn't say that. I know they didn't say that. I'm just saying. It's just more like I think it'd be a valid assumption that he'd be like grows. I'm like, what's the caveat? Like, what's the condition for him to be able to move if it's not his percentage?
It is a percentage.
No,
it is percentage. He just didn't hit the percentage yet.
Like, I mean, if you have 45%,
it could be 100%.
All he can do is move his arms. Like, it seems like he can move his arms and stuff. So he just can't.
He's arms before though.
And like, if you look at his body, Horikoshi is one, doing a great job of censoring. Two, a great job of showing how like buff Deku's gotten. But three, like, I'm pretty sure this actually might chalk out to be roughly 45%.
45%. Yeah.
What I want to know is why is he still naked?
It adds
Because he's a Chad.
No. You want to? Why does nudity scare you, man? I don't understand why you're asking
Oh
about
my
nudity.
Oh my god.
Because right now
He's 16.
he's in his he's like in his
Because he's a 16-year-old boy. That's why.
No, man. He's in his spirit. He's a spirit. Spirit form is the most natural form. You were born not with clothes, man. I'm just talking to
Is
you.
that why? Is that why the rest of the spirits have clothes?
No, well, also
No.
they
No.
Them niggas
The
dead, that's
other
why they got
ones, the other ones are remnants. Are remnants. He doesn't, and he doesn't have to. He doesn't control all the world right now. There, he's just like in parts. You just see his face, a part of his body. You see that he doesn't control what he's seeing right now. So it's normal that he's just like a baby. He doesn't control the world right now. There.
Wait, Ponzu. So what you're saying is that
Mhm.
100% Deku
Mhm.
will allow us to see Nana naked?
yeah.
What the hell? What you talking about? Oh,
I mean, hey, he said she was pretty. He said she was pretty to all right too, bro.
I'm talking to you that at 100% he will be able to control his own vision about himself. He will have clothes and everything. That's what I'm talking about.
You said he control the world, so like I'm just saying, if he can make himself have
I was
clothes.
thinking, no, because right now he's like on the other plane. I'm thinking like this.
Bro, my TV
He's like,
like
he's like on the other plane, and so his role. I was thinking more about his body, how he control his body in this plane, you know. And it's more spiritual. I would say spirit thing than something else. So how more that he controls his quirk, how more that he has a control about his spiritual body, I will say, because I don't know what it is right now. So he was at one moment he be being able to control all these. He could be able to imagine his own clothes. That's what I'm thinking about. Just more.
Well, yeah, like I think that specifically when we get to see Deku with clothes in there, it'll be later in the series after he's a very well established like hero, and it'll kind of be like a reflection of the actualization of his dreams.
Yep.
Hey, I wanted to say to address BG too. You can see clearly that he's made more progress because initially when he first went there, his entire body was just smoke.
Yeah. You see,
Like, his entire body was just complete smoke. But here you got more parts of it showcasing, like his hands, a little bit of his feet, but his ab and his core, you can see a little bit more. He
Even
still can't speak as a yeah.
Also, this I kind of like the fact that when you see the vestige, like All For One is literally like spawning out of Shigaraki's body again. Like, so the implication is like the decay is just like him like sealing AFO's vestige deep, or like repressing it really deep inside him instead of it being like just gone, which we weren't sure which way that was going to go anyway when that happened.
Also, I think this just works in parallel to show like how All For One and One For All works. Whereas in One For All, they're freely moving around because Deku, like, I don't want to say allows them to, but it's like there's like a ebb and flow relationship with him. Whereas
He's
in
so
this
full
one,
of shit, man.
what do you mean it's so full of?
He just making up shit.
How am I making up? Well, how am I making this
Oh
up?
damn!
How am I making this up?
Nothing you said is based off anything, but what you were like.
Oh
what?
my! Here we go. Tell me what you think. That's it. No, tell me what you think.
I'm just thinking you saying bullshit. Like you just saying nothing but bullshit.
All right, so
you say I don't want to say Deku allows
damn.
it, but it's an ebb and flow. Like what are you saying?
Because they're out and moving around, and nigga All For One is coming out of his body. What do you want me to? What you want me to say?
What are you talking about though?
What do you mean? What I'm talking about?
Exactly.
I'm talking about the parallels between One For All and All For One.
What parallel?
Nigga, that they are walking around and free and helping him, whereas Shigaraki has All For One coming out of him and he's trying to repress him. What do you mean? What do I mean?
It's bullshit.
All right, man.
They don't have their own vestige, bro.
All right,
he touched Deku in his vestige.
Okay, man. I'm a real
No, I'm telling you, they're in his vestige. When he touched him, you seen the panel with the light, like something happened and they went into Deku's vestige. Like, what are you talking about? Because he was trying to take his power.
I don't think this is just Deku vestige.
You don't want it to be just Deku's vestige.
I think it's both of theirs. I think they're connected. I think literally One For All and All For One are connected now.
Yes,
no,
this is happening right now.
Well, hold on, time out. Because if you remember, like, go all the way back to like chapter 194-ish.
Yes.
Like it might be 194. Let me check my phone. I don't want to give you guys misinformation. But if you think back to about 194, 195, we actually got AFO sitting in prison, and he was like, "I can hear my brother."
Yes, and not
So-
only this, man. Also, when Shigaraki awoken, you heard like Deku heard like a voice in his head that something dangerous was coming.
Yeah,
So-
because he goes, "Stop him!" But
Yeah,
so it's like they both get active in their psyches. Like, let me real quick see what he said exactly, if I can find it.
And Decay is definitely on the ground inside the dream world, which is crazy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Also, so we was talking about this last week. So All for One definitely has a better regeneration quirk than knows how to use the regeneration better than Shigaraki. Maybe he knows how to actively use it instead of passively using it.
I agree with
I
because
will agree with this. I will agree also.
like he straight up was like, "You would have died. You nearly burned to cinders," and I'm like, "Wait, what?"
And then if you look at page 6 and 7, immediately the burn starts going off of his skin. Immediately.
Yeah.
So like I'm just assuming that All for One knows how to activate it, where Shigaraki is using it passively.
Oh, you mean his regeneration?
Yeah. Cause like his face and stuff started healing, and then his body started healing as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
So
Well, that makes me very happy though, because as I said, the point, not really me. It's one. I think it was a criticism I saw somewhere. I wonder how he knew how to use all these so good from the start. And I was like, I don't think it was a really good criticism anyway. But now this shuts them up anyway because he doesn't know how to use them perfectly.
Also, out of curiosity, what do you guys think was the point of him being like, "This battle today, so much blood spilled for no good reason"? That last bit being the most pointless at all. Do you think that was just like shit talk, or do you think he was like, "Man, Bakugo was
I
kind of
think that was-
cold"?
I
ain't
think
like
that was
him.
all for one. I think that was all for one talk.
yeah,
No,
it was
I'm
off.
pretty sure shit. You think that was off one talking?
No, it's definitely off
Yeah.
for one, because if you look at the speech bubble, it has that little squiggly lines around it to indicate that it's not like Shigaraki.
I think he was saying because Bakugo got in the way, but it didn't matter because he was still about to do what he wanted to do anyway.
Yeah, and also like, and I think if it's all for one talking, I don't think he's talking about the people themselves. I think he's talking about the quirks.
Oh yeah, like
Shit.
I see it as either one of them talking about. Well,
How you not talking about the people themselves when he said not enough blood spilled? Like, what are you talking about? Like,
No,
Because
he doesn't value the people. He values the grapes that he makes wine with. You know?
I get that, but how does that apply to what he actually said?
because I mean, if you just think about it, like, why would he care if Bakugo or all these other people die? Like, their quirks are important, but like them themselves.
It's not that he cares. He's just talking shit.
Okay, man.
Yeah. He's just saying. Like,
He
this
is. He doing the same. He doing the same
I-
shit talk. He doing everything is not a deep dive. He's
Yeah,
doing
no,
the same
yeah.
shit talk that
What?
he did.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
saying
kind
that.
of agree with. I agree with him
Guys?
on that one because I feel like he's simply just saying like, yeah, this is a waste of fucking time.
Let me step in
Yeah.
here real quick. Well, I seen it as him, either one of those niggas, no matter which one, them talking about, I'm just trying to get all for one. Like, I mean, one for all. All these other niggas are just in the way. This is my main priority from the start. That's all the nigga really wanted.
Yeah, it's like y'all
exactly,
throwing all these bodies at me.
No.
Y'all throwing all these bodies at me and doing all this shit to try to stop me, and it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, I'm gonna get what I want. So y'all spilling all y'all blood for no reason. This is a waste.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, like
that's what I
AFO
see.
is a high tier shit talker. That's why I was just like, do we think he's just like flexing real quick, or do we,
But why does it have to be?
he's talking
Why,
shit.
but why does it have to be like separate? Why can't it be both?
Why does it have to be both?
Why does it have to be one?
Because I'm reading what the I read
Nigga.
what the narrative tells me. Not
Oh
what I
my
want. I
God.
want it.
Zoro Sanji, chill out. Zoro
This-
Sanji.
this-
And
that-
if you could read the narrative, you
This
could
is
see that
this
that
is
one
what
for
I
one
wanted.
and all for one are connected. Please.
I give you that. It's possible that it can be
Oh
connected.
man.
No, it's not possible. No, it's happening.
No, it's possible. Just like nigga, you the same nigga that thinks Dobby's not Toya. So what are you talking about?
All right,
It's
when I'm right,
No.
when I'm right,
I will correct you on that
Talk to
thing.
me.
What he said last week is that he likes to see other possibilities. So
Dustin doesn't care. He wants to follow the narrative. If it's not the narrative, he doesn't care about it. He doesn't like theories. He doesn't
Because
like
the story, I do like
Damn,
theories.
you
If it's
misquoted
off,
So what I-
off the narrative. The story to me is story over characters, not character over story. That's why all you niggas that think, oh, we don't want Bakugo to die, is because you putting characters over story. and not putting story over character.
But character story is part of the story.
I will
Yeah,
tell you
that's what I'm
something.
saying.
I will tell you something.
The characters,
something.
the characters
I
come
would-
from the story. You want
No,
Bakugo to be
no,
alive
no.
regardless of the story.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That's
I will
true.
tell you no, because I talked to mangakas who told me the thing. Characters make stories because story is based on characters, man. Just like you did.
Well,
What?
okay, hold on
Yeah.
on that. No, he's right, but he's also wrong. You're right and you're
Yeah.
wrong. Because I'm like, because the thing is, you're right. Certain characters are.
You
they're-
need
they're-
characters in a story. Of course, it wouldn't
You
be a
do-
story without the
no,
characters.
no.
That's not what he
You
means.
don't
That's not what I
That's
said.
not what he means.
Okay,
That's
time
not
out.
what
We're
he
gonna switch to the hand
Listen what I
raising.
said.
Hold
Hey,
on. That's
hey.
not what he means.
Hold on,
It's
BG, you gonna go, and then we switching to hand raising because you niggas wild.
Okay, I was essentially saying that, like, there's two different types of stories. There's a character-driven story, and there's plot-driven stories. Plot-driven stories where the characters are only there to push the plot. The character-driven stories are the ones where the characters are the ones that drive the plot. The plot takes a backseat to the characters and their interactions and their way of going about their world.
Well, huh?
So I'm like,
MHA
not necessarily.
My Hero Academia is a character.
You are smoking crack.
It is a character. No, it is a character.
That is a thing.
Yes, it is.
Man, you're staying out smoking crack.
Dustin.
Yeah, it is
The
character.
Culture Festival and the Remedial Course arc wouldn't exist if this wasn't a character-driven story.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
So you're
it's
right now. You
very
can read
character-driven.
literally. You can
Oh
read and you
my
can annihilate
God.
things, man.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my
very
god.
character-driven.
No, it's not. Because just because the characters get developed does not mean that you're
That's
saying
not
that the
what-
plot.
that's not what I mean.
No. So you're telling me the My Hero Academia is a story where the plot takes a backseat to the characters.
Yes.
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 The plot is entirely
You
built
niggas
around these
are-
characters.
Yes.
You
The plot
you,
isn't-
you
the plot
niggas are
isn't-
smoking crack, bro.
When
You
you
niggas are
say
smoking crack.
when you
You
say
niggas
it's
smoking crack.
when you say it's secondary, doesn't mean it's unimportant. It doesn't mean it's not developed.
I'm not
or
saying it's
not-
unimportant. It's not
No, I know.
secondary. Everything that this story, the characters, like
Hey.
Hey,
What's that?
Sayed, what's
Yeah.
Oh,
up?
okay, finally. Yeah.
Oh, we're having a bit of a heated discussion.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
BJ.
no, I know. I've been here
It's
for
not
like
a
2
discussion.
minutes already.
It's
trying
just
to
somebody
get
who
my
doesn't study
Relax, Fonzie.
literature.
Wait, what did he say?
Literature, and you come back here, man.
Fonzie,
What'd he say?
relax.
He's getting angry.
Yeah, man, I'm not aggressive. Man, if you read, I'm studying literature.
bro, don't tell me I don't read My Hero because I read My Hero.
No.
If
Not
you
real
read,
mind.
no, I
That's
say
not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
no. I say go watch some YouTube's videos about literature, how to write characters, how to write stories, and you will see what we are talking
Bro,
about.
when
here.
Bakugo dies, I'm taking the shit on each and every one of you niggas individually. Just know
What are you
that.
talking about?
I
Nobody
just
said
know
he
that.
wasn't gonna
Don't
die.
talk
No.
No,
All of
no,
y'all
no,
are saying
please.
he's not gonna die. All
Who
of y'all
said
saying he's not
that?
gonna die.
Who said that?
Rex said it. Aniki said it.
What?
What?
I'm pretty sure.
I
Issa
said
doesn't think Bakugo doesn't
He
die.
said it.
BG,
said
I
he-
don't know.
I said-
Hold on, time out.
What?
Let me clarify this real quick. I told you to stop thinking that guaranteed Bakugo is gonna die because it doesn't, like, when a character has more in their story, it doesn't make sense to just completely
No,
write-
just because you can write more in their story doesn't mean there is more in their
Stop with the
story.
cutoff. Stop with the cutoff. Because the reality is, it makes zero sense.
No, it doesn't.
No. See, you don't even know what I was about to say, Dustin.
What you about to say?
You know what I was about to say.
What
You just
you about to
started
say?
saying stuff.
What you about to say? What you about to say?
It makes zero sense to finally let Bakugo get the heart of a hero on paper, like finally show it, and then just throw him away.
You just said what I
Like-
thought you was gonna say.
like
You
that
just said what I
makes
thought
no
you was gonna say.
sense.
It does make sense.
No, it
because
doesn't.
he's been showing you Bakugo's development since way fucking back in incremental pieces. Then he gives you a whole
Then
chapter.
it's
He gives you
worthless.
wait, no, it's not worthless because
If it-
imagine the person that the main character that you've been bullying this whole entire story and been looking down upon. He's been making you insecure, and vice versa. The main character, this guy that your rival, you've been looking up to this whole entire story, but at the same time you don't like him, and then y'all relationship is constantly focused on and how y'all have these parallels with each other and how they both basically have something they want in the other, and then Bakugo basically changes from Deku, and you get to the point where Deku saves Bakugo early in the series, and then you have Bakugo atone and die a true hero's death by saving the very same person The
That's
very
the
same
cheap,
person.
lazy way.
That's not cheap.
That's
and lazy.
lazy.
Because
That
It is
is
kind of
lazy.
lazy. That's
That is
true.
No, it's
lazy.
not. It's not.
Hella
It's not
lazy.
lazy.
Death is
It's not
lazy in this
It's
case.
not lazy because it gives Bakugo. It gives Deku more development because he gets a permanent consequence.
It's lazy.
No, it's not
No, but-
lazy. Let me finish.
Let her finish, let her finish.
It gives him a permanent consequence because Horikoshi keeps hammering in these past couple chapters how Deku needs to control his power and not let it control him. And it gives you a permanent consequence when you lose people because of your actions. And now you have to change them because you know what you lost. That's not cheap and lazy. That's people not wanting somebody to die because they love a character. They want to see him more in the story.
Now, I'm gonna explain why it is lazy.
And why
And all the development
hold
you're
on.
talking
Man,
about.
you're
all-
Aniki's
no.
channel. Chill out, man.
Hold
All
on,
the
hold on,
development you were
hold on,
talking
hold on,
about.
hold on.
All the development you're talking about works better with Bakugo alive.
No,
Literally all of it.
No, it don't.
Because him just dying is just another death. That's just
Yeah,
him
it's kind
being
of
like,
lazy.
No, it's not.
like it's the
Hold on,
easiest way to do it. It's
Hold on,
literally
hold
the
on.
easiest
Wait,
way.
y'all
No.
Hold on.
Stop cutting me
Let me-
off. Stop cutting me off.
Y'all the same.
No.
niggas
That's
that
the little
we want a
finish.
1-8 death. Y'all want a 1-8 death this whole arc.
Muting.
Y'all want a 1-8
Dustin, hold
death
on.
this whole arc. Hey,
Hold
Hold
man,
on, Dustin. Hold on,
This is why I
Dustin.
don't. This is why I just chill. Because when I'm just saying, y'all the same people that wanted a 1A student death this entire. Oh, we got to get a 1A student death. We got to get a 1A student death. We got to get a one. Man, come on, bro.
I don't
Come
know,
on,
man.
fam.
You're making
Fam.
fake fiction.
So I'm making-
You're making
so I'm
fake
making-
fiction right
so-
now,
so-
but things that
so
you're
I'm making
I
telling
this
never
up.
said
here.
that.
So I'm making
I
this
never
up.
said that.
So I'm making
No,
this
I
up.
didn't say
No,
that.
Dustin,
We've
real
never
quick.
said that. We've
Dustin,
literally
real
said
quick.
multiple
Dustin.
times. The main
I
people
said
we
that's
counted
not
on
happening.
dying was teachers and heroes.
Real quick.
Niggas
We
is
said the
frauds,
students aren't
man.
dying yet.
All right, so
Niggas
look,
is
so
frauds, man.
look, so last week I said it's a possibility that Bakugo could live. I said it's a possibility he could die. Why do you take us me saying possibilities for as in I'm saying it's a definite on either way?
Bro, we've had discussions for months and how you niggas been saying that 1A student is probably gonna die.
Who's-
This arc.
what?
Yeah,
And
we've
I've been
had
the main, and
discussions
I've been,
about it,
and
but
I've
we
been
haven't
the main,
ever
and I was
said
the
definitely
main,
that
and I
somebody
was
had
the
to die.
main one arguing you niggas saying that a 1A student is not gonna die. And if a 1A student does die, I see it being either Bakugo or Kaminari because Kaminari has been getting a lot of shine lately, and Bakugo's death would be very great, very fucking impactful for Deku's death. And now niggas saying,
wasn't
oh, we
there
never
then.
said a 1A
Good
student
story.
would die.
I wasn't there when
Hold
they were
up.
talking about
Time
this,
out,
man.
Time out here. First off, nah, I've been saying for months it's gonna be heroes that die before students because the whole point is that them dying is the students taking over in the future. Like this is the whole passing the generation arc. This is not about that. This is like the Marine Force. You don't kill off like killing
I
off
hope
like you
somebody
don't
pull this shit up.
no
I hope
like you
somebody pull it
don't
up.
yeah you don't kill people off that are important to the end of the plot later like early. That don't make sense. But like I said, we switched to hand raising to make sure that niggas can actually like hear each other and stop just cutting each other off randomly. East, you go first.
I was wanting to say.
All right.
Pee pee poo poo chick. Pee pee poo. That's a fuck with. Now I need y'all to take it down off 10 real quick. Let's take it down to 8. Let's get Sayers in here, see what she thought about the chapter, and then let's keep this ball rolling back into argument level.
Yeah, that's who I want to hear next. Says.
My hand was
yeah,
raised
I-
first. Fucking all that.
But she ain't got to talk
I'm
at
joking.
all.
I'm just joking.
Sorry.
That was a joke. It was a joke.
No, I really like the chapter. I mean, I come into the conversation Bakugo dies, and whether it's character driven, I see. Just going to let that for the end of my little chapter experience. I really like the chapter. I think I have to say that panel with All for One being in Shigaraki, that was kind of creepy.
Yep.
It also now veers more towards the side of All for One somewhat taking over, not really the body, but there's something like not everything All for One does is clearly something Shigaraki sanctioned. Like it seems like this time it wasn't like All for One and Shigaraki were both on the page of yeah, let's do this together, but it was more like All for One took over and Shigaraki didn't want it. I still don't think it's actually All for One himself, but more so like All for One's will, whatever, that is still within the quirk. But it is more on the side of it's not really something Shigaraki likes. I'm really curious what's going to happen now with Nana and the other previous users, because I find it somewhat weird to now drag this battle on this other plane, which it makes perfect sense now that I think about it, but it really, I didn't expect that to happen. So I'm kind of curious what's going to happen now.
Yeah, like nobody was counting on this to be a battle of like internal wills.
Yeah, it was just something that kind of caught me off guard. About who's going to die, I still think from this chapter we can't say anything for sure. I think both are a certain possibility, both for Bakugo and for Endeavor, that both may be dying here and both may be living here. I still lean more towards the side that Bakugo may be surviving. And about Endeavor, I'm not quite sure because it seems so secondary for him to die here, because he's just this, like, the afterthought in all this, what's going to happen. This just seems odd with all the time that we spent with Endeavor previously. So I think he might be dying here, but it's probably not going to be from this wound, because that was just like this minor mini panel in the previous chapter, and even here we only see him that he's caught by Shoto. That doesn't quite seem right to then kill him from this wound. So he seems to be out of the fight. Same for Bakugo, but I think that both might be surviving at least this wound. Yeah, I think that's my take.
Yeah. All right, Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Rex.
He said can talk for a while back on FaceTime. I don't know.
Oh, okay. He's talking to some girl probably. East.
Yeah, he is.
Damn.
Wait, B, was my hand raised?
Oh yeah. I didn't lower it.
Oh, my
that's why.
fault. I forgot to take it off.
Where is Dustin?
No, that's the right here.
Oh, okay, he's here. Okay.
No, look. My stance on it is this, right? I've seen plenty of stories where they like go the route of killing people off for development. It's very rare when they actually like force them to finally have that real sit down talk. And
Yes.
like that whole flashback is kind of a waste if they don't get to talk.
They're gonna talk before he die.
Shit, with what's going on right now, they're gonna be incapacitated. They both incapacitated. They can't have a conversation right now.
Bro, Night Eye got the same wound that Bakugo almost, and they talk when he
Night
can die
Eye-
immediately.
no,
I didn't expect Bakugo to die immediately. I said
Look at this.
almost
Look
got
at the
same-
size of
I
Night
said-
Eyes.
I
Like,
said almost got the same wound. Bakugo is not going to die immediately from a shot to the gut. A gut wound is the slowest way to bleed out. But he's going to die from that wound, and he's going to be able to talk to Deku before he dies.
bruh, that is not even close to the level of Night Eyes wound.
No, that's
I said
neither-
almost similar, because the only reason it's different is because Bakugo's thing went through his stomach and out the back. It went clear through his body.
That's
That's
what
the reason
that
why
giant
Well, I
stomach
wouldn't say
spike
that's
did
the only
too.
difference.
He can burn it. Literally, you get.
Like,
I'm saying it's similar because it's in the stomach area.
Yeah, but Night Eye's wound had like a, I don't know,
gut shots
5
are
inch
usually-
diameter, and
The
Gunshots are
size
fatal.
of the wounds are the problem.
Yeah, because you know, on the body, the size he can matters for organs and things. So you know, what for Bakugo, I think that his spine might be touched. I think so, but he could have like problems to walk after this. Next to it, yeah, we got people with ice and firepower, or so he can. I forgot his name. Todoroki can burn his wounds to just stop the bleeding.
Yeah, bro. Shadow got that first aid. What you mean? He right here.
yeah.
Yes.
This is the 5 PP man.
Just know I'm taking this shit on each and every one of you niggas.
But nobody
Can't
said
wait.
that he wouldn't.
Can't wait. Yeah, what? So many people say he's not gonna die.
Man, if he dies 200 chapters from now and you try to like flex that, I'm gonna like cook you for a
Bro, I
good
made a
10
video
hours.
3 years ago that said he's gonna die in either. I said he could die in the series. I said he could die. I said he wasn't going. I said I didn't want him to die this arc. But I said if Horikoshi puts him in harm's way, then he has to see it through.
But like,
You made
you
And that's
can also
exactly
just
what he
be
did.
injured.
Nah, that's exactly what he did. He put him in harm's way where it's a serious wound. He's serving Endeavor up to die when Dabi gets there. That's why he keeps putting him, like getting him more and more weaker and injured. So when Dabi gets there, that reveal can happen and then Endeavor dies. And Bakugo's going to die for further medicament for Deku and the rest of the class.
Let me go. Let me go about who somebody said something in the chat about him losing his quirk. No, trash. Just no. We don't need that.
He's not gonna lose.
If he loses his quirk, he's gonna inevitably need to get it back. Because otherwise, there's no point just keeping this nigga crippled to suffer. Because he doesn't need to redeem himself in the case that I suffer. Now I see what Deco was going through. No, he's already felt quirkless and powerless, and he's gone through his journey upon that thing, and he's redeeming himself. The last thing this nigga need to do is just apologize, and his redemption is completely complete on what he needed to do to Deku, because that was the only thing remaining. Other than that, he's already atoned for all the shit he's pulled off. Essentially, he wasn't on a different level, so he don't need to like fucking go be crippled and sit there and think about what he's done. So yeah, so like that the whole cripple shit and just getting that court ticket, no, because if he's alive, it's going to eventually come back, and we don't need everybody just area rewinding everybody so they could come back as some big blockbuster ending. I'm good off that.
You don't want that end game where all of a sudden like a portal opens up because Kurogiri is no longer a Nomu and he's working with the good guys, and then all of a sudden like you see Aizawa walk out with 2 legs, and then there's just a crowd of people following with Eri on the back.
You know
like
as long as that bitch ass bird nigga in there, we good.
What did you say?
He said, "Fuck Hawks." All his homies hate Hawks.
Takami Kago, Hawks, the number 2 hero, and that bitch ass nigga ain't there.
Came out of nowhere.
No, East really don't like Hawks.
Yeah, I get it.
What don't you like Hawks?
I think
Hawks
I
is super
understood
good.
that just now.
He's the Itachi of the story. He's the Itachi of the story.
Nah, not quite.
I mean, he is getting a whole like clan, aka the heroes, killed, so that is tracking.
Yeah, sure.
He did his best.
Speaking of which, I think Best Genius is a great case in point for you can't survive a gut wound in this show.
Yep.
Yeah. Like the wound Best Genius had was just as bad or worse than Night Eyes.
No, but Night Eye had a wool spike for I don't know how many hours there.
Oh yeah, he had to have it removed. Whereas like Genius just had a hole blown in him.
I think the Best Genius wounds was probably worse than Bakugo's.
Yes,
just
yes, for sure.
In terms of size, I mean, we don't know what kind of organs.
Shout out to Johan the Monster from Monster. Caleb says that Makia is about 3/5 of the way there to Shiggy. He thinks about 12 out of 20 cities have been destroyed so far.
Okay.
So there you go. They addressed that point.
That was just a short part of the chapter that really poor cities.
Itachi said that as a spy. Okay, Nate, I'll see you, man.
Anyway, I agree about Bakugo dying here being in a way the cheapest way to like finish his character arc. The thing I don't think it's quite the cheapest because we did go through all the effort of bringing him to this point. Like it's not he just throws himself in front of Bakugo in front of Deku and that's it. Like it's not quite the cheapest, but it's always like when you are in this sort of redemption story, sort of trying to make up for a prior evil, it's always like the easiest way to just throw yourself in front of the person that you hurt.
Like,
So
and
that's
the other thing.
angry.
Like we didn't kill, like Hori didn't kill Endeavor partially so like this kind of stuff could happen, but also like it wasn't like he didn't want to give him the easy like redemption.
Right.
Of like, oh, you died, so like you're so noble, and everybody will just move on because they have no choice. So like Horikoshi prefers the hard conversations in his writing style, and I'm like accounting for that. I'm not going to ignore his track record.
Even if in a situation where the gut wound would take hours to bleed out and he would have like 7 in-depth conversation with Deku and everybody else that he hurt and everybody else that might now help Deku gets over this, it still would be this cheap, just throw yourself in front of the person. That wouldn't really change what it is, right?
Y'all marginalizing the whole thing by just saying he threw himself in front of Deku.
He did.
He literally said, my body moved on its own.
Yeah, and it threw itself in front of Deku.
That's a perfect callback to when fucking Deku went and saved him in the beginning of the story.
And
yeah,
Deku
it
lived.
is, but it doesn't negate that he is throwing himself in front of. I mean, he obviously is.
But it's a final cap on everything that Bakugo had to come in to get to that point, to develop to get to that point, and it's costly because it's permanent. You don't get the easy, oh, I fucked you up. I fucked over your whole life, and now we can amend things, and then one day we become good friends, and now we get to become heroes together. Some things get dark and gruesome where you realize everything that you've done, and you apologize for it, but then you die.
Nigga,
And
he's
that's
not
it. It's
BoJack.
permanent.
No,
Hold on,
yeah.
hold on, hold on,
I,
hold on,
I
hold on.
agree that it's
Hold on,
not
hold on, hold on.
quite the
So
easiest. It would be easier to
say
not
it's cheap,
have
for you to say it's cheap. Y'all don't call Twice Death cheap.
I'm not. I just came back. What am I missing?
I don't know where you left.
Where are you? No, that's what I'm saying.
The
What are you
biggest,
talking
the
about right
biggest, the
now?
biggest debate in the community right now.
talking about
Bakugo's death.
whether back to whether Bakugo's death would be cheap. But as I said, I don't think it would be the cheapest ever. Like, of
It
course,
wouldn't
we did go through this whole process, so it could be cheaper by just throwing himself in front of it. So there is some effort put here, of course, but it still doesn't negate that throwing yourself in front of the person that you hurt is the easiest way to get a redemption out of this.
Yeah.
No,
Like the
it's
thing
not,
is that
bro.
yes, it is. Yes, it is. 'Cause
No,
it's
it's
the same
not.
way. It would be the same way as if like instead of doing all the shit they're doing for Endeavor right now, they just had him. Oh yeah, by the way, my kids' feelings. I'll sacrifice my life for them. Then I'm forgiven. That's the reason that wouldn't work for me. That's why I think that would be kind of cheap.
Bakugo is not doing. Bakugo
I
is
hate
not
that
doing.
kind of writing.
Bakugo is not doing that to be forgiven.
Let me finish. I know. I'm saying that would be the way of atonement. I'm not saying that's his intention. I'm saying that's how it would be in the story. That's how he redeems himself. That's not good because that's cheap. It's the
No, he
simple
redeems
death.
himself by
This nigga.
realizing what he was wrong.
Dustin,
and
let
he
him
changed.
finish.
What he's saying, he basically saying the same thing over and over again.
No, I'm not. I'm
Yes,
not saying
you
this.
are.
Bro, you gotta listen. Listen to
I literally-
understand instead of
I
listening to
literally-
argue, bro.
You know, you can't say I'm listening to argue, bro. I'm literally hearing what he's saying. He's literally saying, it's correct me if I'm wrong, that he's redeeming himself by throwing himself in front of Bakugo. I mean, in front of
Yes,
He was
and I'm
saying something.
adding more.
and he
and I'm
said
adding
that
more
3 or
to
4
that, and I'm
times.
Let
adding
him
more.
flesh out his idea, bro. Like, come on.
I'm not ready to finish. I'm saying that, what is it? And the point being is that to me is not good. There's plenty of things he can do. He can work with them. He can learn more. He can continue to grow. His personality can grow too and change. And he can grow through his actions, not necessarily just, oh, I'm going to sacrifice. And that's all it needs to be. There's more to that. His personality is doing the same as it is with Deku. It's growing gradually. It's changing gradually. And it's just as everyone wants Deku to have a sudden change of personality and a sudden different sudden growth of his character. The same thing can happen with Bakugo if he's to survive this, and we're going to see more sides of him. And I feel that's a much better way of what is it, doing his atonement than just, oh yeah, by the way, he's dead. There we go.
So I'm back.
Hey, what up, Rex? You had your hand raised before you left, so let's hear what you got to say.
I just came back to this.
Doesn't
I'm
remember,
surprised.
I
I'm
bet.
surprised. I'm surprised y'all still are talking about this, but like this is just my piece. Regardless if he dies or if he lives, I think Horikoshi is going to do a fantastic job anyway. So like that's why I'm like really cool with either way. Like if he dies, I think that'll be great for Deku development in the whole class, them losing a comrade, blah 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 blah. And if he lives, I think Deku and him could grow together and they could have different things that they learn together along the way before they face Shigaraki again. Like there's different ways it could go. I think either way is fine. Like I'm not gonna call Horikoshi a terrible writer for going either other way. Like I think there's some value in not having everything pan out, like with Bakugo's death, like he dying and then like he not be able to apologize, him not being able to say all the things that he wants to say. I think there's some value in stalking that, and like in that being like Deku always thinking about what if, and they're always playing in the back of his mind, and everyone else always thinking what if. We saw Bakugo changing, and then they're stalking him living, and then him actually being able to express his thing, and him developing as a character and eventually as an adult. Like they're stalking both, so it's like whichever way Horikoshi goes, I think it's going to be done well. So like I don't see like the argument between like him living or dying, because I mean at this point we've seen like deaths and lives like live in My Hero. Like with All Might, we saw how his death, how his like him living impacted the story and how well it's been doing, and then we see someone die like not die, and we see how that impacts the story. So it's like we've seen both sides of it, and I think Horikoshi's like with Bakugo, it'll be good either way. So that's just my 2 cents. Y'all can argue again.
No, I agree exactly. My only
Yeah, I
issue
agree.
is that they calling it cheap, and like how can you know Horikoshi and call that cheap?
Because
that's
it's still
ridiculous
the
to me.
easy path.
It's not
And,
easy
and
path.
also the thing is,
It's not an easy
just
path.
because Horikoshi doesn't mean that a cheap thing isn't still cheap.
It's easy if we seen no development from Bakugo. He's been the same person his entire story, and then we get to this point, he just has a 180 change. That's cheap. We've been seeing him develop incrementally by increments since way back when we first learned that he was carrying the burden of All Might's death on his conscience the whole entire time.
No, since the beginning, we know that she was changing. Since the beginning,
that's what I'm saying. So we've been seeing his mind stay change.
There's something else that I needed to point out in Rex's thing, though. Like, the rest of the class doesn't actually have a proper bond with Bakugo outside of like Kaminari and
Kirishima.
Like,
Okay.
And
So
Sarah.
and what I mean is, I don't mean like they're best friends, but they still see each other every day. Like your classmates.
Time out. Like, just hold on, because I was gonna like affirm but like to that same degree though, if he lives, then the class actually gets to realize that he's actually developed, and that's important. Him just dying,
they also said in the story. They also said in the story that Bakugo, Deku are the people that spurred the class on. So you lose that person in the class. Now you guys have to step. Now you guys now you guys have to step up. That's what I'm saying. That's what he's purposely not trying to see what I'm saying. He tries to make light of it. When you see when Bakugo's not around to spur Deku on or spur all these people on, these people have to do it themselves. These people have to hold themselves accountable. That forces growth. And you see how much important a character was, or a person was to you once they're gone, and that's it. They're gone. Now it's permanent consequences, and now you have to either make the same choices or do the same things and regress, or you have to take that tragedy and learn from it and grow from it and be better, and not let his death be in vain.
The only reason I disagree with you, real quick, the only reason I disagree with you is because during joint training arc, Jiro and them that was with Bakugo noticed the change. They noticed that he was. Like, they may not be super close like Deku and Bakugo or Kirishima and Bakugo, but they're slowly seeing the change. And I think that all in their minds, it's like, what if? Like, I'm not saying that they're super close, but like, it's still someone you see every day. And it's like, that's just not seeing them anymore. It's weird. Like, I know, like, when kids died in my school, it's like, bro, I literally was just laughing with this dude the other day, or arguing with this dude, and it's crazy. They're gonna have that, and then like for them to see Bakugo slowly grow, even if it's not like exponential, it's like, oh, he's slowly changing and he's slowly warming up to us. He even like talked to us when we was doing the joint training arc. Like, it's just that. So
one thing that you got to remember though is that literally at the start of the round, while they were with him, they didn't trust him. It wasn't until he actually started flexing that they were like, okay, yeah, we believe in Bakugo.
Yeah, but they were still like misunderstanding what his actions were, and then they had to realize, like, oh, it's us that's misunderstanding. This is actually what he's saying and doing.
I'm back.
So they seen the change and the growth in him.
And then we've had a time skip, so we don't know how the class has grown. And like,
that's the one variable that I can give you, but like based on then, they still didn't really get him. You know what I mean?
His hand raise system.
I feel like what you're going off.
Wait, Sayes.
Sayes.
My fingers are dead.
Sayes has her hand up, so Sayes.
Oh, sorry.
East was first.
I just like pulled it up, and all three of you got your hand up, so I don't know which one. And Sayes hasn't said anything in a while. But I think Sayes, actually no, I think Sayes had to go do something, and that's what she said. So
yeah, okay, I think there was. All right. I'm gonna just wrap this discussion up because we've been on it for 30 minutes, and the chat is starting to run around in circles at this point. And I'm gonna wrap it up in a perfect way so nobody goes any further than this. It goes either way. And whether you do, no matter which way you roll it, we're here for a reason, because it's Horikoshi writing this entire story. Everybody has a point on which case, whether he dies now or dies not. The only trash part about all of this is going quirkless and just being crippled. It's either or. You take the high road, you take the death, or you take the injury. So either way it goes, Horikoshi writes it. We'll be here for the story. He can flip it up in a couple chapters to make the death reasonable and suitable, and people can go on with acceptance, and he can live it, and he can take it to the next level. Either way it goes, we'll still be here, and there's no reason to doubt it. So I mean, because we just gonna keep running around in circles with this entire argument. And the chat,
We
is
are.
No, that
going
nigga
on
died. I
about how
want them
we
niggas. I don't want them niggas to switch up. I want them niggas to still be. I want them niggas to say the same thing
Well,
they've been saying right now.
Let's. We got.
I'm still
we got
gonna tell you
multiple-
it's not the best path of the story.
Nah, I
We
want
got,
you to
we
say
got,
it's
we
cheap.
got
I want you
multiple.
to say it's
we got,
cheap when he died. That's what you
got
say
multiple,
when he
we
died.
got multiple streams. We got
I
multiple
will.
streams. So we got the evidence there. We got the playback. So nobody be switching up. So when it comes to everybody, you pick. You know your side you pick. So from there, so let's hop on to the another topic from here. Because the
What is
chat has
that?
been like, yeah, these niggas run around 30 minutes with this same debate, and everybody got points on everybody has good points. So this is one of those, until it's done, it's just we just gonna be running around with the same argument.
I can't wait.
So what are we on now?
I also wanted to say one side note. Also, we didn't get to talk about it in the stream, but Horikoshi is trifling as hell because he in the chapter with Bakugo and All Might, he after Gang Orca had his body laid out, he put a Gang Orca bottle in there, and this one panel that a Gang Orca had his own water bottle company.
Oh
He
yeah.
wanted to showcase that shit was trifling. Also, Dragon Lady is alive, confirmed. We see Manuel holding her because I was wondering where that nigga was at in the first place.
Oh,
When
Ryukyu?
Rocklock was holding, yeah, when Rocklock was holding that nigga, I was like, what the fuck is Manuel? Matter of fact, and then I see in this chapter it was seen like he was helping Ryukyu
Hold
who was
up.
beat up.
Yo,
Hold up.
her face is messed up. Like you can't even see her face. Like
Yeah,
That's
that shit
not
was
what I'm
fucking-
looking at. Look at how messy her like elbow area looks. She really might not have hands. Page 2-3.
2-3. Okay.
And then like you'll see Aizawa, and it looks like his eye is starting to open up. You got Gran Torino laid out. Then you got Manuel holding like her, and you got like her mask is all messed up. But then also, if you just like look at her arms, it just looks like a squishy mess.
Why
Yeah,
she look
like,
fucked
that
up
shit-
like this, bro?
Bro.
Shigaraki put her on the dirt. What you mean?
Like, did you
Does
forget?
kind of look ruined, yes.
Like, Shigaraki played pool with Endeavor and Ryukyu midair.
That's a shame how they ruined my baby. Oh,
That means
Lord, they ruined my baby.
that means I need fucking Nigeria to go to lose her shit too.
Yeah, like speaking of that, I was debating, but I'll say the second one for later. What do you guys think of now? Who would you like to see as a team pulling up? What do you think?
By
they
the
can
way, Nature and Amajiki, we didn't see them.
Amajiki's probably
Forever.
dead or injured.
do? No, he's just
I
injured.
don't
Hell no,
wanna
that
think
nigga ain't
way.
dead yet.
I do not want to think that way.
Where was he? Where was he?
Right
I'm a
in
Jiggy
He
this,
was right next to Fat Gun when they pulled up on
All
Maki.
right.
I refuse to see it.
he could be dead. Like, bro, he was right in that, like that right when Giganto went into his assault mode and did the thing that like lifted all the earth, and we saw Gang Orca right there too. He was right there with Fat Gum.
Yeah, but that's my point.
Yeah,
That's my
I
point. But
remember.
he was
I
just by
remember.
himself. I'd be like, all right, that nigga probably dead. But it's Amajiki we talking about, and also that it's Fat Gun right there. So Fat Gun would have
probably
sacrificed his
protected
life.
him. Yeah, he
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
protected
So
him.
if anybody's dead, it would be Fat Gun,
Fat
not
Gum.
Amajiki, because Amajiki still has ways to go.
Yeah, because if he like put him in his fat and just took all the damage, he most likely Fat Gum probably died, but Amajiki is probably alive. If
That's
makes
that's
most
what I think.
sense.
I see that happening.
Yeah,
I definitely see that
exactly.
happening.
But to answer your
Exactly.
question, East, what I want to see right now is Ida and Uraraka pull up. I need Nejire to pull up as well. and I think these three right here are suitable for getting evacuation. So Nejire and Uraraka could float and they could carry people. Then Ida is like fast as hell. He could get people out. Also, I think that Sue, Koda, and Automatopoeia Man are going to help, and there's a reason we're seeing these six. So I think the three I just named are going to go to Deku with them and save them. Then I think Sue, Koda, and Automatopoeia Dude are going to try to slow down Giganto. And I think Automatopoeia Dude is going to come in clutch, and he's going to like make a whole bunch of walls and stuff to stop Giganto. Like, it's not going to stop him, but of course it's going to slow him down. That's just the way I see it going.
Yeah, no, I think manga has to come in clutch here because of his ability. Like, one, just by being like her slam, bam, wham, he had created like building size words during joint training. So like he's gotta have made some progress. Like I can't see him just being like, whoop.
And what's his name? It starts with an A, class 1A. I can't think of his name. I know his face. I can't think of his name right now. Laser
Koda?
naval laser.
Ayama.
Ayama. I couldn't think of his name. His lasers couldn't puncture the automatopoeia thing, so they're durable as hell.
And then plus they had attributes to them too.
Yeah, they had attributes. So like if he I'm trying to think of a automatopoeia that can slow someone down, or if he does boom, stuff is already destroyed. He might as well boom, and then he pushes
Yeah.
Giganto back.
He probably could just be like boom or like
Just-
shing, like
He
which would
just
be like a
teleports
stab.
him away with some pop,
Yeah, pop.
with some instant teleportation.
If he could do that, he would be the most broken character in the.
For real. Oh, either Coyote or Tarnish said this, but he said Fagum has to have a couple words with Sonny and Red Riot before he dies. The thing about that is Shoji and them are most likely going to check up on the kids. They're going to check up on the heroes because they don't know who's alive and who's not. So of course they're going to be like, we need to go see what happened to the heroes because they pushed us away. And they're going to go. Of course they're going to go check and see who's alive and who's not. In fact, I can still be on death's door by the time they get there because he's more durable.
I don't think the kids are done. I think they're about to fight again because the Liberation Army is still at the mansion. They're probably going to be moving forward.
Yeah, but there's still heroes over there too, so the kids don't.
But
Yeah, I mean,
are there
are
there heroes?
They
Are
have
there
to do
heroes?
something now.
Listen, you still got Shishido. That's number 13. I ain't gonna say that other ninja nigga because he ain't repping me too good.
We got Ginton and Giganto.
We
don't need to name names. We don't need to name names.
We got Ginton and Redestro. Ginton and Redestro versus what? The only big hero we got over is Headshot.
Oh, that's not.
He said that's so funny. The nigga says get in.
Ginton, get in.
Yeah, get in.
Trap, whatever you want to call him. Whatever you want to call him. Like him and Redestro are still there versus bro. Like I know we had this Headshot Redestro debate like a while ago, but bro, I promise you, I know y'all want Headshot to like be, but I swear I think like both of them, like Redestro and him, plus the Liberation people, Headshot can't do it by himself, bro.
I was like, nah, bro. Like to me, Redestro is like top 5 in the verse currently. So
yeah, like that's why like, and his skin is like super durable with the stress over it. So like, I don't even know if he could puncture his skin.
Yeah, for me, it's like, no, I don't think he was.
Yeah, so like, so if the kids have to choose between like salvaging bodies or like run, I think they run.
That begs the question: which one of the top 10s are going to be left when this is all over?
I don't think any of them are going to be left.
Well, I mean,
it's a shame that we're not going to get to see Yoroi Musha go out like that, but I don't see any of them last.
I mean, Mirko
I haven't seen much of him, right?
Are going to be alive. They're going to still be alive.
What I mean is, I think Miracle and Hawks are the only ones that will live, but I think they will no longer be heroes. I don't think they can.
I want Headshot to survive.
Fuck Headshot.
I want Yoroi Musha to survive so I can see him fucking do something.
Yeah, what I missed? Goddamn, I'm on Wi-Fi one day.
We were just talking about.
I was talking about who's gonna live, which one of the top 10 are gonna survive this bullshit.
Sorry, guys. I'm with you all the way with this crust bashing, but please don't do any Headshot bashing.
No.
Oh my god! Don't remind me of the crust bashing days.
Headshot is cool. Like he's a cool dude. I don't see him.
Listen.
Well, who's slandering Headshot?
Listen, he ain't making me look too good right now. I was on that nigga team for a good minute, and I still ain't seen nothing from him yet. And I ain't gonna say nothing because if we cut back and Redestro using this nigga Headshot like a fucking piece of tissue to wipe his ass, I'm gonna be so upset.
Why though?
Because bro, if we cut back and this nigga already folded and he being used as a piece of tissue for Redestro ass cheeks, I'm gonna be so upset. Because I was repping this nigga. Like I don't think he's like. I'm not like everybody else. Like, oh, Headshot looking kind of sus right now. Like, no, they just started the battle. But I'm saying like the way this arc is moving, how much time are we really gonna spend over there? So I'm like, look, man, if we cut back and these niggas already folded, it's not that we can do about it because we would have known these niggas got folded because they fight Redestro though. But the odds look on their favor.
Well,
I think he wants to know like why that specific example.
No. My thing is like with Headshot, like really is that I don't think he's doing like I saw people like downplaying Headshot. I'm not downplaying him. I just think that Redestro specifically is a bad matchup for Headshot.
Very different.
Just like Bakugo is a bad matchup for Tokiyami, I think Headshot is a bad matchup for Redestro because it's like because he could cover his whole body in the stress and he gets bigger. We haven't like have precedents for it yet, but when Shigaraki went to decay Redestro's hand, it didn't spread all the way. So that just like that just kind of puts a thought in my head that Redestro's skin is like really durable.
Yeah, we don't know yet. I don't think I don't think a bigger target would make it necessarily more difficult to headshot. But if his skin has like a protection, that would definitely be.
Because when we saw like them fighting, he was outside of his body. Because if Headshot was able to go inside of his body, he would have.
I mean, not necessarily because I mean, the thing about it, that's also plot too. So it's like, okay, it's not like he could have just folded or they could have just fought right then and there because Maka was coming out the thing. So it's not just Drew Destro you got to worry about. And even if it is that nigga's quirk, they don't know how that nigga quirk work exactly like that. So it's like a bunch of shit going on too. Because remember when he said, as soon as I got down there, this mess started, and that was when he said Maki had fucking woke up.
Wow. Yeah.
So when as soon as he got down there, that shit was like Maki and woke up. So by the time he got down there, and then he got Redestro fucking turned up as is. So it's like, oh shit. And the thing about that is too is like he covers his body, but there's still open like parts too, because like his mouth was open and his eyes were open too. Originally,
His
like,
mouth.
on the
All right, man.
if you look, I mean, what you think I ain't gonna aim for the one weak spot you got?
Yeah, true. There are weak spots. Eyes.
Like this is life and death, nigga. I'm cheating whichever way I gotta go to take your ass out. Like
No,
I
definitely.
don't think this is it. Yeah. So
Oh wait,
and
hold on.
and plus, oh yeah, what's up?
And Headshot can definitely do pinpoint attacks.
Annalisa, Midnight is dead.
Yeah,
Midnight gone.
Nah, Midnight is gone.
Did we see it confirmed? I mean, I assume she's dead, but did we see her dead? Like confirmed.
She got pulled up on by a dude wearing a gas mask.
Actually,
after she fell like 100 feet.
Yeah, so like she's like down and bad.
Actually, East, this actually maybe really worked bad for Headshot because I just looked at the chapter. He was stuck inside of Redestro. Then Redestro did like a stress wave, like a cutter wave, and it pushed Headshot out of his body.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, like I'm not like Headshot lose the battle. And ain't nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? It's Redestro, but I ain't trying to have my boy get like completely folded. And plus, I mean, there's still ways to go for these niggas. Like it's like he still got backup. It ain't like Cemento's not right there. It ain't like they don't got Shishido, Lab, what you call it? They still got other heroes in the field.
Them niggas is dead.
Who? Nigga Shishido?
They all dead, bro. At this point,
Well,
if I haven't seen, look, this is why I'm looking at this arc right now. If you are a hero and you are in a predicament, I'm just saying predicament. The last time I saw you, and I haven't seen you for at least 3 chapters, you're dead, bro. You're dead, bro. At this point, you're dead because we thought Ryuko could have been dead. We saw her, so we got confirmation she's alive. Like most of all the heroes that we thought were dead, but like are alive, we've gotten confirmation that they're alive. Like everyone else is like, bro, at this point, if you're over the age of 20, bro, you may be gone.
Like we ain't seen the Pussycats. Like we ain't seen the Pussycats. Like I know, like I remember when like that chapter first dropped, and I was like, I think they gone. And some people was like, but like now it's kind of like, nah, bro, Mandalay, what you want?
I would have waited. I was waiting out, but hey, man, I was one of the most optimistic people, but they ain't looking too good now.
Yeah, because we didn't see them when we saw the original like evacuation when they was naming off the cities with Giganto. We didn't see them fighting the Nomus, and we didn't see them this chapter. Either they're dead or Horikoshi is doing a really good job of like just holding out. So like,
and I'm trying to figure out what would be the move in holding out on the Pussycats here, because like,
yeah, me too.
Like Mandalay, because like Mandalay would be really clutch right now, especially because she would have been outside of the comms destruction range, I think. So, like her being like, Gagan Tamaki is on the way.
Yeah,
just fucking leave.
I'm so sad he wiped off all those beautiful women off the map. It's a shame. And Tiger too.
Yeah, Tiger, man. RIP. Well, I mean, so what's gonna happen is we're gonna get a time skip, and then all these students are gonna be legal. So there you go.
Hey. Speaking of, not talking about everybody being bad and
yeah,
like
I wouldn't. I was that
no. This is what I meant. So when we talked about the new generation rising and how let me fully elaborate on this. So you remember how Dustin was like, everybody has to go right out the paint, but we was like a few people kind of mentors have to stay behind. You can't leave the kids completely on their own, but most of the part they're on their own. Where I was thinking at this point is that notice how the younger heroes are actually still alive, like Miracle, You got that bitch ass nigga Hawks. You got my boy Kamui Woods and Mount Lady, like the younger heroes for the newer generations who are not as jaded or they came up newer. They're still around because Kamui Woods just got kind of burnt, but he was still alive. He passed out. He's not dead. Mount Lady
Allegedly,
just
he's
had her
alive.
shit. That nigga's still alive. All right, so he's just as bad. He's just as bad as Hawks. Like in initial, like his shit is fucked up. But he's still alive regardless. You got Mount Lady. She just fucked up. It's like you had the younger heroes who are alive that still are going to be alive after this war, so they can help lead into the newer generation. So it won't be like old ass niggas because you got pretty much all these old niggas out of here, other than Aizawa, pretty much.
It's no country for old men, bro.
Nah, bro.
I'd be, funny if he really if he was naming off the chapters and everybody else is basically over 25 and 30. That was the name for the chapter because he a fucking Western fan for movies and shit. So if that was the name of one, I fucking die.
Dog was like, no country for bruh. Like, so the thing that I'm like thinking about is that like Hawks, Mirko, Eraser are literally the only three I can see surviving. Because I think that like even if Eraser's eye got damaged, I think the way his quirk would just end up working out is that he'll like be able to turn you off for a brief second, which is still all he needs to be able to help Eri train.
I have recently wondered if we really can expect so many deaths because it's so unlikely for any shonen to just kill off so many characters at once. Like name me one shonen that just killed off and My Hero Academia is like
Chainsaw Man.
Okay. It seems I don't know.
Well, but here's the thing that you got to remember is that as much as we love these characters and have got attached to them, they're not the main cast. Like,
no, I know. It's not like I don't think they're gonna die. I still think they're probably going to die. It's just that recently I've kind of understood that it's a show and it's kind of still target audience are still more or less young people. It just seems wrong to kill the entire cast.
I saw somebody say this. Her name is Keiko. She's in our Discord server, and she was like, "Don't call My Hero a shonen. Horikoshi just happened to be in this magazine."
Yeah, but
like,
still, I mean,
Kako, sound of Kako.
It is a shonen. And definitely. I mean, if you
look
at the story, the protagonist is 15 years old. The story is targeted at younger people.
Oh well,
definitely a thing.
The moment we got the Shigaraki backstory is the moment that I said, okay, well, I see where Horikoshi is going now. So that's why I don't think that is that crazy to see. That
I think my thing is,
let me chime in on this, Aniki.
Wait. My thing is that I don't think it's a shonen should ever be used as an excuse or a form of analysis anyway.
Yeah.
Because the best way I always explain this and why I say like that makes no sense is
Attack on Titan.
You got one Attack on Titan, but like just using Shonen Jump as an example, One Piece, My Hero Academia, Dr. Stone, Food Wars, and Haikyuu were all running in the same Shonen Jump magazine, and all 5 of those stories are so completely different from each other.
No, of course.
Yeah, no. People saying like it's a shonen. Tell me that people don't actually. It still has this big misunderstanding, but amongst the community that shonen is a genre instead of being a fucking demographic.
Yeah, no.
But the thing is, that's what I mean. Shonen
I know what
if your target audience is 15-year-old boys,
it's not. It's really not anymore.
Yeah, of course, it's not strictly, and of course, many adults can enjoy it.
Yeah.
But
it's targeted.
But I mean, I just said 15 because the main character was 15 at the start of the story. So I think the target audience is somewhere between 14 and 20.
No. Well, no. The target audience is 12 to 18. It's always going to be 12 to 18, no matter how.
Let me chime in here. So my thing about that is that's kind of irrelevant because it makes a point. But as the series goes on, the series goes on and things progress. People age up too. So it's like the people is aimed at 12 for 15, but how many people are you getting in My Hero after a certain amount of years? Like after a certain amount of years. So it's like if we started, the age group is they're aiming for is 12 to 18, right? Even if you're 12, this series has been out for 6 years. So
you're 18
as the
now.
series, as the series gets darker and progresses, it's like okay.
I was going to argue against that because I was going to say the thing is, while that might be true, that's what the demographic is, but the target demographic is different. That will never change. target
Yeah.
demographic is what
that's the
they're
thing.
aiming for.
I mean,
Also,
One Piece didn't age
That's not
with
necessarily what
its.
they're going
I'm
to have.
sorry.
I'm also
Yeah,
going to
but-
point out that target demographic is very worthless as a metric. If you've ever watched Young Justice, for example,
Yeah.
Yes.
Young
Yeah.
Justice, believe it or not, Young Justice target audience was 12-year-olds.
Yes.
You know what?
Like, and any of the
that's
adults
exactly
who have
why.
watched that show are like, nah, bro.
That's
It's not
exactly why it got
12-year-olds.
no. Let me talk about that. That's exactly why it got canceled in the first place, because the thing that drives the show is that's toy sales. But if you have a whole bunch of 30, 20, and like 40-year-olds watching it, you're not going to get no goddamn toy sales.
Because they weren't selling good figures. They were selling boring ass, like those like $10, like, oh, this shit will break if you play with it type action.
Oh, no, you're right. No, you're right.
They-
Like,
they
the thing is,
didn't-
people buy figures now. They don't really like adults buy figures. Kids buy action figures. We don't buy action figures. Adults.
Like,
Mhm.
But also, like what
The thing is-
manga. or-
What I'm
go ahead.
sorry, you continue.
Oh, I was like, the thing with manga is that like volume sales like are a big thing. I know there's figures and like other things, but volume sales is like a real big thing, especially if you're not
Yeah.
One Piece, especially if you're just not like One Piece. You have all this other merchandise. So specifically with My Hero, like of course the shonen demographic is like 12 to 18, but honestly, like the way Horikoshi has been writing since MVA, like it looks like his demographic, his targeted demographics from his perspective is completely different. Like
Mhm.
it doesn't like like at any point since MVA has it seemed like this has been a typical shonen, or hell, even since the Pro Hero arc, has it seemed like a typical shonen in type of like thematic wise.
so
I'm gonna say
Really?
it 1,000 times. That's never gonna change. That target demographic is never gonna change. Even
No,
what
no.
he thinks is never gonna change. 'Cause the
Like,
thing
No,
is,
BG, you're missing what I'm
Shonen
saying.
Jump, like Shonen Jump's target
I know
demographic
what
will
you're
not
trying
change.
to say. I know that. I'm saying like that's what I'm saying. Like it's not gonna ever change. Just because the story gets darker doesn't mean that it's not still aimed for the same demographic.
No. I'm saying Shonen Jump's target demographic may stay the same, but
No,
Horikoshi's
even for him, it's not going to change because he's always meant for.
Yeah.
It's always meant to enjoy for like these 12 to 18-year-old teenagers to enjoy his work. Now,
So
yeah, like
here's my problem with
no
that.
matter how dark it gets, it's always going to be for that age group. At the
Here's
end of
the
the
thing.
day, though, that doesn't mean that other people aren't going to enjoy it. Other people from other age groups are always going to enjoy it regardless.
I would have believed that if it weren't for how. Let me put it this way: the Todoroki family arcs, like that story arc, is not for kids.
Why not?
Why not?
It's
This is an
literally
arc that could
no,
be
no.
very relevant to many kids in this
Yes,
age.
it's an arc that can be relevant to very many kids, but how many of them would actually grasp everything that's going on?
I mean, 12 to
I mean, well,
18
that's
years
what-
old are
that's
not
what-
stupid.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
No,
the
that's
arc
I'm not
was-
saying
I
they're
was just gonna
stupid.
No,
the
I know that.
arc
that.
was-
I'm saying,
I
but I was
think-
giving. Sorry, go ahead.
So far, I think that from everything we've seen, everything that happened in My Hero Academia is very much within the target demographic. I also think that the Todoroki family arc, yes, it is a bit deeper than just smashing around, but it is something that is definitely relevant for many young people, and it's
So-
also something that I think young people can understand. I don't.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
the
yeah,
arc
No, no, no,
was
no, no,
made
no.
very digestible.
Yeah,
I
So
think
here's the
the,
thing.
I think
No,
the
no,
fact that there was a bit of a backlash at the beginning was because it wasn't that easy at the beginning. But
Here's the thing.
Ari
People-
Toshi has made it pretty clear where he wants to go. This arc, I think it was very. I think the themes are very deep and very difficult to understand, but it was made very digestible.
the brain rot that was showcased when the chapter with Natsuo dropped shows that the average
But let me-
teenager was not comprehending this plot.
Let me ask you a question, though.
No, but every teenager I asked
did
did
the brain
comprehend
rot
that
come
plot.
from? Where'd the brain rot come from? Did it come
Them
from
being
us
too
or did it
young.
come from them? No, did it come from us or them?
What do you mean?
Like the
You know
Western
what he
fan
means.
base
You know what he
or
means.
the Japanese fans?
We can't.
Because I
we
remember from
don't.
what I
We don't
from
read
what I remember-
Japanese, so like we don't
No,
know.
but I'm saying is from what I've heard from people who actually do go who are on the Japanese side of the fandom. Yeah, I think that's pretty popular. More popular than
Yeah.
it is here.
The thing is, I've actually had spoken to quite a few younger fans, and I never had the understanding that they didn't understand this part. They all liked
Yeah.
this part because it was very much spelled out what's happening here. And NG very much said that you feel bad because you think that if you don't forgive me, then that makes you a worse human. It was spelled out. It's not like this was just shown to us through visual cues, and they were very much spelled out the entire thought process.
And
Like-
people
like,
still didn't get it. Like
look,
grown
look,
people
people
didn't
got
get
it.
it.
That's what I'm getting.
Hey,
That's what I'm getting at.
BG.
It's here. It's the culture. Our
And just because
culture
some
is
people don't
different.
get it doesn't
So
mean that
our
it's not something that people
Yeah,
that it's still targeted at. I mean, the thing is, even in shows targeted at younger people, you can still hide things that adults will understand more easy
For
than
sure.
young
For sure.
people.
what
Hey,
I'm getting at is
BG, let me
sorry.
be. Well, first thing I to chat to Lazaro D. He said, "Bro, this show's for teenagers, for kids and teenagers. Don't try to justify why y'all adults still watch it. They gotta be in my diapers in '95 to watch this shit. I don't give a damn who it's for. If it's gas, it's gas.
Yeah, the thing is,
if it's a masterpiece, it's a masterpiece. But let me talk about this real quick. Let me talk
Go
about this
ahead.
real quick, BG. You said that Horikoshi might not have did it like that, but I don't agree with that sentiment. That like, yeah, he might, but like, you know, okay, Shonen Jump might not agree with like, yeah, not still might not be like aiming at, or thinking that, okay, as a maturing audience, we're going to do this too. They're like, they still aiming at 12 to 18, but I don't think Horikoshi has been writing to that extent. I think he would write to he keeps maturing the story as the audience matures too. I wouldn't agree that he doesn't do that, because that's more of a Shonen Jump thing than a personal thing. Because even earlier on in the series, his editor held him back with a lot of details, because he said, it's too, you know, gruesome, or it's like it's too just Shiki designs alone and details. He's like, hey, let's tone it down a bit. Just when Shiki appeared alone, that was like his old previous editors. He was like, let's tone that down a little bit because of the target audience. But as you see where the series is at now, I'm pretty sure he had the image in his head. My audience is growing. The story's maturing too. I don't have to hold back as much as prior to.
I'm going to argue against that.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Because like the reality is, like, I get why people think that, because you have series like One Piece where Oda has very much been like, no, I'm going to keep the youthful joy in this series. Like, and he's always made it a point to, like, in some way have like the comedy. That's why, like, he always injects comedy and all these other things. But you kind of have to respect the fact that, like, if an author is showing you more and more mature themes as the series is progressing, they're acknowledging the growth of their audience. They can still write a story that is palatable for that demographic while also acknowledging the maturing audience that they have. It's the best way to write your story.
The thing is, from what I see the story now, this story, I mean, if we expect that he has been growing with his audience, that this story would now be for 18 to 25 years old. I don't think it is.
No, you don't have to move
this
magazines.
Story is for 12. I'm not saying he's moving magazine. I'm saying that if he assumes that he's writing the story for people who are aging, then he has started with 12 to 18 years old, and now he's going on to, I don't know, 18 to 25 years old. But the thing is, I don't think he is. For one, I don't think the shift in tone is that massive that you can make 6 years. Yet the audience, yes, he acknowledges that the audience matured, but not just because of time, but also because he eased them into this dramatic tone shift. Like, it's not like this was one moment to the other.
Here's the question then. Is Attack on Titan for 12 to 18-year-olds just because it's shonen?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Attack on Titan is more on the mature side, definitely, like more on maybe 16 to 18, more these people. But it's still within this demographic, definitely.
Like the thing is, this is what I was trying to argue. The thing is, do you know like things like Fairy Tail, right? Fairy Tail, do you know that is considered for like 12-year-olds, and the thing is, but on here, when you look at our rating system, it's TV-14.
Yeah, that's what I think.
AOT is for the same thing. It's for teenagers and kids. It's for kids, but it's also listed on our demographics as TV-14.
That's not what demographics are for. That's not what that is for, actually.
Let me argue.
No, you're misinterpreting ratings right now. You're straight up like.
No, I'm talking.
That's not what those ratings are for.
No, I'm saying it's. I know, but they're not meant for demographics. They're meant for like maturity rating. I know what they're for. It's like, oh yeah. If you're under this age, you shouldn't be watching shit. Cause it's kind of like, yeah. Or it's like you need parental guidance. I know what it's for. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it is a point.
What I'm getting at is that here our culture is very different. We see this stuff as too mature for our people of lower ages. But in Japan, that's different. They don't see it that way, because even back in the days of Dragon Ball Z, they had what is it? They had people cut with blood and guts in their manga. It's not, but it was still for kids. It was still considered for kids. But that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with that. We're looking at it from our own.
I think for us.
Say it. Let him finish.
Sorry, I thought you.
Sorry, I'm not finished. Sorry. And from our own cultural lens, it looks like it is too mature. But we're looking at it from our perspective. But for that, but what is it? As we've already seen from all these other things, the Japanese.
Hold up, time out.
What is it?
This is just a really disingenuous statement where it was like, if kids and teenagers can watch porn and smoke, then they can understand abusive parents in a TV show.
Oh,
No, that is the least intelligent take.
That was not the point.
Like, okay, so
That was
let
not
me
the
just real
point.
quick take that. Anybody can be fucking horny.
That
is
was not the point.
Like you just need to have a body capable
You're
of being horny.
misinterpreting the point.
Yeah, no. It's a simple. The point the genuine point I'm making is that different culture, different views on maturity, different views on these type of things. So that's what I was trying to get at. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to say, oh yeah, I can jack off, I can watch AOT. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's why I was like, no, I gotta like address that now. Like I can't let that just sit
but the
there.
point is correct. The point is correct, and that is that obviously, obviously, Attack on Titan considered something within the targeted at kids between the age of 12 and 18. It is targeted at these people in terms of not just in terms of the genre and in terms of the magazine, which we don't even consider suitable for these children. That's definitely a point.
Yes, I would like to say something, but okay.
But I also want to say something else. That is that I think for us, it is somewhat against our instincts to say that it is for children, because we are 25 and I don't know how old everybody here is, but we're all over 20.
25, yeah.
Right.
No,
so,
I just know a lot of dumb kids that miss this stuff.
I do, but
I think it is very much against our instincts and against our pride.
I would like to
Because
talk
the show
about.
that we watch is for people that are 5 years, 10 years younger than us. The thing is that doesn't diminish the quality of the show, and it doesn't diminish the quality of the themes. And it's something that I see again and again when people go into a show. And that's the same story that, when people started watching Naruto, and they were like very much trying to tell people that Naruto is not targeted for children. Still, it was, of course, Shippuden was more targeted at like older teenagers, but it was still targeted very much at teenagers. Okay. And just because people got older with the manga and at some point said, well, I don't want that this show that I still enjoy is still targeted at teenagers, so I'm just going to pretend like it's actually PG.
That's not why people are saying that.
Yeah, but I think that's something that is at play here. We just don't want to admit that a story that we still like at 25 is targeted at children at 12 to 18.
I hate myself too much to have an ego check like that.
I was actually going to say that the thing is, here's something I see when I see seinens. Seinens have things like sex and shit like that.
Yeah, see, to me, that doesn't make a story mature, though.
I'm not saying it's to make it mature. I'm saying that's what they consider to be outside of the demographic. They don't consider themes to be the main make or break on what lies within a demographic. They think it has to go beyond what's suitable for child eyes.
So Chainsaw Man. So Chainsaw Man is 12 to 18.
Yeah, it is. Because they don't actually show the fucking.
All right, cool. All right, man.
He didn't read Chainsaw Man.
You're not going at my point. You're not attacking my point. You're just kind of actually going into it because they're not showing the fucking. It's borderlining on it. Yeah, that's why.
Bro,
that's
you have the whole orgy on the color page.
They don't actually show them doing anything. There was a color page. That's what I'm saying. I think that's why I said it's borderline, because I definitely think that is borderline, in my opinion.
Like,
that's definitely borderline.
Yeah, I do think
so sex is the only thing that
I'm saying. I'm not saying that either. I'm saying you're
okay, but here's the thing. I think what you've revealed though, BG. I think what you've revealed though, BG, is that kind of is how it's interpreted. Because like if you think about it, that literally does seem to be the main qualifier. Like.
Yeah, what else?
It is stuff like that. Yes.
Because they're like, because they're like, wait, Rex, come on.
Go ahead.
Because they're like, you can't like, because it's like they're like, well, it doesn't matter what the plot of the comic is. Is there titties? Can you see the nipple? And like that, so like that, you could argue that that's just like a different way of analyzing what's for demographics. Like if you just like, because like to me, most 12-year-olds that watch Attack on Titan and read like experience Reiner's story aren't gonna understand like all the psychological stuff that actually goes into that.
But still will like it. They will still like it.
They'll still enjoy it, but that doesn't mean they'll actually understand it.
Yes.
Well, that's not necessarily what the intention of a demographic is. The intention of a demographic is you just having them enjoy it. If it's enjoyable enough for them to understand it enough.
But here's the thing:
to keep the story going.
by treating the demographic as the be all end all, you're kind of underselling the audience.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I don't think the demographic is important at all. I'm just saying that it just because it's deeper doesn't mean the demographic is like any more. That's any less, more or less the demographic.
So let me ask you this, BG: can a demographic shift at any point if it started off with a targeted demographic?
What is it?
Yes.
It can,
So-
but it doesn't mean it will. That doesn't mean it doesn't mean it does.
Okay, so all right. So what I'm saying is, things
And
like
I don't. Go ahead.
listen, things like Chainsaw Man. For me personally, I at no point thought that the Chainsaw Man demographic was 12 to 18. At
No, the
any
thing is-
point.
It
Hold on, let me
has to
finish.
be
Let
for
me
it to
let
be
me
in this
finish.
magazine.
Oh my God, let me finish. Let me finish, bro. Shonen Jump came up with these demographics and these rules very early on in this publication. All right, so just like we come up with laws and stuff early on, doesn't mean the same things. Like even though they're in place, nobody actually really agrees or even thinks that these are the actual things. So like, let me finish. I'll let you go. So
I will attack that in a second. Go ahead.
for Chainsaw Man specifically, at no point did I think that demographic was 12 to 18. For My Hero, I agree in the beginning it was 12 to 18. As things have been shifting, I think that the targeted demographic has been also maturing. Can the 12 and 18-year-olds still enjoy My Hero when they get into it? Of course. But I think the tone shift has shifted to 12 and 8, beyond 12 and 18 to maybe 16 and 20. Like, all right. And then for One Piece, for example, I think the targeted demographic of 12 to 18 is it's the same since the very beginning, and that's why I criticize Oda. I say even if you started reading One Piece when you were 12, you're over 30 now.
Yeah,
So and that's why I criticize Oda in One Piece.
Why do you criticize Oda for this, man?
No, hold on.
Let me finish.
Finish.
Let him
Yeah,
finish.
sorry, my bad.
I know there's a
Nobody
lot
else
of One
cut
Piece.
off Rex.
I know a lot of there's One Piece fans in this area, but the reason I criticize Oda is for that is because the themes, like yes, it's dark at times, yes, stuff happens, yes, there's some deep themes, but you could tell for the most part, One Piece is still like this sunny, bright-eyed show that hasn't really progressed. I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but there's so much more that can have gone into One Piece if Oda would have matured along with this. It doesn't seem like he acknowledges that his audience has aged. And I think the reason for that is because of how big One Piece is in Japan. He doesn't need to acknowledge that they've aged.
Yeah, I definitely agree with One Piece. I wished One Piece would mature because I have to admit that the humor is just getting so childish. I hate it.
Oh, what is it?
Anyway, what I want to say is that I definitely agree that within the shonen genre, there's definitely a lot of wiggle room and a lot of gray area. There are definitely genres that are more targeted towards maybe really specifically like the far edge of 18-year-olds. And there are definitely also shows that come out in Shonen Jump where you think like, is this still shonen? But I definitely don't think MHA is not one of these. MHA when it started was extremely childish if you actually look at the themes. Like we were talking about bullying in school, we were talking about teenage children idols, dreams, it was very, very young. Like when I first watched the first few episodes of MHA, I would say that a 12-year-old, that would have been perfect for 12 to 14 years old, and maybe at a point where even as a 16 to 18-year-old would have said that it's actually not kind of it's cool because it's superheroes, but am I still interested in a story about junior high bullying? So, and then it only but it did mature. I have to admit. Now that I think about like the progress of the story, like second season it brought in the family drama with Shoto. Third season it very much focused on redeeming the bully, which is something which I think a 12-year-old, 14-year-old would maybe not be that easy to understand if you now have to watch your bully and not just like the villain, but have to redeem him suddenly.
They also
that's what I.
There's also the whole sociological aspect of the League of Villains' entire plot that people keep missing because they're either like kids or just don't have a lot of experience with life. But
I see 20-year-old doing that. I don't think that has anything to do
with it. That's why I said they're either kids or they don't have enough experience with life.
Yeah, but the thing is, I think
that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at, though. I'm like,
acknowledge is that I still think that I don't think the target audience shifted now to 18 to 25. I think it's more like now at 15 to 20. I think that is where we're at. And I also think that the most readers are young, and Horikoshi has to acknowledge that his readers are young.
So
I disagree.
Wait, time out.
if your story moves way past your actual readership in terms of age, that doesn't really help you. So
That's not gonna
the
happen,
editor
though.
will definitely try to keep it, even if Horikoshi maybe wants to go mature, his editor will try to keep it within the bracket of people that actually rate the story, which there are a lot of 14-year-olds who read.
So here's the thing.
Oh, sorry, you're gonna go ahead.
You guys have to understand something very important also, though.
What is that?
It's a marketing term.
I know that's why I said that the demographic doesn't matter in the first place. I'm saying that's what I've already understood. I'm acknowledging this. I'm acknowledging that the demographic is not important as people think it is.
That's what I'm saying. Like the themes of the story though aren't bound by the demographic either. Or like
no, but I'm saying the editor will try to keep it within this marketing term because that's
I raised my hand.
I had my hand raised too, and they'll ignore me. They'll ignore me.
Yeah, people keep cutting people off. That's the problem. Like people won't stick to this. So just stick to it. Right?
I raised my hand.
You don't raise your hand. I don't see your hand.
There. I clapped in my hands.
Here, East, go.
Okay. All right. Back in as the referee to check the timestamp. We've been going over this for about 15-20 minutes. So I think it's time to make our final.
No, I like this argument. I like this
also,
conversation.
No, we're gonna go on. We're gonna go on forever, high key. So it's good. It's good to leave it.
Yeah, because I only brought it up because I thought that I don't think killing of all the heroes is strictly speaking necessarily, considering that I think within this story you can very much make a dramatic shift with just 5 deaths.
There's not a lot.
I like this convo too. I just check the chat and see what they feel because after a while they'd be like,
we're just gonna move on. So
yeah,
like
what our audience doesn't like it. Let's move on.
Man, y'all folded to the pressure. Fuck them kids. Let's continue.
We were just talking about like audience. It doesn't matter. It's just like a marketing term.
Y'all listening to the editors.
Well, that's my thing is that like the marketing term that gets slapped on a book means nothing for what the author is actually writing.
I just love like the sudden shift from like marketing. That doesn't matter. Like what our audience is like we're talking about.
My whole point before we get off of this was this. My whole point was that I don't think demographic matters. A good example of that is the fact that Demon Slayer's main audience was 40-year-old women. So I don't think that.
Wait, is that who ended up buying the most?
Really?
Yeah, that's who bought it the most. 40-year-old
That makes sense. Oh my god, it makes sense
even
now.
if they bought it the most, doesn't mean it's a target audience.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's literally my point. That's literally my point. I'm like, it doesn't matter.
Wait.
Change the course of the story because they realize we have so many female fans.
Wait. What? I didn't finish Demon Slayer, but
don't do it.
No. There's nothing about the story that would give you this impression. It's just for some reason they gravitated to it the most.
Well,
so cougars are reading.
I just wonder if an author, if he realizes that I want to write for boys, and now a lot of girls buy these stories, if they subconsciously change what they're writing about. I wonder about.
So typically, if that were to happen, the editor is going to typically try to like. What?
Young Justice specifically is a show that got canceled because it wasn't hitting the like 12-year-old boy demographic like that, but it was actually really popular with girls because of Miss Martian and adults. So like sometimes editors or companies will literally be like, the wrong people buy your manga. This is actually talked about in Bakuman.
Yeah, I was just about to bring that up.
Literally like if you wrote a manga that girls like, we would still cancel it.
Yeah, like the thing is you have to pretty much, if the target audience is not consuming it, then the thing is, it makes perfect sense that way because and from a business perspective, it makes a lot of sense because of the fact is, at the end of the day, they think to themselves, if our audience is for young boys. So that means at any time, once this ends, the girls are just gonna drop the whole shit anyway, but the boys will keep buying it. So if you have to get the boys, if you pull the boys in, they'll keep reading it even after the shit ends, but the girls won't.
Yeah,
so that's not sustainable business.
This is how you get new buyers. The thing is, if you
I get no. I get it. I get that that's illogical.
So
I'm saying that's how business.
Because imagine you sell your stories within chapter by chapter, and within these magazines where you have like multiple stories in one book. Like if you have all the fans of MHA and Attack on Titan and whatever is in this magazine, they will buy this. And then the girls would watch Demon Slayer. And if they cut out that, then they just lose these people. It's not like the other people will buy more magazines because now there's one story more that they like. They would still buy just the one.
No, I get it. No. I get what you're saying. Like, and you're right. But the thing is, that's not how executives think.
Like companies are literally executives are out of touch with their actual market.
Yep.
They
Yeah,
just
that's
get
how it
the credit
works.
for being like the top at the top.
Yeah, like so even if they barely did anything, as long as it was successful, they can say, "Oh yeah, it was all me. I did all this work. And I put all this work."
I want to touch on that point. I want to touch on that point because if niggas were really in tune with the market or what's hot and what's not, then we wouldn't be having half of these shitty ass anime. We would, I guarantee you, like some of the series that need to actually be legitimately animated and with the right quality and the right sets of like skills, or some of these animes would not be as trash as they were. I promise you, these niggas like because some really good anime stories are just trash because of the anime. But if you read the manga, it's a completely different thing than that.
Yep.
Blame the production companies, 'cause they don't want to pick it up. They don't pick it up, so they don't like hire a studio to animate it. And when they do pick it up, they give it to some studios that aren't really made for it. Like for a good example, such as Tower of God to TMS. Tower of God should not be with TMS. TMS is more of a science of logic.
I don't even know why they tried that shit. I don't know why they tried that shit, boy.
Power Guy and Got a High School both trash.
No, Mappa, hold on, bitch.
Hold up, bitch. No. Mappa was good.
Mappa was a
They
great
just said fuck God of High School. They just said fuck God of High School.
No. They said the same thing about Tower of God. The problem is it's Crunchyroll. Crunchyroll doesn't know how to pace webtoons because at the end of the day, Mappa doesn't decide the pace. No, the animation studio never makes those decisions. They're like contractors. They get contracted to do a certain amount of episodes and to get to a certain point in the story. They don't have no control over that. That's literally the production committee's decision.
Wait, I didn't say anything about the anime studio. I just said Got a High School and Entire Guy was trash.
Yeah. Did you want to be attention to the conversation we're having? Fuck you.
I just had to let y'all know they were both. Bro, I was so hurt. Like,
fuck you.
I just want to say this one piece about God of High School. Out of everybody that was like, I was the most hype of reading God of High School because I started reading it like 6-7 years ago. So I was like, oh, this is it. We're getting God of High School anime. I've been wanting this. And then the first episode, I was like, all right, well, I see how this is going. I said, but you know what? Maybe I'm just being a bad sport. By episode 3, I realized where it was going. It was too fast paced. They didn't do a lot of backstories. They didn't flesh out the characters like they did it. Like, God of High School get a bad rep of just being purely meathead, but the reason why it's so good is because they got done with all the stuff that you need to do to like make all the fights interesting. They got all the emotional stuff out of the way, but they didn't even do the emotional stuff in the beginning. So it was just like pure action, and I was like, okay, well, this shit is trash. Oh well.
Look, no. They fumbled the bag.
Alpha, you better stop playing me.
Animation-wise, they did their stuff, but story-wise, they really said fuck them kids. Fuck them.
Legitimately, I recommend people read God of High School. Mugen Park is actually one of my favorite villains.
It's not happening. I'm sorry. It's not happening.
Bro, it's actually like it's so much better when you read it.
Yes.
Yeah, like the first chapter alone,
I'll put it like this. I went on with Tower of God, even though I already read it before I watched it. I could feel I would have probably wanted to read it after it ended. I don't have that feeling.
All right, so look, BG, let me tell you.
And even let me say this. The Tower of God anime isn't that good either.
Let me just say this with God of High School specifically because I really
you can read it online, Annalisa.
Yeah, but I'm not the biggest fan of Tower of God, but with God of High School, I will say this: the first 10 chapters of God of High School, because I went back and looked, are completely different than the anime. Like completely different. Like the first 3 chapters are each main character's own respective chapters just for themselves and their backstory and fleshing them out. The first 3 chapters are simply just that. And there's a lot of stuff that they missed out. Like I'm telling you, I promise you would not be disappointed.
Yes, I swear to you, man.
I think the big disconnect here is the fact that I read the first chapter. I don't really care about Jin. And maybe I didn't really hook me. I don't care about Jin.
No, the Jin Mori.
It's one chapter.
At least I've been on the line webtoon app. That's what it's literally called, line.
I'll put it like this: there's a fuck ton of pages in these chapters. So I read that one, and I'm like, okay, this isn't hidden. So yeah, I'm just going. Yeah.
Man, you know what they're gonna do for Noblesse?
Wait.
You know how they're gonna destroy Noblesse?
Noblesse is fucked before it started. To be honest, I heard about that.
I already read the first like couple chapters of Noblesse. It's not gonna work as an anime. Like the first 2-3 chapters are no.
The reason that's actually the big problem. The reason it's not gonna work as an anime is because they said fuck the first arc. You've
Yep.
already seen the first arc in the OVA 4 years ago.
Yes.
Nigga, what?
Yes.
Literally.
So if you
I'm
watch,
oh,
now let me tell you
I haven't
what's so
seen
funny
it
about this.
OVA. Sorry.
Let me tell you what's so funny about this.
That.
They covered the first arc in 30 minutes, and they're saying that's good enough for you to just start the second arc with the anime.
Why?
Okay, so
And do you know who produced the first? Do you know who produced the OVA?
who?
Crunchyroll.
All right.
All right, now let's see how many times we could fuck up an anime and waste all our money and talent. Like my nigga, you literally wasted money, bro. Like what?
don't
They
like,
didn't
know.
waste
I
money.
don't
No,
know.
hold up. They didn't waste money because at the end of the day, while they weren't good, they still got popular enough. They're gonna keep making them.
This is my point. This is my point in the case that like niggas be wasting money. Like, yeah, you could blame the studios and however the animation can be and stuff like that. But bro, in the long run, in your mind, you got to think, why would you just throw a popular series with no like consideration as to the studio to match that? Like, you don't throw any consideration into that because if let's say Kaguya, let's say Love is War went to another studio, like a studio like had like a what's it called? 7 Deadly Sins season 4 type like animation, like garbage,
Well,
instead of the high quality from the studio it has. So it's like, bro, you can make more money in the long terms if you were to actually care about a series that's popular enough.
Right.
And then for it to grow, literally, Kimetsu no Yaiba, had it went to another studio, it would not have that the same boom as it had with Madhouse. I mean, not Madhouse, but
Affordable.
fucking Ufotable. So I'm like, bro, think about a popular series. It jump. It's a top 10, or like even Kingdom, for example. Why would you throw that to just some trash ass studio? For
Yeah,
Do you know
just
what's so
for
ironic about you bringing up
Like,
Kaguya
it's
and Seven
definitely-
Deadly Sins?
Hold up, the guys get you're talking over each other again.
No,
One.
I was just gonna say, you know what's so ironic about you using Kaguya and Seven Deadly Sins as examples?
They both got pawned off.
No, because Kaguya is animated by the studio that did Seven Deadly Sins first.
See,
Wow.
that's
So
funny.
that's why I
That's
found that
wow.
to be a funny comparison.
So that's studio did season 1 of 7 Deadly Sins, right? 'Cause
No,
season 1 and
season
season 2
one
were
and
high
two.
quality. Yeah, because season 1 and season 2 were high quality.
Well, the thing is, I was getting at was that, well,
They were bad at
I would slightly touch on that. That's not their fault, actually. That's not their fault. The thing is,
I know what happened with 7 Days since the last season. Like, you know, that whole
It's
shit,
just
but-
still tragic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
it's tragic, but I'm like that one is not a situation of them that's not giving a fuck. It's a situation of they made a shitty ass movie that cost them a fuck ton of money. They said this shit ain't worth it. Do it to the wayside,
And so,
somebody had to pick it up.
The thing is, it's really
okay, so one of the things that I just want to say, like this is in general, a reflection of what we were talking about with executives being out of touch though, because the movie didn't do well because the movie had nothing to do with the fucking story.
Yep.
I don't know about that because look at the Bleach movies. None of them have anything to do with the narrative. They're still good.
But
They're
like,
funny. Same with
people
Naruto.
don't care. Like people have cared less and less for those kinds of movies unless they already have giant fan bases.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
would you not say the Seven Deadly Sins had a big fan base when it was like top 5 every year?
Not like OP, like
Oh,
not like a lot of these, like not like DB or like like we gotta. I've been trying to get y'all back on My Hero for a while, but like we keep like cycling.
Let's
over
do it. Let's
webtoons
do
and
it.
I mean, we just having like, is the audience not liking it? The discussion?
stuff.
I
Correct.
mean,
They wanna get
it's
back-
okay, but yeah, we way off topic. Let me ask this then. So, what's one? Anaki, how do we phrase it again? The takes. You said what was it?
Oh no, I said like if people really wanted to have a big argument, we're gonna start having battles of the bishops. But then
No,
like,
not that.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
hold on. What's that about? What's that about?
Okay, it seems interesting, man.
All right,
Yeah, that
so
sounds interesting. What's that about?
all right, so look. So the Battle of the Bishops, it would have been really good to do it here when Dustin was here, but like Dustin be too busy trying to just like pop off on anybody and everybody.
Yep.
So that didn't work. But like, let's say Rex and BG going at it. Y'all two specifically are the ones I think about the most.
Oh my god!
Because you're way less toxic than you're not like the Zoro Sanji though, so like it's fine. Let's say one of these things come up, y'all start arguing, and I'm like, you know what? This argument is getting goofy.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all gonna do then is each of you will leave the call for 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Prepare your case like a speech.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna flip a coin,
yeah.
and then one of you goes first, and then the other one follows up. You get like a quick rebuttal phase. You don't cut each other off. One of you gets to be like, all right, I'm gonna like, this is what I got to say about that. The other one gets to say like that about that, and then you'll have your closing statements.
Great, bring back the debate.
And then I'll drop the poll on Twitter, and they'll decide who was spitting and who was doing blasphemy.
Oh shit!
Bring back the debates. I love it.
So what? Some moderated debates.
Let's go.
I say Ian said we should cut down the time so that the heatedness of people don't cool off, because usually everybody knows the series, so they have their points ready to go. Because if they're ready enough to cut each other off, they're ready enough to have their statements. So I say, so Ian was like, we should cut the cool time down.
Yeah, like just send. Yeah, so like maybe like send you out the chat for like 2 minutes. We'll keep talking. You guys come back in. We'll figure out who's going first. Boom. Make your cases, and then that way we don't have to have to have like super intense high like cutting each other off arguments. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The only issue with that is that I'm gonna lose every time because niggas hate me.
No. Because the other rule is going to be this: when you listen to these arguments, you are focused on the validity of the argument, not how you fucking feel about the topic.
Is that possible?
Oh,
yes.
no.
Possible.
Yeah,
That's
I
not
know,
possible.
but I mean,
That's not
this is
possible. People are
not a
stupid.
case where we just choose a topic from one. This is a case where we have our heart in the discussion.
Well, that's why they got to leave the call, get 2 minutes to recollect, come back in, bring out the technical, you could, you don't have to care about the Twitter opinion. It's just like a quick way to do it, like for anybody.
Let's do it on Discord.
I'm not going to set up a straw poll like that. I don't like that.
Let's do it on Discord. It'll be quicker.
No,
I can't. I don't think I'll be able to do that today, but yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
No. It's just whenever it happens, but I don't think cool. I think we got all our big battles out for today.
But yeah, I'm not saying we do this today.
Did we?
I wish you would.
I could come on more.
Anyway, I love it. Bring back the debates. I'm all for it.
I wish you would have done it
Rex,
with
what did you
some
say?
of the Bakugo stuff with Dustin.
You know what? You know what? Speaking of which, since I want to see what people got to say. So, honestly, what's the way we framed it? Like, you said we wasn't gonna call hot takes about MHA, but
oh yeah, I said we all should because I said what I said was I don't have any hot takes. I just have unaccepted revelations or something like that.
Yeah. So for me, I'll go first. I'll go first.
Takes about what about the chapter?
It's just in general, like something you think. But people probably not gonna see this and I'll be shocked at your opinion. Like for me, my thing is I don't really be fucking with Jill like that. Like she cool, but to me she be kind of as now she's really cool. But before I kind of found her a little bit more on the annoying side. Like I fuck with Dinky more than her, but sometimes she kind of got
I didn't understand any of these names.
Jiro.
Right.
Jiro.
Okay. You don't like Jiro?
That's a hot take.
She cool. I just don't be feeling her like
that is
a lot of
a
other
hot take.
people do.
That is a hot take. Yeah.
That's really a hot take,
So,
man.
East is not a hot take. I will double down with you. Get Jiro out of here.
Where's Tarnish at?
I'm joking. I'm 100% joking. I just like being a controversy.
The only hot take I think I have is that what is it? Class 1B is great and they need to stop being slandered.
That's not
It's
even
not
a hot take.
That's just
That
facts.
would be a hot take.
But
It would be a hot
it's
take.
not a hot take,
Hold on.
Let me
finish. That would be a hot take in this community because a lot of people, even after joint training, a lot of people were like, "Class, all this proves that Class 1B isn't shit." Which, when I read that whole arc, my point was, and I was always, that this arc is going to prove that 1B they're not in 1B because they're less. They're in 1B because they just can't fit all 40 niggas in one class.
Yes.
Like literally.
That's what it always was. It was always
No.
Hold up.
I give credit to the community though, because they didn't know this because of the fact that we're not fucking Japanese and we don't have class systems like this, so we don't know.
No, in Belgium we get classes like this. That sometimes when you're too many for one class, you just don't you have that?
No, we don't have that in America. Fuck no.
No, you don't have that in America.
Let me draw back real quick.
Because the thing is, hold on, I was gonna say this real quick. The thing is, because I understand in other parts of the world, classes, the teachers are the ones that rotate out, not the students. But in America, the students are the ones that rotate out. The teachers stay in the same class. That's why we don't have this.
And our rooms are assigned by there's just you go to room 205.
Yes, we get the same thing in Belgium, but you get different classes because I was with you can have when you get one option like science, and you can have two different classes because you're too much students for science. We will rotate rooms, different rooms, because in class you just travel to the whole school to go to different classes, you know.
Well, yeah,
So
but that's what we do. Like the thing is, we don't have it to where, oh yeah, it's too many people. No, we have like 4 or 5 teachers for the same subject, so we just go to those different teachers.
And then in Japan, they like just kind of come into your classroom and teach you.
Yeah.
We had that too in the beginning.
That's why a lot of people at least when they were watching MHA and they saw 1A and 1B, they're like, 1B. Oh, these niggas must be bitches.
Oh no!
Beast that
Really?
bitch.
we have this too, that we have classes 1A, B, C, D at least all through.
That's how it is, though.
Until the last few classes, when you get to choose your own subjects, and every student just goes wherever they want to go.
Also,
Let me
Up until then, we have
clarify.
classes 1 to B, C, D, E, whatever.
Let me clarify something, because Tarnish and De La Cruz and cover that be real quick. I don't hate Jiro. Let's get that straight right there. All right. I don't really hate Jiro. All right. I just wasn't vibing with her. Even the culture, she cool or whatever. Like culture festival, I started feeling her more and more. And then it's just like, now I she cool. I kind of fuck with her. And just for a long time, I was really not vibing with her. She was more so annoying than anything. Because I was a stand of Kaminara. And she was just like, she getting kind of on my nerves. Like when I was reading the light novel, she was like, she was her self-consciousness kind of like leaks on the others. So it's like when she don't feel confident, she don't think something that right. It's just that she kind of downs us. So she didn't feel comfortable at Momo's mansion when they were going to study, right? Because Momo's rich as fuck, like dumb rich. Like I'm talking about like millionaire fucking damn bazunga zunga rich. So she's like, so she was in front of Momo's mom, and Momo's mom kind of gave her this look, and she feels kind of weird, and she's like looking at herself and her rockstar outfit, feeling like out of place, and then she tries to like kind of go at everybody else a little bit because she's insecure. She's like, well, we shouldn't be acting like this, this, that, and other. But the truth of it was, Momo's mom really loved Jiro, and then she had a friend like her back in high school. So it's like, it's just some of the stuff she did that I wasn't vibing like that, because I always loved Kaminari more, and like. She would bully Kaminari and she'd be getting away with that shit. I'm like, man, this whole will stop messing with my goal right here, right now.
Yeah,
but she's a great character.
All right,
wait. I just want to like point out some takes that we got in the chat after this real quick.
No.
Because Microburst 221 said Kotaro is the best father.
The best. Are we talking about the best of the three of or the best of all?
We already had this conversation.
Can you ask to elaborate whether he means the best of the three we've talked about or the best of all? Because I mean,
who else we got?
We've already
I think
had this
Bakugo's
conversation.
father is better. I'm sorry. Jiro's dad is definitely better.
No, he's not. He doesn't do shit.
Jiro's dad?
Jiro's dad is great. Jiro's dad is
good. He's pretty good.
No, Bakugo's dad is a bum.
Yeah, he's a bum, but I think he's better than Kotaro, right?
You see Bakugo
dad.
All right, so we got to stop this narrative that having a good heart means you're a good parent. Bakugo's dad is a pushover and lets Bakugo go do whatever.
Yeah, but I think he is a better parent than Kotaro still.
Hell no. Hell
yes.
Actually, no. Nope. They're about the same for me.
Really?
Really?
Because I read childhood development psychology books, or I have done it, and I recognize that like even if Mitsuki means well, the way she goes about it is kind of bad for Bakugo.
Yeah, okay, Mitsuki.
Because like if you want to like, for example, if you want your kid to work on the things they're bad at, instead of undercutting what they're good at, you talk to them about what they're bad at.
Yeah.
And she chooses to attack what he's like the one thing.
Yeah, I get that. What's his name? Masaru is not the greatest for just letting her do.
So yeah, like so he just like sits there and lets that happen. And he's just like, oh, like okay. And it's like, dude,
Family's a lively bunch.
Shout out for you guys.
No, really,
what parents do we have?
Jiro's father is maybe the best dad. Like if we
don't know him, I mean we haven't met him. Right?
Ultra parents.
It's the same argument that we used about Kotaro though. We don't know him, but we know what we've seen.
No,
so
but we haven't seen anything of Jiro's parents.
We've seen how we have. We've seen
how we did see Jiro's parents.
I remember we saw the mom, but I don't remember the dad.
The dad's the one that was talking. The dad was the main one talking.
Yeah, he was the one who telling her like, yeah, if you want to follow your dreams.
Oh, Jiro, I was thinking about Momo for some reason. Yeah, Jiro, I think is good. Jiro's dad is good.
Ochako's got good parents too. They were like, she was like, I want to help you not be broke. And they were like,
Yeah, I think we
no,
also
nigga, if you
Froppy's
don't
parents.
focus on enjoying your life.
You don't get out there and have fun.
Now you know one of my funniest scenes from MHA is when Ochako got home and her parents run at her like wild dogs.
Yeah.
That's such a heart attack.
And they have to poke her eyes back in.
Yeah. No, Ochako parents may be the best set, like the best, like
Yeah,
just
the
dual
best set of-
parent.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
like-
best set of parents for
The
sure.
best dads are Jiros and Ochakos, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think also from what we've seen that Froppy's parents seem alright. We have only seen like 1 or 2 panels of them.
I've never
Koda's
seen them talk. I
parents
can't talk
actually
about
also
their
seem
parents.
alright.
They seem like
I've never seen them talk.
They seem like a representation of people who like work hard, and have to let a lot of to their kids, you know, because the story of Froppy, she said that she was taking care of her brother and sister like she sees a young child, you know, because her parents work a lot. So yeah.
Yeah, like
So-
I can't speak on her parents because we don't know shit about them.
What
We
about
know that-
Oyama's parents?
Yeah,
We did
no,
see
no.
them, right?
So I think they're not. I don't think that they are the best parents because the way that she was working for. I am somebody. For my home, I was learning to take care of my brother and sisters. You know, so the way that sometimes my life was, it was also difficult for me. And Foppy, she's like cold. She's a kind of cold type of she's a frog, so expressing feelings is not easy for her. I think so. I think
Because
that
she's a frog.
Actually, no. This is
I mean,
completely off topic. This is completely off topic. But I have a question to you,
Okay.
Arthur.
Okay, yeah.
You always say "ale." Is that like you saying
I think that's French for Ale.
Is
No,
that what you're saying,
Now is like a word that we use in my just when you're thinking, like when you're
Yeah. It's you saying
Yeah.
It's like
Mhm.
saying
Or is
it's like in Japanese. It's like in Japanese instead of saying you say "ano," stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't-
right.
Yeah, but
that's
I
what
actually
it is.
I think it's French, right? It's Ale.
It's not
No,
only
no,
only
we-
French.
It is French.
It's
Yeah,
not
I
only
know.
French. It is more
Yeah.
thing that's when you even in Netherlands they use this, so it's more like a thing in our region that when when you're talking and you're thinking and you're still thinking and you don't know what to say, you say
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
yeah, for sure.
So I was-
Also, the
I
only
was kidding
reason
about that.
Isaiah was not the best dad is because he technically hasn't sired any of his own children.
Okay. You know what? Aniki, good segue, because now I want to bring this up. Who is the best stepfather in MHA? Who we
Oh, that's
talking about?
easily dad's eye.
You got
Is there
Gang,
another
you got
than
Gang,
Asao?
you got Gang Orca, Chisaki's father. You got Redestro. I think
Gang
we can keep
Orca.
going.
I
all
go
day
for
about who's the best
Chizaki.
stepfather.
I go for Chizaki.
Yeah, gang Orca for who?
Gang Orca for Bakugo on the stepfather for the remedial course.
That's not a stepfather. That's a mentor, short-term mentor for like half a day.
Yeah.
No, they was doing that
No.
over weeks. They was doing that over weeks. and
Half
doing
a
it
day
for
a
weeks.
week
Yeah,
for
they got
months.
weeks
Okay,
for
They were
them.
doing for
fine.
months.
Yeah,
They
they
were
were
doing for
actually.
months. It wasn't
Yeah,
just.
they
It
were-
wasn't just like
Yeah,
one
yeah,
day.
yeah. 'cause they started- 'cause they
but
started in
still not
August.
quite stepfather level in my eyes.
Yeah,
I mean,
me either.
they started in August and ended in December. So yeah.
All right, so in the chat we got Chisaki's dad, AFO,
Chisaki's dad was
AFO.
good. That's,
Yeah,
Fat
bro.
Gum,
Off.
Fat Gum. Fat Gum might be one for me.
no, but it's Aizawa.
Redestra with Gaten.
All Might may be one of the
Shit.
worst. All Might may be one of the worst.
No,
stepdads.
he ain't even in the pole. That nigga in the bottom of the barrel.
All Might
Yeah.
is the kind of dad that means well, but just endangers the child.
Yeah.
No. He's one of those dads that means well, he doesn't know how to express it. So he just throws all the
So
responsibility.
he's
on you.
Culturo. Oh, let's go.
No.
You said-
Because he just gets-
you said
All
Oh,
might ever hit Deku.
yes,
Oh,
multiple
yeah, he
times.
did
He
actually.
punched him.
I didn't even say that.
Bro, he almost broke his
Faded
spine.
that nigga. Bro, he
That's
faded
true,
that nigga
that's
after
true.
Kabuto. Let's not.
Bro,
let's
he
not- faded that nigga
smacked
after
Deku
Kabuto.
so hard he bounced off concrete and into a bus.
Oh,
Can
can we
make
talk
a
about?
nigga bounce off two hard objects?
I gotta say, with
Shout out to
how
the chat. We
bad,
got 85 watching right now. Let's go.
with how bad they beat up their children, and Devon and All Might are not that much different. Just that All Might has a nicer
Bro.
expression on his face when he does
Hold on,
it.
can we talk about that fight? Like just real quick. All Might went way too hard for no
He
reason
went
at all.
way too hard.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike
yeah.
is extra as hell, man. He's extra as hell. He
No,
goes
you know what?
100% to bed.
That reminded me of something. I've seen a lot of people reread Final Exam and say it's a 4 out of 10. I'm not seeing that. Do you? Y'all see it?
No.
Okay.
Who the
What?
fuck?
I
No,
haven't
not the
read Final
anime.
Exam
Not
in a
the anime.
while.
Not the anime. The anime. I think the anime fixed it, but they think the manga version is bad.
The manga version is not bad.
It's not
I
bad.
know.
It's
I haven't
good.
reread it. I haven't reread it in years, so I don't know what I don't know how it is. But
Yeah,
like
I
that
only
for
have
sure.
the anime in
I barely
I only
felt
remember
like it
that
was an
part.
arc though, so like that is something, I guess.
Oh, why do you say that?
Just because of how short it was.
Well,
Like in the manga, it ended up being like really short.
it's
And
like 10 chapters.
I don't know, like maybe it just felt short to me. I don't
You
know.
know what it was? You know why it's worse in the manga? Because I think the anime did do it better. It's because they were all going at the same time, whereas in the anime it happened
Yes.
right after each other. So it was like
Yes.
then we saw the people give commentary in the room about what's going on, and then we got like more commentary. Then it felt better because it was going on all at the same time in the manga. It was just like it was too chaotic. Then it was too short. Yeah, I agree that the anime
And
did
we
it better.
skipped some of
Yeah,
it.
the anime. I think that you consider the anime is better. I definitely agree with that. I'm not going to argue that at all. It's just
Yeah.
more like I don't think I would see with the manga version.
No, I wouldn't give it a
bad.
4 out of 5. I wouldn't give it a 4 out of 5. No.
No,
No,
4 out of
is it-
10.
yeah.
They say 4 out of 10, not 4 out of 5.
That's what I meant 4 out of 10. No, I wouldn't agree with that. I would give it like a 7, a 6 or
I give
7.
it a 6. It'd be a good 6.
Six
From
or
how,
seven.
from how, if what the reasonings they're giving are true, probably when I'm reading, you probably will give it a 6.
Final
But when I read it
exams.
the first time, I thought it was great.
Final exams is
could
kind
go
of
original.
like provisional license, except since it was shorter, you
It's
just got
better.
like you get like the Bakugo moment, and then you get like the Momo moment. So it's got like a bunch of quick little good moments, and then you just like go. But then you think about like, because like Mineta had a good moment in that.
The goat.
Yeah.
My hero.
Yeah.
My hero.
Go.
That's by the way my hot
Chill
take.
out, chill out, chill out. We're not pushing false agenda. We're not blaspheming.
What Coda say?
Whoa.
Hold on, what
Whoa,
Coda say? Boku no hero. That's how it was with Mineta. I was like, let's go.
It's
Oh,
actually my hot take that I don't hate Mineta.
I don't think that's a hot take anymore.
that's not a hot take.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
mean, I kinda
Not
like it. The
anymore.
thing is, everybody is like, since forever, like I want Mineta to go and Shinzo to come in. I never thought that. I always kind of
Okay, I do
I
like
want
that
Shinzo
agenda.
to come in, but I don't want to exchange him for
That's-
Mineta.
Yeah.
I like that agenda.
No,
No, man,
really.
Yeah,
See,
I will say something. Oh, okay.
my thing with Mineta is that I like the fact that he hasn't done anything like disgusting in a while. I
He's
just
growing.
need I need confirmation that that's like stuck. Like
He's
Yo,
growing
actually,
an
as a matter,
artist.
as a matter,
really-
as a matter of fact, let me chime in on this point too.
Mhm.
Somebody like had to. People like to paint the thing that like Mineta's just like he just gets he does all this shit, right? But at the same time, he gets repercussions or reprimanded damn near every single time he does it. Because I'm currently
Yeah.
rereading every single time he does some shit, he either gets told off or he gets smacked the fuck up or he gets put in his place. Damn
Yes.
near every single time.
he do.
The only like it's not like he just like getting away with all this shit and he's just
Yeah.
I grabbed your titty, you can't do nothing about it. No, he fucking gets slapped the fuck up, he get beat up, he get his neck snapped, turned around, reprimanded physically or verbally every single time.
Yes.
That's why I don't
Yeah.
agree with the narrative that I think like this is like, oh yeah, this is Horikoshi self-insert. Really? So he thinks he needs to get his ass whooped?
Yeah. No, what I don't
I mean, if
understand
it
is
were
Right.
Horikoshi self-insert, then yes, he would need that. But it's
also it's definitely Deku.
Well, it's
Literally.
yo.
It's Deku and there's somebody else. There's somebody else who Tamaki.
Oh, also one of the things that like this conversation made me think about the fact that you know that Monoma is one of the few characters based off somebody he actually knows.
Really?
I love Monoma.
Really?
Yeah.
He was like he literally said Monoma is like the only character that is like based off somebody I know.
And he's
I
the
kind
most
of hate that
ridiculous
guy.
character.
Like it was basically like, yeah, so like if you hate this guy, just know you hate that guy. It's kind of like how I took it.
So you're telling me that he's intentionally hateable.
No,
Yeah.
I like Monoma. Why
I
is
love
he-
Monoma.
I love
Very
Monoma too.
hateable.
That's what I was gonna
He's
say.
great.
One of our hot takes in the chat was Monoma top 5.
I love
I like
Monoma.
Monoma now.
Okay.
I
I
hate
mean,
him when he first
maybe
came.
maybe top 5. Who knows?
He'll never be top 5 for me. Fuck that.
No, he's probably not. But he. I think he might do with top 10.
He's
No,
the same.
not-
He's the same as
he's like top
he's
20.
the same. He's the same as Mineta for me because it's like, yeah, he be talking shit, but that nigga gets smacked the fuck up by Kendo damn near every single time.
That's why Kendo's best girl. That's why
or when
I
he
Kendo
be
is
really
best
talking,
girl.
love
or when he be
how-
talking shit, they be
How
like, "This nigga don't know what the fuck he's
loyal
talking about."
Monoma is to his class. It's
That's
really,
what I love so
what's
much
that-
about
what's
him.
that-
we're
what's that-
sitting here from 1A perspective, and he seems to bully them. But this is all friendly class rivalry. It's great. This is not like bullying. This is just friendly class rivalry. And the great thing is, if you have Monoma, who's really supportive to all of his class, that's not a bully. It's somebody who's like really.
Yeah.
He's not
Like-
a bully. I never thought he was a bully.
And
The
No,
Class
reason
but
I didn't
one
like
it's
him
great
until
because as
no,
far
the
as
reason I didn't like
somebody
him.
you'd want in your class, that would be Monoma. I'm sorry.
No,
but
no,
he
no, the
might
thing
get
is-
on your nerves.
The reason I didn't respect him until joint training is because the problem is that's all he was. His whole
Yeah,
character was
he,
essentially
you only got the meme version of him.
like you don't really he has no character besides fuck class A. It's class
But
B
you can say
time.
it about everybody.
That's his entire
class B,
character.
Yeah.
But the reason I
That's his
like
entire
that,
character. But he grew. But the thing is, that's what I'm saying. Like he actually grew in joint training. I've learned more sides of him. I learned why he is the way he is.
Yeah.
okay,
And
so
see, I can respect you now.
so the reason I liked him before joint training was because you know how we was talking about how people hate class 1B and they think they're useless. He is literally Horikoshi telling you guys, no, they are good. They literally literally class 1A just happened. It's
Yeah,
circumstance.
the problem was
You know
Monoma
why I
was
can't-
telling
you know
us
why-
that,
you
but
know why that-
Horikoshi
you know
wasn't
why that
telling us
doesn't work?
that.
Do you know why that doesn't really work though?
Cool. Why?
Even though he has a good quirk with his copy shit, it doesn't get a good showing because he still loses that race.
Yeah,
So
that's
it
the
doesn't
thing.
really. So it won't really make you think to yourself, "Oh yeah, this is really useful." He still lost, so why does it
Wait,
matter?
Wait, what?
That's how people saw it.
Yeah,
You
that's
see
the
it
thing.
like-
With
that-
Monoma,
like-
it's been
Wait,
like
guys, you're talking over each other again.
That's not what I'm
We-
saying. My whole point was that he is literally just the voice of, yeah, you guys may think we're trash. Me losing has nothing to do with that, but no, these guys are just as good as Class 1A, if not better.
No,
Because they
I get
weren't.
that. I get that though. But the thing is, you don't convey that if you don't show
Yeah.
it. You can say
That's
it
the-
all
that's
you
the
want,
thing.
but you don't show it. If I don't see any of them having these super OP quirks that actually, like, not me. This is not me talking. This is me speaking for like
Yeah,
how the community thinks.
Yeah.
If you don't show them having these like really strong quirks that can overtake Class 1A, then it makes people think that they're just an inferior version of the Class B. That was the narrative going around for a while.
Wait.
I was already convinced in
Like, the
Sports
thing is,
Festival. But the thing
I-
is, a lot of people don't see it that way. They saw it as, oh, they're Class B because they can't cut it with Class A. And then
Yeah,
I had to use
no.
the argument with joint training when we see recommended students in Class B. I'm like, that kind of destroys that argument right there.
Yeah,
But they
because
still didn't see
No,
that.
the thing
But
is-
they still don't see that because of the fact is, at the end of the day, joint training ended up being 3-1-1. So it's like, yeah, they still don't see that.
So
The thing is, I was for class 1 to 4 in class C, and for class 5 to 10, I was in class D. So I knew that letters are just letters and not
me too.
quality, because
Oh,
I
like I
was
said,
in
I-
classes that
like I
were
said,
lettered. And
I get it. It's just different education systems.
So I
that-
never thought that. But the thing is, it is really that Horikoshi for a long time has showed us characters that have then said that this class can't keep up, but he's never showed us. Of course, Monoma said that they can't keep up. In many ways, Horikoshi didn't say that they can keep up because every comparison that we had showed Class A coming on top. Of course, this probably mostly narrowed down to the sports festival. But it was just that the
Exactly.
showing of Class 1A was just way better than in Class 1B. Even of some random like Shinso, who wasn't even in Hero Class, was in the end better than most of Class 1A. Because, I mean, nobody in Class 1B made it into the finals. And if many of these of Shinso's puppets hadn't stepped down.
Yeah, the only people that made it in from Class B, I think, was Shiozaki and fucking Tetsu.
Tetsu. Yeah, and they only came in because these other two that I think Koda and this other guy from 1B that Shinso used stepped down. And if they hadn't stepped down, they wouldn't have been in the finals.
Yeah, it was Mines and Mines, who's the chubby dude with this power
Yeah,
scouter.
and Ojiro.
Ojiro.
So, but like one of the things that I think is worth pointing out though is that that's kind of like a fandom issue where
It is.
because you have people who are like, well, Momo didn't make any character progress because she lost in joint training. When the whole
What the
point,
hell?
yes, you have people who literally interpret
that-
Momo
that
as
is
not
a thing.
having character
That's a thing.
progress because she lost. So
Yeah.
somebody winning is not how you're supposed to interpret them being good. That's not necessarily what
No,
makes them
that's not what
correct.
the thing is. We
No, no, no,
didn't
no,
see
no, no,
anything
he's not
of them. That's the thing. I mean, the only one we really seen before the finals was we saw Tetsuya very short when he challenged the class, but we didn't really see much of him. And then before the finals, and then we saw Monoma throughout, kind of spitting big words, but then ultimately losing in the cavalry battle and then being cut out. And he was like the only one in class B who did much, and he was good. He was good. But really, if after the sports festival you had asked me, Klaus, about class
B.
1B, I would have said that Monoma seemed kind of strong because he at least somewhat kept up with Bakugo for a while. But the rest,
Also,
I mean, Ibarra seemed to have a good quirk, but that was it. That was it.
But I
I
also
agree
want
with
to
you. I
point
think
out.
the person with the best showing was Tetsu, actually.
Wait,
Okay.
but I also need to point out something important.
Yeah, go ahead.
The
Yeah.
premise of the sports festival specifically was introducing Shoto Todoroki, right?
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, who took out most of the people during the cavalry battle?
Monoma.
No,
Shoto.
Shoto. He actually iced over half the people.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
but he didn't take them out because you take them out by taking the headband.
Yeah, but like they couldn't move.
Yeah,
So like they were just stuck. My point though with that is that the reason why 1B didn't get to look as good is because we needed to highlight what makes Shoto so great. It wasn't like people say it's like a 1A showcase, but really it was the Origin Trio showcase. The 1A just got to ride along and be successful.
No, I agree. I know that there are reasons why he made it that way. For one, it is like we were still kind of getting to know Class 1A, and bringing all these Class 1B characters would be really counterproductive. Because let's be honest, by the time the sports festival came around, I could barely remember the names of all the 1A characters. So if you had then thrown 21B characters at me, that wouldn't really have helped. And secondly,
They showed their names so often, it was so hard for me to forget their names.
I mean, I'm good with names, so I ultimately remembered all of their names. But there were some like Koda and like Ojiro and like Sato, who at that point I had no idea what they were called. I mean, at this point, if they had thrown 20 more characters at me, I would have probably been able to remember some of them, but that would have been too early to get to double the cast at that point.
Sans would have been like Kaminari going, yay!
I think the most difficult name for me to remember was Hagakure's. I think that was the one I had the most trouble remembering.
I still call her.
Really, I never had problems because I don't know, the name just comes off the tongue so easily.
It's not so much that her name is hard. It's that I keep forgetting she exists. So I kept forgetting what her name was.
Man, I would like her to be the traitor.
I always forget
like
Ojiro. I don't know why.
I would like so bad that she becomes the traitor because she's so invisible right now, even in the story, man. Character-wise.
That's why that's why it would be ass. That's why she shouldn't be the traitor.
No, I know.
Who cares?
I know. I just want that she develops a little more because she's just like right now, she's just being the invisible girl, and I don't like it. Really, because right now we get even for Sato a little bit of thing that that's about people
he bakes like he does stuff for people like
so I mean I already know her personality.
Even in the movies,
I know.
Even in the movies, they show a little bit from everybody, and her, she's just staying there invisible.
No, actually, Hagakure, for a girl that is invisible, has a remarkable amount of personality.
She has like the most personality out of all the girls in the class.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, but she doesn't show. Like I said, because she's invisible. It is normal that she will act as the quirky type person because she wants to be known in her environment. That's a logical. There's a logical.
He already stopped the cap.
What?
Real quick, I just want to say, like, going back to like the Class 1B point, because I just really wanted to say this. At no point in the story did I think that Class B, and just from my opinion, was inferior to 1A. And like with the showing thing, it was like the reason why I didn't buy into that is because throughout the story, I know people like to say that, oh, this character said something that doesn't mean that like this is fact. But like when you have Monoma like so many times saying that we're equal, like at some point it's like it's got to dawn in your head like Horikoshi is putting this in the story for a reason. Hold on, let me finish. Horikoshi is putting this in the story for a reason, and people love portrayal so much. But I'm like, bro, in no series is portrayal the only thing that you ever have to go on, or the thing that is the most like in a shonen that's most
Yeah.
like statements are usually what is most said. And like when Vlad is saying it, when Monoma is saying it, when these people are saying it, it's just like, bro, at
All
what
Might
point
said it.
I'm
All Might
gonna
said,
put
hold
it
on,
like this.
real quick,
Yeah,
BG,
that's what I'm saying.
I'm not talking about you, and I'm not talking about you like right now. I'm just talking about the fandom as a whole. It's like, at what point in your mind, like, do you get it in your mind that, oh wow, they're equal? Like, and the only two people that are above them are Deku and Bakugo. Literally the only two.
Shoto maybe.
Above
Not
them.
even Shoto.
Stop,
Not even
stop the
Shoto.
cap.
Yeah,
Stop
okay,
the
but
cut the
Shoto.
cap. Cut the cap.
What?
Okay,
You
What?
know BG gonna defend Shoto. You
No,
know
no, no, no.
BG
Hold
Yes,
on.
cut the cap. Yes.
What's Mudman real name? What's Mudman real name?
Chozo.
Juzo.
Juzo. I would argue that he's
Juzo.
equal, if not better than
Yeah, he's
Todoroki.
equal. No, you can argue they're equal. I'm not saying that. I know you misunderstand. I'm not saying that. What is it? Class B has like a bunch of bums and they're not better than anyone in Class A. I'm not saying that, but I am gonna say that for the majority of the class, that Shoto, Bakugo, and Todoroki and Deku are above all of them. Yes.
Yeah, for the majority.
The only in fact, even Juzo isn't necessarily above Shoto either. The only reason he was able to do what he could do to Shoto is because Shoto has a problem of starting with his ice because it's just a habit. But he already said himself that if he would have started with his flames, he wouldn't know what to do about that. That's the thing. It's not so in terms of what their abilities. Yes, Shoto's above them too. He's even above.
Juzo is the Mudman. Juzo is the Mudman.
He's above Juzo. It's just the fact he started stupidly because that's just how he acts.
No, I don't know.
Maybe
If
it's
we
not
said,
Juzo for me.
Raise my hand.
What is it? What is it?
Well, for me, it's funny how everybody has these different like takes on it. I literally just seen it how I guess Horikoshi wanted to portray it because I watched the anime when it first came out, like the last episode. As soon as the last episode came out, I had just binged it like that day, like all on shit right before the summer started. So basically, the opening basically had the whole 1A as like, you know, showcasing with all the names on it. And I thought the opening was really fucking cool. But to make the point I'm trying to make is that I just assumed that was the main cast and that didn't make anybody else weaker. It's just he already got like 20 main cast characters. As you see now, there's a main cast within 1A and then there's side characters, but it's like you just seen that the first time, like, okay, these are the main cast of the first 20 students. So it's like I didn't think that anybody was weaker. It's just like, okay, you kind of focus on these people more than anybody else. Because in any series, even there are strong ass side characters, it's just like the main cast is kind of the main cast, and this shit was already big enough as it was. So as you go on and you see these niggas build rivalries in the sports festival all up through this bitch, it's like if you really watch it, like Kaminari, as soon as Kaminari busted out because Bakugo and Todoroki and everybody knocked the big ass machines down. Fucking as soon as Kirishima bust out his shit, yeah, Tetsu right there with that nigga. And you had other class 1B students here and there, like everybody's like going through the race. You see them here and there cleaning off each other, this, that, and other. Then you get to the fucking Calvary bout. I thought it was pretty obvious these niggas were equal because who was supposed to check Bakugo other than fucking Monoma pulling up, checking Bakugo, and everybody having their own little plans, this and the other. So I never thought anybody was like it's stronger than anybody else, even without Monoma saying that shit. But of course, he did say it.
I always knew that because I knew that there's no logical reason why 1A should be better than 1B apart from Katsuki himself, who was of course a top ranking student among those who had to do the test.
Yeah, he literally took first.
Yeah, apart from that, there was no indicator that for me that 1A would be better than 1B because I knew that those are just letters and that's it. So I always my frustration was that I never saw that they were equal. That for a very long time, all the way to joint training, and arguably maybe even during that, only when you started like pinpointing what every character did specifically, you could kind of see that they are mostly equal, apart from, of course, the big three who are maybe a bit beyond the others. I mean, of course, Chozo is also, but the others are all more or less one blob. But I was really frustrated that we never saw any of that, even in the arcs where 1B played a role, like in Sports Festival and then later in the summer camp thing. And but that's something that I have a problem with, like many stories where just I'm supposed to believe that a character that we never see do anything is supposed to be stronger than or just as strong as the main cast. But because my problem is that a lot of time that seems to that seems to then result into the ultimate clash being that, of course, in the end, the main cast will be superior. Not the entire main cast, but of course the main characters will be superior. So even if I was supposed to believe all this time that the others were equal, I never quite saw them as equal. And now in the final, they definitely are not equal. Like, it's a little bit like the Naruto situation. Like, for a long time, I was supposed to believe that the Konoha 9 were supposed to be like equal, if not stronger than Naruto, because everybody told me so, but they never were. And when ultimately we saw all of their
In
battles
Shippuden?
showcased.
You mean in Shippuden or in
No,
just
no, no,
regular
all the
Naruto?
time. Like during the Shonen exam, it was
Whoa.
always said like Naruto
Yeah.
is that these and these characters are probably. Of course, there's
Shino
some.
was
There's
above
some.
everybody. Shino
Yeah,
was
Shino
there are
above.
some, but we never
let
quite
her
saw
finish real
much
quick.
of
Let her
most
finish.
of them. I mean, we sometimes saw like something they did which was good, but we never quite. For example, Kiba was always said like Kiba is stronger than Naruto, and Kiba was telling Naruto he's stronger than Naruto, and everybody was saying Naruto is stronger than Naruto. Then Naruto won the first battle, and after that, Kiba never kept up. And in the end, we just saw that Kiba was like leagues and bounds behind Naruto. And all this time when we were told like Kiba started out better, that's just something I'm supposed to believe.
Well,
Because I
okay.
never saw
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Actually,
so here's-
can I add on? Can I add on to that? Can I add on to that real quick?
Are you agreeing with her?
Yes, I am agreeing with her because I was gonna say that that's like it's kind of like with fucking Kiba himself saying essentially like during the war that he's like, oh yeah, we're way better than you think we are. We're definitely like at this level. And then this nigga, instead of doing two heads, he does three mid. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. The thing is, you can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want, but the problem is, for me, like I said, I was already convinced, but I can say that you can say this a bunch of times, but if you don't have any credibility, why do I hear what you say?
Okay, let me.
When you brought up All Might is a good example of why I can believe it. But bringing up Vlad, I don't know who Vlad is, and you bring up, and he's also the teacher, so he's biased.
According to Roger, Vlad is the traitor. Yeah, Roger thinks Blood King Vlad is the traitor.
Yeah, I remember that.
All
That's
right,
actually
go
a popular
ahead,
theory.
Beach.
But I can understand why.
But I was saying like, yeah, because to me, Vlad comes off a lot like Monoma. Like him, Vlad and Monoma, like Vlad is like Monoma grown up. So I can kind of see why people wouldn't take his word either. They wouldn't take his word either.
So
but in terms of All Might saying it, that makes perfect sense. That's where that's a good argument.
So here's my issue with all of that is that, especially even just the Naruto thing, like I think My Hero has done a better job with this. But the reason why I don't take stock in Sam portrayal so much is because niggas live their own lives outside of the 1A class. Like they're not real quick. Let me finish. They let me finish. They have their own lives outside of 1A, and we've seen and like for the most part in the My Hero story, 1A has not moved the the scales of the world at all. At any point, really, like really at any point, like besides Kamino when they saved Bakugo. Other than that, 1A hasn't really moved the world in any one direction. So because of that, and now I know that 1A is more reactionary when it comes to like improving their experience. It's like villains attack; they just happen to be there. That's the reason why they have so much experience.
Yes.
For 1B. But listen, for 1B, Monoma, Vlad, both telling you this. And I know you'd like to say, oh, you got to show me this, but this is literally Horikoshi writing this on a page. Hey, this. You like they're living their lives outside of 1A. They're doing things that we don't see. That is cool because they're not the main cast. We do not need to see everything that they knew at any point in the series until they're absolutely necessary to be in the story. And I think that, and I think sometimes you have to take out of the I have to see it to believe it mentality. It's like especially like it's like a leap of faith. Like you have to be able to believe that, and like
I would like to say something after Rex.
Yeah, they're
use your hand. Just raise your hand.
Yeah,
I can raise my hand I can raise my hand. I don't know why.
Look at participators list.
Yeah. Like so.
They say just okay.
On the three dots to say more. Yeah.
Okay, so like yes, they're going outside of it, and then like with the Naruto thing, for the most part, up until Shippuden, the Konoha 9 was stronger than Naruto.
I can.
Like Kiba, in my opinion, Kiba. Listen, Kiba was stronger than Naruto. It was just
When?
Listen.
Let me finish because
during the fight, Kiba was stronger than Naruto. The only reason Naruto won was the nose thing. That was completely accidental. If that didn't happen, Kiba would have won. Point blank. Period. 2.
No, you're right.
Listen. Shino, Shikamaru, Rock Lee, Neji. like 10-10. All of these people I put above Naruto. Like the only reason that it just like literally the way that the battle system set up. If Naruto had to go against like Rock Lee, Neji, 10-10, Tamari, like all of these like characters, like I put above Naruto. It didn't start for me getting exacerbated until Shippuden. Like I could believe that the Konoha 9 was stronger than Naruto. Like before Naruto got to like fight Sasuke, I could make an argument like with Choji with the red pill could beat Naruto. I could make an argument that Neji could beat Naruto. I could make an argument that Kiba with the two-head Cerberus could beat Naruto. I can make these arguments because they've shown me things that Naruto hasn't shown me. And like Naruto has the Sengun and like the summoning jutsu, but like like those are like iffy situations. So like,
can I stop you right there? Can I stop you right there, right quick?
No. Sayas, raise your hand first.
All right.
Yeah, I think there are two things I want to say then. I think a clear rule in storytelling is that showing is always better than telling. And
yes,
you can say as often as you want that a character is a genius or super strong or super smart or super, I don't know, dexterous or has great agility or is fast. If you don't show it, at the end it's just flattery in a way. It doesn't count. There's no worth to saying a character is something if we never see it. That said, I don't think MHA is doing this bad. I think that Horikoshi did a good job with it because ultimately we did see it. I was very frustrated in the beginning because we never saw it, but then Joint Training came around and we saw it. So that's getting that out of the way. The other thing is with the aspect that they live their lives aside from the main plot. That is of course true that you have the main characters, they have their adventures, and the side characters, they are doing something else. The problem in this is that very often they are not doing anything. And you can see this in MHA with, there are a few examples here. For example, my most frustrating example is always One Piece, because we see Luffy taking out like super Shichibukai after Shichibukai, and then we see him challenge the Yonko and so on and so forth. And of the other supernova, maybe we hear that Kaido at some point fought against one of the Yonko and massively lost, and we see that Trafalgar, he became a Shichibukai, but they didn't do anything. Like, it's not like while we were learning about Luffy fighting 4 Shichibukai in a row or 3 Shichibukai in a row, we then read the newspapers and saw, well, Kid was doing this now. We never quite got that, which was why I always was frustrated with supposed to believe that the supernova are kind of a one generation, and of course they're not all on one level, but they're still kind of thrown in the same pot. And I always wondered why, because there's always Luffy in the newspapers and I never read anything about the others. And the same is kind of with MHA. It's to a lesser degree so, but it's like the Class 1A does USJ attack, 1B, I mean, they have classes. Class 1A goes to save Bakugo. 1B, where they have classes and they recover from the camp attack, which 1A was also there. Class 1A, the characters from Class 1A are involved in the, what's its name, in the overhaul arc. Class 1B, well, I guess they have classes. See, that's a thing that we don't really know anything that they're doing. Yes, we're supposed to believe that their lives go on, and they may have some adventures along the line, and they are of course doing their internships. But the thing is, these great adventures that Class 1A often has, Class 1B doesn't get this, and it's not like we are then told that Class 1B had this massive thing happening. No, it's always Class 1A.
Okay, so one thing I need to point out real quick that makes that like mildly disingenuous is that like we know that they are objectively taking these courses. Like this isn't like objectively, this is what they're there to do. Wait. So we also know that they would have spent the past 4 months getting to have adventures like 1A. We also know, and then like when you think about like the way Tokoyami was built up in the background, we were told Tokoyami was strong. We were told Tokoyami was going to have a good internship, and it took like 200 chapters to see Tokoyami actually really deliver too. Outside of sure, for his training arc, like his shadow went wild, but that's the shadow delivering. That's not Tokoyami snapping. So like the way I kind of look at it is that if we can see a character like Tokoyami progress off screen, and like Monoma can take quirks practice, and then like all of a sudden by JT be at 10 minutes per quirk, then there's a certain level of Horikoshi has already shown you that off-screen training has results and it's a real thing.
Yeah.
But
And,
I mean,
like,
the
That's
example.
what I mean.
with
That's what
the
they
example
have
you use, with the
training,
example
they
you,
have school training. But USJ wasn't school training. USJ was an incident that happened
But
in school training. Saving Bakugo was not training. That was the students doing their
okay,
own thing.
okay. Say this. All of the students that were in the sports festival got offers for like a weekly thing.
Yeah, you had internships, but that's
So
the regular
even
training.
1B would be doing that.
Yeah, that's what I say.
But
I
actually,
think
Even
after
1B would have
the-
had
actually-
options for work
after the
studies.
joint
Actually,
training,
I
that's what I
can,
said. Joint training was great, and after joint training, they more or less had the same. Because even after joint training, even 1A didn't do anything. We saw what the internship actually happened, but that was all regular internship. But the other stuff, like USJ, was not an internship, was not regular training. USJ was villains attacking 1A. This didn't happen to 1B. There's no correlating event that happened to 1B at this time, or that is even similar. There's no attack against 1B ever.
That's
1B
not how they're
is
said to
never
improve,
actually,
though.
no, actually, no.
Let
To add on to
I gotta
what
let
she was-
BG go though.
To add on to what she was saying, I was saying like the thing is, just because they had internship doesn't mean they actually did anything though. Because look at what you call it.
Wabami.
Yeah, like
Momo
look at
Kendo.
Momo and Kendo when they're in their little thing after sports festival. They were over here doing fashion lines and shit. Or we have what's his name again? Mineta. We talked about this last week. It looked like he didn't have fun. He did not really do anything.
I
Look
mean,
at
Mineta
Bakugo.
wouldn't have had fun
Hold up,
regardless.
but look at
And I
Bakugo.
actually believe that.
I no, you're not hearing my point. My point is that just because they had internships, we've seen that internships aren't the end all be all to you getting stronger, because they don't always just do like things that help you improve as a hero.
To
And
go
we
Not
against
know
that
always.
this
point,
for a fact.
to go-
We know
No,
this
no,
for a
no,
fact
no, no, no,
because
no, I'm saying-
Aizawa
no, no, no.
said that
Yeah.
this is special. This class in particular was targeted. This is something Aizawa said himself. This class was targeted by villains. They were attacked, and that will give them an advantage. This is not something 1B has. 1B
At
just
during
and
sports
no,
festival.
at internship.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. What I'm getting at is, yeah, when I'm saying like their experiences, they do have off-screen experiences. We don't get to see the late fruits of that labor, even for Tokoyami, as you pointed out, until joint training. Tell me, I think that, but like I said before, I understood. I had faith in what he said, but other people, I'm not going to blame
Yeah.
them for not believing, not understanding it, or understanding the hype.
All right,
They
so
haven't
this
seen
is what we got to stop
anything.
doing. We got to stop.
It's exactly what she said, which is it's show don't tell. So if
No,
you don't
we-
show me anything, I can't do that.
We got to stop
yeah.
giving the people the benefit of the doubt of being a dumbass. They're literally in the same course, have the same teachers, learn the same.
They don't have the same.
thing.
They don't have the same.
Listen,
teachers.
listen,
They have
listen.
the same teachers.
Yes, they do have the same.
But they
teachers. Just
don't have
different
the same experiences because
Yes,
one are
listen,
attacked by
let me
villains and the
finish. Let
others
me
are not.
Let
Let
him
me-
finish.
Let me finish. So literally,
It was my time, by the way. but-
sorry, Ponzu,
You're
let me
going
just-
to
let
go,
me-
Ponzu. Don't
Let
worry.
me just get this off. My point is, like the initial training, like the internships they had, were literally just for them to be babysitted. We saw that with Bakugo. We saw that with Mineta. The only people that got real experience was Shoto, Ida, and Midoriya. It's because of the stain incident, and that was not supposed to happen. So those initial internships was not supposed to happen. The overhaul internships, they have their provisional license, so they're actually going out there, they're doing hero work. So we know the class 1B students got the same thing. It may not have been on the scale of the overhaul arc, but we know they were also still doing actual hero work. Like just because you have this massive battle experience doesn't mean it's like them having the overhaul arc. I can still equate it to them fighting other villains. Like it may not just be this big thing where they almost died, but they still got experience. So if I'm taking the same class as this person, getting relatively the same experience, this person may have got USJ, but we all got the training the summer camp training arc or whatever. We all got that experience of fighting villains. We were all there. Tetsu, Kendo, they got that experience. They took out mustard. We all had this experience. So like what I'm saying is, it's not like just like One Piece or like Naruto where we say, oh, go off do your same thing. They're literally in school and they're taking the same classes. So at what point do you guys not know that they are keeping up with 1A? Like I just don't get it. It baffles my mind.
You're not listening.
Especially because they have better grades. But no, it's Ponzu's turn. It's Ponzu's turn. No, it's Ponzu's turn.
I was about to say that. I was going to say I'll argue against that, but I'll let Ponzu go first. Don't lynch me when I'm trying to be considerate.
Okay, so I can talk now.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, you can. Go ahead.
So, guys, we are talking like this about background characters. Okay, I understand why the thing about show but not tell, you know. So what I think about this, Hirikoshi didn't show properly in my eyes that in the beginning when we were shown the 1B in the tournament, he didn't show it properly because just when we were talking about since the beginning of the story, they're talking about four students who were like chosen for a special application. They were chosen to be in these courses, like Momo, Todoroki, and the other one are Tokage and Juzo. Guys, Tokage, she did nothing. Allez, she was facing Bakugo at his best, so we couldn't see something like why she's why she was chosen to be in the top 4 students to be there. So yeah, allez, I was waiting for these 4 students. I was waiting for them the whole time. I was thinking to myself, who are these other 2 guys? They show me Juzo. I was thinking to myself, okay, what can he do? I saw him swimming in the ground and doing his shit. I was thinking, okay, he's cool. Damn, I understand why he's in the top 4. Then I saw Tokage. Nothing happened.
Oh, you mean Satsuna?
No,
Yeah.
Tokage
Yeah,
is the
yeah.
Momo. She like they both were there for strategic reasons and purposes.
Yes.
And so like yeah, she didn't get to show like a major combat feat, but she also got stuck going against Bakugo.
Like,
Tokage is
No, I'm
just
sorry,
Tokage is
Satsuna was-
just when I
Satsuna
saw
was good to
Tokage,
me.
but okay, she can split it to different parts, but okay, but
Yeah,
just two of
exactly.
them.
so like
Exactly.
no,
Satsuna was mid.
It was said she was dirty. I was expecting something from her.
Like, she
No,
can
that's what I'm saying, like, that's what I'm saying.
wow,
I agree
24
with
different
Ponzu.
parts.
Okay,
Yeah.
guys.
So yeah, like I want to say, just Orikoshi is not perfect. Sometimes he says things, he doesn't live up to things that he's saying. That's
So
true.
there's something that I want to point out that Tarnish said though, which I agree with, which is that we don't need to see 1B do anything because we literally have too much shit going on already.
yeah, I don't
Yeah.
get
Like,
like
there's-
like
Oh,
this is
no,
my hold
no,
on, real
no,
quick, BG. This is my whole issue.
You just
with-
get a dislike right now. It's funny.
like no, like this is my whole issue with the 1B we don't see. Like it's like in the story, at what point can we do would y'all have put 1B action in? And then also like with the Bakugo and the girl that split apart, it's like it's Bakugo. He's better than everybody. You can't compare.
I was going to use that to
It's like-
say I was going to use that to say this. What is it? For me, the time I got convinced about 1B was in forest training. So I didn't need anything else. But I still wanted more, but I was
Yeah.
fine. I was satisfied.
Mhm.
But some people didn't take that. I don't know why they didn't take that, but like I said, for me that was enough.
The other thing that I'm going to point out,
That was them showing me that they are on the same level as 1A, rather than them having to tell me that. That's an example of me saying that yes, I need to be shown this, and they did. So
the
that's
other
what I
thing,
got.
though, that needs to be taken
Yeah.
out of like applied to when you think about what happened there is that 1A partially got buffed because they got attacked by a bunch of villains and learned fear. A bunch of members of 1B got KO'd at that event.
But they got sneak attack though. That wasn't their fault.
No, it wasn't their fault, but you definitely better believe they felt some kind of way about that.
Yeah.
You definitely better believe that like they had extra motive after that.
Yeah, but
Yeah, 'cause
that's,
I'm like,
that's what I
because I'm
mean.
like-
That's what
because
I
like-
mean.
Just to
Like, the
mention
thing
for
is, like,
Tarnish,
I had
Tarnish.
people like Kendo and Tetsu. Them getting in that fight with Mustard was great. That was a great showing to me. That was a
Yeah.
perfect showcase because
To
they got
me,
to show
like-
me that they're intelligent, that they can strategize, and they know, and they have the power to back it up.
To me,
So I
like
got-
that's kind of like how we get like Shoto and Momo moments. That's kind of like where the Kendo, like Tetsu, it's like he's kind of trying to show you using the star players of the class. Because
Yeah.
keep in mind, the only like part of the reason why Monoma lost in round 5 was because of the one for all mechanic. Like if
Monoma?
one-
Oh.
yeah, like the stacking mechanic, because he can't
Oh.
copy the stockpiles.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, because he tried
Right.
to steal his quirk, and he was
So,
like,
like-
"What the fuck is this?"
Like if he had stolen, like let's just say that one for all even worked at like 50% there, he probably wins just because he would have been like, boom, gotcha, bitch, finesse.
No,
like,
I absolutely agree. That's what I want to
So-
say. I think before that, what Rex said was very much not a counter argument to what I said, because you were kind of not missing what I said. The thing is, I absolutely agree that they have the same training. They have this, all go to internship. They probably have their own adventures during the internships. What I was talking about was much before the joint training, before the internship, the stuff that happens kind of irregularly to Class 1A, which is there's a lot of stuff happening here where Aizawa definitely said that these are things that will affect this class, which didn't happen to 1B. And in this case, I mean that in many ways, probably the summer camp incident, was in many ways Class 1B's with USJ. So like the one where they were attacked by villains and couldn't do much about it. And basically the Class 1B were wrecked. And it wasn't about Class 1B because the villains came in because of Bakugo and they were just more or less in the way. But it's this was in many ways their USJ incident, I think. But the thing, apart from that, it's just that this is not a hit against MHA because I think now he's really doing a good job of incorporating these 1B characters. But I think in general, when we have these side characters and we're supposed to believe that they are equal, and you can't show us that quite yet because you're not ready yet, then you have to give us tidbits that make us believe that they are equal, that are not just this character says that they are equally strong, but maybe something like you can say something has happened even without showing it, like just coming back from internship and saying like, wow, did you hear what happened to, I don't know, Kendo's internship? Did you hear what great thing happened? And that's all you need, just to say that he did something.
So part of the thing that I feel about that though is that switches out one problem for another, because then people are just like, well, show me the event.
Oh, off screens.
No.
Off screens.
Yeah, but then when we show that, when we actually get to showing them, then at least it will be at the point where people believe that these guys have been actually doing something and not just visited classes and doing internship the way they were supposed to.
The other thing is that if you think back to the way it was done in the manga, they added the filler episode for Sue where she takes out the smugglers. But like there's like scenes where they literally like just have their phones out. They're like, oh snap, you were in the news today.
Yeah,
So
that's all about
like,
1A. That's all about 1A. Like,
but like that's
Hold on.
I think
my point
his point
is that literally they're in 1A, so they're going to talk about 1A. Like it's like they're talking about their friends. Like, and I'm pretty sure the same thing happens in 1B. Like, oh, you was on the news, cool, but we don't get to see that because we're not in 1B.
But that's the thing. That's the thing. That's the point.
I know. I'm not saying
That's
that they
the point.
don't experience anything. I think I just say that we as the reader, we just have to give him like the benefit of the doubt and just assume that all these characters do something. Assume that he actually is going to show that all these characters are. We're just supposed to believe that something has maybe happened. We don't know, but at some point they can give up, and it doesn't really need much to just put in like if we see these articles about maybe they read an article about Kirishima making his great Red Riot debut, and maybe just above that we see the line about Monoma making his debut. That would have been something where we get a tidbit of this guy was doing something. And this doesn't take much. It doesn't take more than a panel to just get this in, that these characters are actually living their lives. But in many ways they are just there.
That's not gonna happen though.
That's what.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen, but I would prefer it.
It is
No, I know.
that
I mean, go ahead.
Okay, there's something that it is really something that that Horikoshi need to give more attention to it, so he can. It's something that One Piece does well sometimes. Some say it does. No.
One Piece? Well?
No. I was thinking about something else, and One Piece came out of my mouth. My mouth. Sorry, I was talking Dutch. Shit. So like I said. So yeah, I forgot the name of the series right now, but I know that sometimes they just say something about something is not happening, or what happened in another situations and place and time, and it has repercussion in the story later. It is something that Horikoshi sometimes forget to do this, because I think so. But like the thing about 1B that we are talking right now is because he doesn't do this. If he just had to say in the place, or you were in the news yesterday, you saw Kendo. I saw Kendo is in the news right now, or something else. It would change our opinion right now. It is something that he could just put, like you said, a panel. One panel.
Panel.
Yes.
I actually was going to argue against that though, because the thing is, at least that would work now, but back then that wouldn't work, because outside of fucking the filler episode, they don't really like to show kids without licenses saving the day. That's why we don't hear that. That's why Deku, Ida, and fucking Shoto didn't get praised for capturing Stain, and they gave the credit to like the hero.
Florian is there.
I know I'm about to send him the link. I keep forgetting he's not I thought he was in the Discord. Maybe I didn't give him Bishop yet.
You
'cause
didn't. He's in
never
the
on.
Discord. I think he's in the Discord. But yeah, it's like you also have to put in the context why Class B is not like on it. Like literally, just the overhaul arc, just that was literally the first time the students were out in the field. Really. So that's the only time it could have happened. And then like, but we had Night Eye death and everything. Like, is that really the time to talk
Dark
about?
Nation is hating
Is,
right
is,
now.
is that really is that really the time to talk about Kendo?
I was actually going to argue against that
Something
point
to
you made
talk
earlier.
about it.
Hold on. I was actually going to argue against that point you made earlier about they probably had similar experiences. I want you to tell me this though. It's as simple as this. Some experiences are worth more than others. That's a real thing.
Yes.
So if they don't have anything as big as this, because you said it might not have been as big as this, then that means the experience is not as this does not garner the same results because it's not as big as this.
I wouldn't say like this because you can learn for different situations the same thing.
Oh, yeah, you can learn. You can still learn from it. But the thing is, if one group is in a life or death situation, and that's their experience, and yours is there's some guys robbing a bank and I knocked them out in one punch. You think you're gonna have the same experience?
But like
That's the thing. That's the thing because
I'm not genuinely saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that that's me trying to use the point that it's just because they also had similar experience. I had experience fighting villains. If they're not at least in similar situations, they're not really. They can't really be considered comparable.
The only issue I have with that is anytime you're fighting villains, your life is at risk.
Yeah.
It might be true. Well, it might be true, but it might be true. Look at it like this: Deku almost was killed multiple times in that fight. If they're not, do you think that they were almost killed?
Who knows?
That's the point.
The thing is,
I can't say anything about that.
So my stance on this is this: it doesn't matter necessarily as much about how much on the court experience they have when you directly had All Might mention that they still made more actual improvements on their abilities and their fighting.
No, I don't think that counts.
Yeah,
I still think
no, because that's not appreciating technique. That's not appreciating technique, though.
No, I agree with what you said. I agree with what you're saying.
I still think these experiences are vitally important. This is something that Aizawa said, and this is also a thing where we also have a believable teacher saying something correct. And these experiences are important. And the thing is that if 1B had these massive incidents like USJ, even like overall, the things, if something so big happens, there is no way. I mean, just imagine something horrible happened to the next class next door. Of course you would talk about. And the very fact that we never talk about any of this seems to suggest to me that nothing
that is true, actually.
of USJ happens. Because let's remember the culture festival. The whole school was talking about the trouble that class 1A brings to the school specifically.
Okay, but what was the context? What was the context of the trouble they were referring to?
Katsuki's kidnapping in many ways.
Okay, so who was there for that?
Yeah, but it was also like USJ attack where the whole school was, of course, again.
But which thing made them have to actually what thing actually impacted them though?
Yeah, Katsuki's kidnapping, which
they were there for.
And
literally, USJ is the only thing we can really talk about because, like, if we look at like the overhaul incident, that's not all of 1A. There's 3 people from 1A.
But it's only one. It's four people.
Four. Okay, cool.
But it's only 1A characters, and the same thing with Stain. It's only 1A characters, and people talk about these incidents.
They did talk about Stain, I think. Yeah,
but they didn't mention the kids.
They didn't talk about this in terms of 1A, so I can agree with that. But the thing is, for example, something like overhaul. That's something that. Again, this affected the school because suddenly there's this little girl in class. You can't.
Nobody talked about this. Nobody.
No. They don't talk about overhaul. Overhaul is a secret.
No, they didn't talk about the missions, but they know that something happened because suddenly there's this little girl that was rescued by the entire class.
People don't know the details about Ari. Like,
but she knows that she was rescued by
But no, they don't.
They don't know how.
The thing is that doesn't mean much because that could essentially be like, oh, this dude had a knife. They knocked him out and they took the girl with them.
Yeah, but it means that something happened.
No, I know, but I'm saying it could be something completely very minor to how they got her.
Yeah,
it could be minor to major, so they don't
get
know
anything minor about what Class 1B did. I mean, tell me anything any of the characters in 1B did, and it's just something that I think, I think is something that we should at least hear 1 or 2 things in between. That if actually something happened, and the thing is,
I agree. I agree with her point.
My biggest issue with this complaint is where in the story does it actually fit?
Everywhere. You can't just.
No, don't just say everywhere. No. Give an actual answer. I don't like when people do that. That's lazy.
No,
Give me like a story arc. No, give a
show
story arc where you think it will belong. What kind of story arc it would be?
You can put it in
No,
any
stop.
story arc that plays during school time, where they, for example, read the news. You just put in like a banner above the actual article
that's
they're
still
reading.
just telling.
Then it is in the story.
But say yes. But what
Then
I'm
it
saying
is
is, there's
canon.
only been one time that they've actually gone on for hero work, and that we've been with the kids, and that was Overhaul. That would have been the only time.
Yeah, but they
Well-
were reading about the news, but like they were reading.
Okay,
for example, we could see the videos that were suggested next to Gentle. There you could put in like a video, because that was after they had the license. So it would be possible that at this point you could actually show one of these students with their license in a video. The same time when they read the article about Red Riot, they had their license at this point, so they could have just below that or
would
above
1A
that.
care
show
more
the,
about an article? But why would 1A care about an article about 1B?
Not care about, but you could just above or below or above the article show the line about.
That's still just
like
telling,
a headline. Yes, but it's just telling. But at this point, we don't get much more than telling until we get showing. But if all we get in telling is that these characters are strong, this is much less of an argument than saying these characters are strong. They did something. This is more of an argument.
But I
than
mean,
saying
you already
they're
saw
just
that with
strong.
Mustard. So like you've seen 1B students take out a villain before. You've been told directly that they are. You know what their curriculum is. At that point, at that point, what you're asking for is moreover like for entertainment value. It is not about the actual story, because like 1B, like you could argue, like unless you want to say we should have read 1B's final exam, they don't fit into the final exam arc. Like unless you're saying we should have cut to a completely different facility during provisional license, even though they were specifically separated to stop collusion amongst classes, it doesn't fit there. Literally the first time that we had like you could say the Culture Festival, that arc wasn't about action. You could say Overhaul, but that whole arc was structured around something entirely different. So you're telling
me it is absolutely impossible to just,
I'm telling you that
write
the
a
story,
headline somewhere where we see the newspapers anyway.
I'm saying I'm saying that that's inadequate, and then like that doesn't do anything for what you're asking for.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But I think it does something.
No, it's just telling. It's literally just, instead of a character saying it, it's a newspaper saying it.
Yeah, but it's saying
it's literally just some nigga saying
it. Not just the say that they are strong.
But my
which is all we get until the hero the camp arc, which was.
But what does the newspaper say exactly? Like for you to convey what you want, the newspaper release says Kendo took, let's say Tetsu took down one of the biggest Yakuza people in here, and this is how he did it. That's literally what the newspaper will have to say for you to get what you want, and that's too big of a time taken away from what's going on in the story. Like I'm gonna be real with you. I've read My Hero maybe like 2 or 3 times over. There is no point in the story where 1B fits where out of what Horikoshi has put them in. Really.
I'm sorry, but Horikoshi had time to bring in
It's the same as the Aizawa backstory.
Before the Meta-Human Liberation Army ended. He had to bring up this stupid thief that we don't even know where he is yet, and if he's gonna appear.
How is the thief stupid?
That's
world building.
Okay, not yeah, world building. Okay.
But Reed Dexter was brought up in the same panel, and then we got him. So like the All for One, Ojiro.
Yeah, but the thing is about these characters, we also got them. It's in a way, if I'm supposed to believe that Shigaraki can just keep up with Deku's progress just because I've seen him USJ and he was a villain there, so I know he's a villain. And then I see him now, and he's strong. That would be I agree that they are not as important, so I don't need the amount of level put into these characters I need for Shigaraki. But if I am supposed to believe that they can keep up with Deku one way to the end, then I have to kind of get at least a tidbit of a step in between. That is, they are doing something. And with the villains, Horikoshi can do this very, very well. He's very great at showing these villains at every step of the way, because they're villains, because we need to know that they can progress so that we can in the end believe that they can keep up with Deku even still. But for whatever reason, with 1B characters, we're not supposed to need this, because we're just supposed to be able to believe that they can just go through all this training and they are great and they are doing well and they get all this experience that the other characters, we never hear any
so
of it.
So does Sero need more time? Does Sero need more time?
I mean, I think if Sero were an important character, I'm supposed not important, but if he were a type of character where I'm supposed to believe that he can keep up with the other members of 1A, the upper classes of 1A.
That's the
Yeah.
thing, though. 1B isn't always being compared to the origin trio. They're just
So
being
go-
But
compared
I don't need
overall.
I don't need all of 1B to get a character up. I need at least one or two above 1B to be able to say that. It's like with 1A. I'm supposed to believe that 1B characters can keep up with 1A characters. Then I need at least a few characters of 1B be able to keep up with at least a few characters of 1A.
You mean like
And-
Tetsu and Kendo?
Yeah,
Tetsu
as
whose
I
body?
said-
Hold
as I
on,
said-
Tetsu who like?
As I said, there's a certain point in MHA where I think the story definitely shifted in more showing, less telling, and that is when I thought it improved dramatically.
Well, the whole point of Horikoshi telling you for so long, though, was because he wanted you to be ready when he got to show you in joint training. He was trying to figure out, like, it's like how everybody who's read the Aizawa backstory in Vigilantes and like actually read it in context. Sure, you'll have people like Oceans being like, it should have been in the main story, but they don't talk about how we got to the backstory, like how it fits in the Vigilante story.
Yeah, that's what I said. I've said 1,000 times that I think as soon as we got into joint training, it got way better. And since then, I have no complaint whatsoever about 1B. I just think that whatever frustration people had before that is absolutely understandable. Because even if we got told a lot of time that they are strong, as strong, if not maybe stronger, we didn't have anything to use to compare them.
Well, but the only issue I have with that is that we had the sports festival where Kirishima tested. We had the cavalry battle where they were all keeping up. Shoto just outperformed everyone because he had AoE attacks, and AoE attacks are just like good for that type of setting. And one-on-one battles, like Shoto isn't like he isn't the end all be all. Like we've seen that multiple times throughout the series. Like Shoto isn't the end all be all on one-on-one fights. But when it comes to AoE, like he's really good. And then we had the camp arc. Like we have Kendo, we have Tetsu. We have the dude, drill dude. He literally saved Momo's life. Literally saved Momo's life. And like of course it's not
Awase though.
I'm not saying I think, yeah.
Oh, Awase.
Yeah. So like of course he didn't have this power feat, but we saw what he can do in a dangerous situation. He can attach somebody to his body and carry him. And then he also Momo made the tracking device, but who put it on him? Like we see, so like everything isn't always strength. And then like my thing is, it's like 1A can't keep up with the top echelon of 1A. So it's like, how do you, like, so it's like, and then like with My Hero, I see this criticism more than any other series. It's like, Jesus Christ, how many side characters need to be developed until you're satisfied? It's like, they want every side character in My Hero to be completely fleshed out, backstory here, but y'all don't give that same like issue to other series. And I'm like, bro, it's like or stories in general. Look at Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, all these side characters, they get all these fully fleshed out things, and people love them and call them perfect shows. But then you get them out here. No, I'm not saying Game of Thrones, but I'm saying Breaking Bad, The Wire, all these shows like this. All the side characters aren't on screen all the way. They're doing things off screen, and you post to like believe, like you give that faith. But when it comes to My Hero, for some reason, it's literally 1B. You have to be on screen. You have to show this.
No, I'm not.
Wait. By the way, there's something that was said in the chat that is extremely important, and I think it's easy to forget. You forgot that this story is told to us by an older Deku. It's his point of view, and he doesn't spend time with 1B. So basically, I think it's very easy to forget that My Hero Academia is technically an autobiographical story. But if Deku's writing his own story, we're lucky to get the excerpts about Spinner or like the Bakugo perspective. Like we're lucky to even get that because he's not even kicking it with them niggas. That's why like Sero isn't one of like Deku's main friends. We might get to see more Sero after this arc because he's been helping with the Black Whip stuff. But like every character that doesn't get seen a lot doesn't have a high proximity to Deku in friendship either. They have to so if they have a high story, they either have to have a high story relevance or high emotional proximity to Deku. Uraraka does not have high story relevance necessarily so far because she hasn't been fighting with characters. She's been developing her own ideologies that will come into play with the narrative. But Uraraka has high emotional proximity to Deku, therefore she gets to be on screen a lot. Sue has high emotional proximity to Ochako and decent proximity with Deku, so she gets to be on screen a lot. Same with Shoto, Ida, Bakugo, and that's
and Kirishima.
Yeah, Kirishima, Kaminari being paired off with them, Jiro being paired with Kaminari, so that's why like a lot of those character interactions tend to flow that way. And Tokoyami, for example, Tokoyami got interacted with during sports festivals, so he got his shine, and we started following what he does and how he succeeds. But you notice he doesn't get mentioned a lot because they still aren't like the closest of friends. They just happen to be willing to work together that day.
The GOAT.
So like and that's why Tokoyami's progress though, because he's a high tier like fighter in the class, because he's going to be relevant in the future. We have to keep track of that anyway. So like Deku was keeping up and like still taking notes on his class. And that's the other thing. Like, think about it this way. Deku has dozens of notes on his classmates. So the story we're getting right now, for all we know, is a bunch of Deku's notebooks.
Yeah.
Where he took notes on all of his like
I
classmates.
absolutely agree that there are good reasons why he's focusing on 1A. I mean, that's absolutely true. I also agree that you don't have to put too much effort into side characters. That's also true. My whole issue is not just that this whole telling about they are as strong as you, that they are as strong as the other class is lip service. It's objectively they do worse in the sports festival than even the support class.
All right,
Because, I mean, Hatsuma made it into our own merit, but none of these characters made it of these 1B characters made it actually in made it into the finals on their own merit. That was my thing. And then after saying like they are the same strength, then going into the situation where none of them make it to the finals by their own merit, and still having me believe it, and then it taking a while until we actually see it. And to me, it's just, and that's something that goes for every story, not just MHA. It's something I have for every story. As long as I'm just told that a character is strong, to me, that's just lip service. And of course, a side character doesn't need to be always shown strong. But I mean, that said, if let's say random book, and I'm told this side character is very strong, if I never show this, I won't care, I won't believe it, but it won't matter because it's a side character. And it's the same for 1B. It doesn't decrease the quality of the story because I believe that, because I for a long time didn't. I mean, of course, I believed what they were saying, but for a long time I was frustrated with not seeing it. It doesn't inhibit the quality of the story. It's just something that was very frustrating for me.
I think we just needed to, the main thing is that we just needed to clear out like some of these characters. Like 1B doesn't have space in the story to a certain degree. Like there's just too much shit happening. Because like you got to think, we already have like, so from the kids, you got Deku, Bakugo, Shoto, Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, like you could argue Sue,
Mirio,
like Mirio, like Eri, like already, like you got all these characters that are already built up and like super important. So you got like those like 11, 12. Then you got Endeavor. Mirko's gonna be a big player later.
Hawks.
Like Hawks,
Shigaraki twice. Like you got, like, so my thing is like when people say, oh, 1B, like the only reason I feel so strongly about this 1B thing is because it feels disingenuous to the story that Horikoshi has created so far. Because it's like
we have like 20 main characters already.
Bro, it's insane. And then to say that put more in there, it's like, bro, it's like, come on, like how much more can this man give you?
And if I'm honest, the other thing about 1B is that it like makes me nervous if we like spend too much time on them, that it turns into, I love One Piece, but One Piece does have like some bloated moments. Like if you remember, like Dressrosa, because
bloated.
The bloated moments are not the ones where the story doesn't focus on Luffy. These moments where the story focuses on something else than Luffy are the best parts of the story at this point. Like Reverie, amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, so like you have these randomly like bloated moments though, or like when we're trying to like, so I like the fact that we've gone more efficient, and I think the autobiographical perspective justifies it a bit better than like say Naruto that wasn't from his perspective, which means at any point we would have been justified having like popping around in anybody's perspective and focusing on the other students and ninja. But like this case, we're learning from somebody else's perspective. So we gotta, oh yeah, no. Ogden's chapter 800 is one of the best One Piece chapters of all time. The Grand Fleet pulling up, like them joining, all of that was great. Doesn't change the fact that it was a giant slog, especially if you watch the anime.
To get to that point was terrible, in my opinion.
Yeah, you have to watch everything in one time to really appreciate the arc. If you watch it week by week, it was it was a torture.
Yeah, and and also like I know this is like kind of hindsight 2020 thing because we like as much as like we would have wanted like even before Aniki even said there should be a villain arc. Like let's go back before he didn't even think this was a possibility. Like Black in a Sports Festival, like but now like let's look at it now to where we are. Like we know that the Class 1A and Class 1B are going to be off on their own. And so like what I'm assuming is when you get rid of all these pro heroes and all these side characters, you have to replace them with somebody. Who do we replace them with? 1B. Boom. They get all the development that you wanted. It's like when you have a story, like you have to do like you have to let some characters be built up, and then once they're taken away, you place someone else in to fill that role. So you have 1B to replace all the heroes and all the side characters that we've had so far. Put 1B in there. Now they're getting all this development and stuff, and that's to bring it up all the way home, and that's the reason I don't like Chainsaw Man.
Nigga.
That was
What?
Actually, I did not expect to end this argument like that.
Because in Chainsaw Man, we got introduced to all these great characters, and then they just get killed off. And then I don't think Denji
Oh god, yeah.
is a main character that can hold the story up by himself. That's just my point on Chainsaw Man.
I love the main character. I love the main character.
No, I didn't say he was bad. I just don't think he can hold the story up by himself. And then when you get rid of like that huge group in like chapter 50 or whatever that was, or 40 something, like that to me that was like, okay, now you got to replace it with people again, and I got to learn all these people name, and I got to care about them again. It's like, bro, I didn't have time to get familiar with the other people. Then you get rid of these people. It's like, oh, okay, cool.
Don't worry, that's not the point of those characters anyway, though. Like,
but my whole point
They're
is
just there to die.
hold on, pause it real quick. My whole point is that those deaths and stuff would have been more impactful and would have had more meaning, and I would have felt like they were just fodder character if I would have got more attached to them.
Hey Flo, I got a question for you.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Why you look like you finna do like you coming straight out the 80s, bro?
Hold on.
He looks like you look like Nick Cannon in that movie with
yeah,
to get a girl.
Bro. Yes, he does. He does. What is that movie called? Hold on, what is that movie?
Love can be bad. Love can be bad, or something like
No,
this.
love don't cost a thing.
Love don't cost a thing. Yes,
No,
All right, hold up. Flo just got in here, so let's hear his thoughts on the chapter.
It was a good chapter. Long story short, I didn't think it was better than last week's chapter. I thought it would be because I was hearing a lot of spoiler talk, and I was just like, all right, it must be a great chapter. But it was like, all right, it's just something that, this transition chapter, like, makes sense for those events to happen after what happened last chapter.
So here's my question then. Yeah. How'd you feel about Shigaraki picking Deku's nose?
You did have a...
Look at page 11. Look at page 11.
I don't know if I want to see this.
I saw that and I didn't want to bring it up.
Just the hand where he missing two fingers.
Still, like he's literally in his nostril. That's a crazy ass detail, though, where he just like decided it had to be in there.
So, question real quick before we continue: the Deku eyes thing, is that just a design choice, or if because I it's so easy to say that's a design choice, but is that potentially another something manifesting? Because like
looks like a Nomu.
Yep.
Yeah, like that's what I'm wondering.
I look at it. Yeah.
Like because we know the fourth user has been talked about and stuff like that. So like, and then in the shading on his hair and his forehead, like, is that just a purely design rage choice, or is that something manifesting? Because we never even talked about that. Just curious.
So one of the things that it could be is like One for All just going really hard, because if you remember, like it's like when you use this power out of anger, it'll really start working for you, and then like all this, so then he's like, I'm extra pissed. But like the other thing though that I want to point out, because like you mentioned this and I'm curious about it too, because Horikoshi for some reason emphasized and made it a point to draw a white lightning bolt on Deku's left temple.
Yeah.
And that's usually not a thing.
White is the color of the first one.
Usually when he like the thunder is like made more like grayish or whatever, like you see around him, to like, but this time it's like a just straight up white bolt.
It's not as like precise either. The lightning is never that precise. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
usually more like staticky. Like even if you look at page 2 when they're in the air, the lightning is more staticky and stuff. That lightning is like very. I don't know if that's a design choice, but it's very like literally like stencil, like precise lightning bolt.
Yeah, and then next thing, the very next thing you see is him flying forward with the black whip coming out of his hair, out of his like off of his forearms, and just like crushing through these tendrils and like biting them and shit. So you see him going like literally feral.
For one moment, I thought he was becoming Venom. Really, for one moment, I thought, okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna a full armor Black Widow. I really thought this.
And at this point, honestly, with what we've seen with Shigaraki's like skin literally cracking and that not being a design choice, that is actually happening. And like this, like it's hard to say that this is purely a design choice. And I wonder if Deku gets too angry, if this is like a manifestation of One for All with a certain quirk, or is that just One for All in general? Like I don't know.
What? The Mickey cracks in your face.
Or like changing his eyes like that white, because like
Oh.
because even when he used 100% versus overhaul, it didn't like do that.
No, his eyes were were like he had some green light coming from his eyes in the design, like energy, like the energy, the stockpile energy of One for All was like leaking of him.
In fact, let me look at let me pull this up real quick just because I'm curious.
All right, y'all. I know I've been talking for like the last hour and a half, going crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry I had to take over stream like that. You know, I apologize very deeply. Now I'm about to head out because my best friend finally got to watch MHA and dub. So he on season 1, episode 10. So I'm about to go head over there now.
Oh shit!
Final thoughts on the chapter. You already know what it is. 10 out of 10 every week ever since the past 286 chapters. I'm real petty, so all I got to say is Horikoshi is the god. Perfect one. 10 out of 10, never miss. You know what I'm saying? I'm just fucking with y'all. All right, love y'all. Appreciate it.
So yeah, I'm looking at the PCs.
Easy. Yeah.
I'm looking at the 100% full cowling picture, and like he had like white energy, like you see in his eyes, but it was like coming off. Like it wasn't all the way. Like he didn't white it out. So this is definitely like a change from how it's usually presented.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
quick thing. I'm on the Viz website and I cannot find the chapter.
Nani? Here, I'll just send it to you.
No, because like usually you click Shonen Jump and then you have all the chapters like they come out, and now they have just I don't know, this new series, Shonen Jump new chapter, blah blah blah. Even I don't know what.
Go to Manga Plus. Go to Manga Plus.
Boom. It's in your Discord.
And also, Aniki, like if you look at page 12, the moment Shigaraki started to try to take One for All, it immediately stopped.
Yeah. Like the second he starts like trying to grab it, you see like the tendrils start to disappear. His eyes go back to normal. Also, hold on. Because I was wondering about that face. Hold on. No, look closer.
At what page?
At that same page, the right side of Shigaraki's face does actually kind of look like AFO's.
That's what I was wondering but the only reason I said it wasn't was because in page 6, it's the same exact face. It just Shigaraki right side still burnt. Look at page 6, and then you'll see it's the same exact face. It's just Shigaraki's burnt face.
Which page?
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's his smile. That's just because he's smiling.
But no, but that could be All for One smiling through Shigaraki. I'm not saying I don't think that's his face, but I think that is just All for One smiling, like controlling Shigaraki body a little bit.
Damn that page, man! Whoa.
Page 12.
Deku had one of the fingers of Shigaraki in his mouth, literally. Damn, he was really.
Yeah, I told you he was picking his nose. That's the real way you get the quirk. You just dig up there.
His mutilated hand?
Yeah, no, it is his mutilated hand. It's a joke.
You think Horikoshi got
but in page
Horikoshi got inspired from the COVID test? Just get that in there. It's like
wait, I'm really confused on
On page 3, you can see it. Like he's the fingers, like the quirk finger thing there, is just in Deku's mouth.
But it has to be his mutilated hand, I think. It's not his finger.
Damn.
It's his mutilated hand.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a finger there.
Can Shigaraki even handle One for All being in his body?
Yeah, see, that's like the other thing that I was thinking about this whole
No
like
idea.
last week, and I almost brought it up. Is Shigaraki taking One for All even actually going to help him? Because
It may do more
his
harm.
body is like struggling to deal with what he has now.
I
He's
mean,
gonna
he seems to be a lot stronger physically than Deku was.
But that's still a
ever.
lot for his body, though.
Yeah, I know.
Because
But
you will have to count also that Deku's training with the quirk is also stockpiling more power in the quirk. So the next one having the quirk, we will deal with more power.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue that if Shigaraki doesn't use the power, then he'll be fine. Because Deku had the power and he just didn't use it. He was
No.
No. The only
No,
issue
no.
I have with that,
If your body wasn't trained, even just the fact to have this quirk in you, you would explode. That's what said.
No.
Really?
He was saying if you used it, only if you used it. If you could be in your body, but you can't use it.
Yeah, just
But-
for
but
him
like
to
with-
recover.
The only issue I have with Shigaraki is that we know All for One and One for All are kind of sentient. So I don't even know if that would clash well within his body. They could literally be fighting inside his body.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's-
like
Oh
I feel like
God,
I feel like he'd definitely end up exploding.
Like a spirit battle, like in when I forgot her name, Miss Martian goes to somebody's mind and everything.
But
Man,
like, I think that overall, like if One for All did go in Shigaraki body and he had time to like meditate, I think he would eventually overcome all the One for All users because his will is just so strong. But he can't do it in this high intense situation, though. That's my only issue.
Okay.
Oh man.
also like by the way, the other day I was on Facebook and somebody brought up the quirkless Deku stuff, and that shit got shot down. I was so happy.
What? Quirkless Deku stuff?
Rex brought up a good point I want to talk about real quick, actually.
What?
The fact that if this is a battle, if this is per se a battle of wills, would you suggest that it's possible if it's a battle of wills and I beat you with my will and physical, my power, I overpower you and I take you down, that he could take that if they were to battle right now and All for One and Shigaraki overwhelmed Deku in the vegetable world, would it be possible to take the quirk from inside of there? Is that a possibility?
Yes. I think that's literally what this is. I think that All for One is in the process of taking One for All because One for All is literally the sister quirk of it and like a parallel to it. I think literally the way to take One for All forcibly is to literally have the vestiges fight.
Oh,
Exactly.
It is also referring to the fact that the brother never yields to his brother.
Yeah, so
Maybe
like,
it has always been about conquering the well, and he's just
Yeah,
so good.
because he just wanted to have his brother by his side, and he did everything. He put his brother in prison, everything to make him yield. Like, no, you have to accept I'm the best. You're my brother. You have to follow me. He never did. The first season of One for All never did. He was quirkless, yeah, quote unquote quirkless. And
Well, he thought he was quirkless. He technically was never quirkless.
Yeah,
never
Also,
quirkless, but
two things I want to address real quick from the chat. One, Flo. Apparently, you look like a hot mom ready to work out.
ooh,
You got MILF energy. Look at that. Secondly,
You know how many perks I got?
Al Fatir. I do actually like pointed out that like asked if there was anything significant in like where Nana put her hand on Deku's head because it's the same places where Shigaraki's was wearing her hand.
yes.
And I'm gonna take a wager and say that that's probably also where she would like pat All Might on the head when she was like teaching him. And that's probably like if we ever get a flashback further where she's like talking to Kotaro, you're probably gonna see that that's probably like her comfort, like support thing. So that's probably just another characteristic of Nana being fleshed out, is like the way she supports and shows affection.
Guys, I would like to ask you something. You know that the hands that Shigaraki got never were at his parents' hands. You know, his family's hands.
Wait, what?
The hands that All for One gave to Shigaraki never were the hands of the people that
the real hands.
the real hands, because the way that his quirk work, they will just like become dust.
No. Back then they weren't dust though, because you remember they literally just like fell to chunks.
Yeah, but Nana's hand can't be real, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Nana's hand can be real.
That hand is the most viable for being real.
Yeah.
Does
Because-
Shigaraki know that Nana is?
No. He doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
He just know that his grandmother was a superhero.
Yeah. The only reason I say that if any hand is real, is most likely Nana, is because that's something All For One would do. Like it's sick, but I feel like he has a collection of One For All users' hands. Like, I feel like he's so sick in the mind. He probably has body parts from he's that sick in the head that he would keep body parts from them.
This is also normal because
he's just killing him and he's sawing off her hand and he's saying, "I'm just gonna keep this just in case I meet her grandchild at some point."
It's a trophy. It's a trophy.
Not only a trophy. It's just like you have to see like it just like he has his brother next to him, because they're like part of his brother. He just want his brother back. He just want this literally. All For One just want his brother back.
Stop with that. This is an uncomfortable topic.
Also, Jujutsu Kaisen was good this week. I remember you asked me
Yes.
and I never directly answered it. Yes, it was great this week. I loved it. I'm
Sweet.
also very worried, but
Felipe said, "Do you think it's possible if Midoriya's will is stronger than Shige's, that Midoriya could possibly take All For One?" I don't think that's true. I don't think that's the case. I think that what can happen is that during this battle, if Midoriya wins, he could cut off the link between One For All and All For One, potentially. Like the connection between the two that we've always seen. If he's able to, during his will of battle, cut off the link like between the two, they can never like coexist again. Or
no, man,
they
they're
can't
living.
face each other.
I will tell you something. Hey, he can't cut it because they're like on a higher plane.
I wonder if
the connection is not only by blood and in my eyes by blood and more like spiritual. So cutting it is gonna be hard of hell. I think what's gonna happen is that somebody has to absorb one of the quirks and they will just end like on that way. Like for the explanation of the theory of Ujiko, he said that all the quirks wouldn't be I forgot what is the name of his theory about the quirks not being able to people not being able to control his quirks.
Singularity.
Yes, this is what is going to happen. That will be the end of the story. I think so. That could be the end of the story.
Yeah,
that's why I think I said it last week. I think the series is ending with One For All and All For One being like not just All For One, but like quirks in general having to be like taken out. Where or not even if they don't necessarily take them out, they like cures and like getting shot with quirk erasing bullets or like using them willingly becomes a cultural thing.
I mean, All For One and One For All, or quirks in general? No.
Quirks in general, like just straight up, like because like you'll randomly have, because as people are born with quirks that are more and more powerful, more and more crazy, and just in general, people who face mutant discrimination, some of them are going to be like, I'd much rather not have to deal with this anymore. So if I can get a cure, I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, but it would just be like a weird de-evolution. I mean, this is very much portrayed like a next step in human evolution in many ways. But
Overhaul was also kind of right.
The
quirks are a little bit of a disease.
Yep. Yeah, of course.
Wait, how so?
The thing is, I just in general don't agree with villains just because I think it would be much more, I don't know, wholesome if you find a way to just live with these quirks, right?
Well, that's the thing. It's going to be a completely voluntary thing, and I think that
voluntarily, I can see.
Yeah. I don't think we're just going to be going around like, but I do think it might become a thing for prison sentences, and for people like Shigaraki, whose quirks like straight up force and compel them.
Wouldn't that be like I don't know, a forcible crippling?
Yes.
That is.
Yes. People like him, like Shigaraki and I forgot the girl's name. Bloodsucker.
Yeah, Toga. This could be
Toga.
This could be done at birth, like you know how they, funny enough, how they circumcise boys. This could literally just be that, like when babies are born, they just get the shot, and then literally they just don't ever develop a quirk. That's literally what it could be.
That's cruel.
Well, I'm not saying it has to be like that. I'm just saying.
But circumcision is cruel if we just think about it.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just saying. I was saying like moreover when people like show that they've got like these destructive tendencies, etc.
But how would they know? Because
I'm not saying like no. I'm saying you do it at birth. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
like,
you are saying do it at birth.
No, I'm saying like you're not doing it at birth. You're waiting until like you let people develop, grow, and then like you're like, all right, this person turned into a killer, or this person's quirk is giving them destructive tendencies, or like you see somebody like Toga who's sitting out here biting birds and shit, and you're like, all right, we need to fix this.
Two things.
Triple them.
I think that's waiting too late because like for all intents and purposes, Shigaraki was a normal kid. And then shit just happened. You know what I mean?
Right, but you can't like.
I know it's not ethical. It's not ethical at all. It's completely unmoral. But like sometimes you got to do an ethical thing for like the betterment of society. And two, JJ is correct. Shigaraki would definitely end pollution. He could literally just go to dump like landfills. If he was a hero, he would literally just go to like go around the world destroying all the trash. Like he could clear up so much pollution in the world.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Good guy, Shigaraki. If only he was a hero. Damn you, all for one.
No. Damn you, Kotaro.
Hell no, Kotaro was a good guy. I stand by
Let's not talk about this again.
No. I would like to know something. I would like to ask something, even for the chat. Was Mirio really the next one to be the number one hero if after Endeavor and everything?
I think if he had stayed healthy and continued on his path where he was going, he was pretty strong. I don't see him why he wouldn't be at some point.
Because we saw so many heroes. We saw some. The top 5 heroes were really good in my eyes. The top 5 hero in Japan. They just had bad. So the bad.
Was he 6? 6, right?
Yes,
that was 6.
Yeah, but he was also counting him on him in this because he was literally in the top 5, the only one who was really doing things like All Might. So he smiled at the end.
Whoa, he was 6, not top 5. Relax.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Hold on. Mm-hmm. Now, real quick, Ian is here. I was actually thinking about wrapping up soon, so I actually want to let Ian get his words in before we do that, because I want to make sure that he gets to say what he came in here to say. And then Rex, because you raise your hand after Ian does his like intro and like says what he got to say, I'm gonna let you speak. Don't worry. So, Ian, unmute yourself. Say what you got to say.
I was just surprised you guys were still going. Must have been a really good discussion. I can't wait to listen to this at work.
Hell no, this was a terrible discussion. We went off on so many tangents. It was.
When don't we?
It was really good conversation.
Perfect. That's what I'm here for.
Doc said, "Is this adult Ian or child Ian?"
Yo, adult.
Something in between. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's useless, Ian, because he doesn't say anything of use.
Okay. Yeah, just real quick, as far as this chapter goes, man, Horikoshi got a new editor, and he's like, finally, I'm free. I can draw a man's face split in half with another man inside it. What I've always wanted to do. So, but love all that. I love that Horikoshi took the trope of, all right, bad guy says something messed up to provoke the hero to come to him, so then he can be like, haha, I gotcha. But instead of like drawing it out or having like Deku scream or anything, he just kind of like his eyes just bulged, like he's been overwhelmed. And I appreciated that it was a bit different type of rage instead of just like rah. And then 2, I just appreciate that he freaks out. It's a spread of him being there. We don't see like him rush. He's just there, and then it's over. So I appreciate that, because, I know a lot of people were like, oh, man, now Deku's really going to rage mode. I'm like, him and what arms? So I'm glad that this went pretty quickly. And then now we're in the spirit world, and Nana's here. Best girl Nana's here. And she's like, I'm going to take over the spotlight now. So I am ready. Let's do it. So great chapter. And it's just visually, it's just incredible. I just like looking at it.
And there was an important question that I got asked from the chat, which is this. Do you think Shigaraki is going to recognize Nana?
Yep.
Did you ever meet her?
I think
He
so.
He saw a picture of her.
Yeah, he knows what she looks like, but I also think he doesn't care. So, Like I don't think we're gonna get any like, whoa, I wanted to be a hero. There's my hero. Because I mean, he already said he's kind of past that, but it couldn't, you know. But I'm what I mostly want. I'm sure we talked about like All for One. Is he like completely betraying his character and all the things we've built up about him, or not? Like, is he gone full like, haha, I was evil all along, but like really evil? Did we talk about that?
No, but like my thing with All for One is that I think he's kind of being like a doting father, but this vestige is also literally trying to get I think the vestige is both trying to get One for All and trying to protect Shigaraki.
Yeah, because the way he says it, like if this was the moment to be like, haha, Shigaraki, joke's on you. Every single scene that I have in the series was a lie. Take that, reader, and take that, Shigaraki. He sure didn't do a very good job of it because he's like, Tomura, buddy, if I didn't help you, dummy, you would have died. He's like, Dad, leave me alone.
Wait, real quick. Have you guys seen the Puss in Boots movie? Like with the
I've seen it, but I don't know what you're referencing.
Well, Humpty Dumpty. Okay, there is a scene where Humpty Dumpty was like, "Puss, I was there all along," and then he showed.
Oh yeah.
He showed the scenes of the movie, and the fucking egg is like a cat. He's like a bird getting taken away. It's the perfect scene.
Yeah, he's like, I was helping you all along. But yeah,
I wish you got. I'm gonna post a scene in Discord or something so you all can see the amazing scene that was.
But yeah, but that so overall, those are just my general thoughts. It's just like I'm excited for Nana. I don't believe in the idea that All for One's just gone pure two-dimensional bad guy. I actually think that he wants what he's been saying all along, is that he wants to be with his brother again in the Vestige world, and he has a sick, twisted care for him because while his power is literally that I can take anything and have everything,
he never could have it. Never could have his brother.
Could have his little brother who literally. And I went back and read all the old issues with him and his brother, and he's like, "Dude, why aren't you eating? Like, are you gonna be okay?" And he's like, "Well, I care for you, so I'm going to give you a power so that even you can be of some use." So I think that this is just his way of getting back with his brother, and then he's gonna literally let Shigaraki do his thing.
Yeah, he just wants his brother back. I just want my brother back.
I wonder not just if Shiggy will recognize Nana, but also will Nana recognize Shiggy? Like, does she know everything that Deku knows, and how much of her is actually in this piece of personification that comes with the quirk? Like, is it just a personification of the quirk? Is it her character? Is it all her feelings?
I hope she knows.
Love and whatever, or like how much of her is in her?
Okay, when I think of
all from Yaniki, so whoever wants to go next can go. But I'm good.
Okay, what I wanted to say is about what I think is that all of One for All has a read power to not only copy the people's memories, people's emotions and everything, but also their essence, so their spirit. So yeah, I think a part of her is really there. It's really there, and when Shigaraki was in his vestiges, you had everyone his family trying to hold him not to go to All for One. She was there too.
Yeah, she was there.
Yeah.
She was there, and for one, we know right now, All for One and One for All are in the same plane, in the same plane. So she knows her grandkid. I think she knows him.
Actually, does this contradict anything about One for All being able to be taken, or do you think everything's checking out still?
Yeah, it's checking out still because like one, we don't know if there's like a buff that comes with, because like there's also has to be a reason why Shigaraki, not only because of his destructive quirk, like the next generation of quirk users, there has to be something like bonus to him. So even if Shigaraki with AFO was able to take One for All, I don't think that necessarily cancels out the fact that AFO is a person who wasn't past quirk singularity, couldn't do it. But I would prefer if we stayed consistent.
Yeah.
Like as long as we get like a logical answer for why this is going down. Because if you remember, like just like when Nine tried to take One for All, he was like, I can't take them all. But like he also got to like see them all, like their will was involved.
Oh, so maybe this is similar where he touched it actually in the Vestige world, because he is also a vestige in Shigaraki.
And because he actually has like the real AFO.
Yeah.
Like it's
cool.
Actually syncing up.
Yeah, like the way I see it, Ian, just real quick, is that this is the melding back of the two quirks. Like they're finally back in unison again, like they're supposed to be. And this is literally
One for
All and All for One. Yeah, and like this is literally, I think the moment where either Shigaraki and All for One wins this wheel battle and they take the quirk, or they lose, and I think they cut off the connection between the two, where it's just not able to be taken again.
Okay. No,
That's
I'm
what-
regardless. I'm looking forward to it because there's no break, baby.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
and let me go because my hand was raised. Let me go to this. Oh, you want to go, Flo?
Cause my hand was raised. Yo, fuck this nigga. I'm ready. No, I'm kidding.
This is real quick. I gotta go in on this dude, JJ Candelabra. He always is coming at me. This dude said, "Why is Rex talking about baby phalluses instead of the obvious parallel between vaccines? Because quirks are literally muscles, and you're literally inhibiting them. Why would I talk about vaccines when quirks are literally compared to muscles? That makes zero sense. Of why we talk about vaccines when it's counteracting diseases."
Low key, he's spitting because one is like a preventative measure,
that's right.
based on external factors. The other is literally like, yo, I gotta like mess around with your body.
Yeah, like what, bro? Like he comes at me all the time, but then like, all right, never mind. That's just all I wanted to say.
This time he missed.
He misses all the time.
And I don't know about that one, but Flo, it's your turn.
Go ahead,
I don't got much to say other than Horikoshi does is be snapping on the art each and every fucking week that he be pulling out a chapter. The visuals of My Hero has been damn near unmatched to any shonen manga that I can think of right now.
Of all time, just saying, nigga, double down.
It's just like, it's not only that it's good, it's just consistent. And it's not only that it's consistent, but it gets better. Like even
But it's always consistent.
Yeah, but it's consistent with getting better. Like it's just a beautiful rate of just him increasing his art, beautiful details. And I just hope he doesn't overwork himself, because usually that's what taxes mentally and physically on the mangakas in Japan. So hopefully he doesn't overdo his work. But great chapter. Hori top one right now.
Yeah. One thing this is just like a random thing, but I want to ask you guys because there's building shards everywhere. Do you think we'll finally get the return of the Comet home run?
Comet home. Oh,
that'd be cool.
Maybe.
Comet home run.
The Uraka's thing. Yeah, bro. That would be crazy. And with all the rubble everywhere.
Yeah, this is the perfect art for it.
Yeah,
so
she
just imagine she like picks up a skyscraper and just smacks all the comets at like Shiggy, and that's how they.
God.
I really love that for so many chapters, Horikoshi keeps giving us either panels or pages where basically the purpose of them are to be like, guys, I promise it's not Overhaul 2.0. Ochako's coming. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, Ochako and Nida, they are on their way. That's.
He just keeps putting these pages where it's like, I promise, she's got thoughts, she's got opinions, and she's gonna throw down. She's got the thing. Yeah.
All right, we're about to hit another 4-hour mark on the stream, so let's do final thoughts.
Oh, real quick, I put the Humpty Dumpty scene in general, just in case anybody ever wants to see the greatest plot twist in cinema history. All right.
All right. With that being said, Rex, you want to give your final thoughts?
Final thoughts. I am currently on chapter 15 of Chainsaw Man. It's enjoyable. On the reread, I'm laughing a lot. It's pretty enjoyable. It's still average, but I'm liking it more the second read through. It hasn't done anything to really capture me. When I get done with it, I will do my final thoughts in a video of it. And My Hero, great chapter again. I literally don't know where the story is going from here on out. Like for the past like 5-6 chapters, I haven't known. So I'm just here for the ride. I'm done.
Flo?
You already know who it is. Your best soccer mom coming at you. Yeah, I'm keeping the fro. Right now, I plan on keeping it until I graduate. Then I'll cut it. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm going to do.
Nah, make them accept your blickety black fro.
I just got braids yesterday, Flo. So I was along with you. Then I got braids.
I can't do it. I don't like braids. I feel
well,
it's like I'm not AI or Carmelo, so I can't do it.
Well, also like this is just until I can get someone professionally to do my twist. I'm getting dreads, so it's like, you know.
Oh, okay. I had a friend that did it that way too. Yeah, but the fro's staying, boys. We ain't going nowhere.
All right. Say yes.
Really bringing up Ochako, I really wanted to come in. I don't even know if I wanted to throw in a skyscraper. I think the best she could do is just float Shigaraki if she can somehow get close to him. That should be great.
You telling me she can't sneak him?
No, I mean I don't know if she can or if she can't, but if she can, that would be the best I think she could do. To just float him would be probably the best way to get rid of him at this point.
That's like the real reason I kind of like the Comet home run, because if she does it and like smacks him with a bunch of buildings and shards, then like that can give them an excuse for him to go like flying off.
Yeah,
and it's like, yeah, you're all like half dead. Get out of here.
Because it seems to think that even characters who can fly, like even if he found a flying quirk, does he have a flying quirk? Did I miss that?
I don't think
Probably,
so.
yeah. I don't know. But even if he found a flying quirk, that probably might not even work because you remember in the sports festival arc, I always wondered why they assumed for Uraraka to touch Bakugo would be an instant loss for Bakugo, because Bakugo has air maneuverability.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
So I never understood that, but maybe it is just with gravity lost, even your air maneuverability gets lost because you just woo.
Well, the issue.
I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but maybe that's something where I just understand gravity not enough.
No. The issue with like gravity thing with Uraraka is that she can let you float infinitely into the air. Like even with his maneuverability, the pressure he will have to emit to like beat zero gravity will have to be like huge.
Yeah, that's what I think. That just maybe it's just that with this gravity, even if you can fly, it just doesn't help because you just whee. That's
no, but how I see it is that Bakugo will have to use pretty much all of his explosive just to stay on the ground, right? To fight Uraraka. Unless he's gonna have to keep using it in order to move, because he's just gonna constantly keep floating, and then he's just gonna constantly have to use his quirk in order to fight her. So that would probably tire him out after a while.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, zero gravity is not like reverse gravity, right? It's not like pushing him away. It's just making him continue to go in whatever reaction he has currently kinetic energy. So he should be able to technically just maneuver around.
So
right?
And there's a reason.
I don't think her quirk
which is just that there's better options. I think that was just the one that Deku came up with immediately. It was like, here, you can try that.
She came up with that one.
No. Deku came up with the throwing out. She came up with the meteor shower.
Yeah, that's the thing. They all seem to agree on the fact, even Bakugo seemed to agree on the fact that if she touches me, I lost. They all seem to agree on that, which to me always was weird, because I always wondered why couldn't he just... I mean, of course, it would be more difficult to maneuver in the air if he had to fight. He's used to maneuvering while he is subjected to gravity. But if he's not subjected to gravity, there wouldn't be a real reason why he wouldn't still be able to maneuver, right? I mean, maybe I just don't know gravity well enough, but as far as I understand, it's just that in whatever direction your kinetic energy goes, you just go endlessly in that direction. So if he just... if he uses his explosion to create this kinetic energy into the direction he wants to move in, why wouldn't that work suddenly?
Well, I don't know. I was going to explain it. Wait. So it's mainly because, like, let's say you throw something with like enough force that it can travel at like 60 meters per second in the air. That's with friction. If you try to throw it at the same rate in water, it's going to go slower. If you take it out of a vacuum altogether and throw it, it's going to go even faster. You could use the same amount of force, but you would get different distances each time. Mm-hmm. So if you're used to calculating, like for exploding and tossing like 140 or 150, 160 pounds of weight, and then that suddenly drops to zero.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Obviously, he would have to massively adjust to how he maneuvers.
Yeah, it would mostly end up still. Yeah, it would end up being more than likely that like the adjustment would just be too hard to make.
Yeah, he would just explode himself out of the atmosphere.
Right, like he would more than likely screw up the execution faster than he could get it down. That's why he didn't want to take that chance.
Okay, I get it.
But at the same time, her quirk doesn't just... it's really hard because it's not like... I don't see it as just flat out just zero gravity, because when the shards were up in the air, they were staying up there. They didn't like keep floating higher.
I think that's just anime logic right there.
Yeah,
because you're right.
That's what I'm saying. It's just like it's not an exact science, and it's usually...
Or she could control it.
No, she can't.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They probably have some type of limit or control factor to something.
I think it's just that early MHA, if you go back, you'll notice that Horikoshi's still trying to balance the the One Piece level of shonen logic, where like things kind of just manifest themselves. For example, like Deku gets blasted in the arm with the explosion. That's like the one time Deku gets hit by an explosion that it actually burns. But then the rest of the series, he's like, you know what? Bakugo's explosions just work like walls. He's just pushing you. But the burning effect very rarely comes in. So I think that back then, and then you have Deku winning the race, which shouldn't have happened when there's like 50 gaps that he's supposed to cross while climbing on those little poles. But he just, messes with time to where he's able to get to the minefields in time. So there's just little logical things like that I think just back then he was just like, all right, it's for the emotional effect. And over time, he's gotten better at mending the reality of the story with the emotional climax.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
because,
now I
like,
think
with-
about it, it
with
makes no
Sports
sense that they
Festival-
just float there.
With Sports Festival, there was also zero reason for Bakugo to even touch the mines. Like literally. Because you got to think, like when he pulled up
Yeah.
and got caught up to Shoto, he was literally flying midair and was like, "You suck!"
Well,
And-
that sounds like season 2 Bakugo, honestly.
But yeah, like it's like he was flying through the air and then all of a sudden was running on the ground. It's like he didn't have to do that.
Yeah, that was so stupid.
Well,
I don't know why I
Shoto
did it. I
grabbed
was
him
like,
and pulled him down.
Why?
Quick thing. I am on Instagram. I'm looking at somebody's story who doesn't watch anime, mind you. The caption is, "When you realize she don't give a f about you or your memes. She just wants your D." And the picture is literally of Griffith and the girl with the queen, like the princess.
Oh,
And
Oh.
I'm like, you have no context to what that scene even is, and you're posting it. I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And it's not
Oh.
Casca, but it's the princess. I was like, that scene ended so badly. When you actually know the picture, it makes things so much worse.
Oh, it would have been even worse if it was Casca.
Dude, that would have been great.
Oh god. Oh god, that would be just
That would have been like, oh, that's hype.
just bad taste.
Accidentally the worst take on Instagram.
accidentally. And then it's from a like I don't want to say, it's like, one of those like pages that just post memes and stuff,
Mhm.
but it's mainly like black people memes. So it's like they have no idea what this picture actually even is.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Who's the last person to get their thoughts out? I think Ponzu, you gotta
Yeah.
go. Yep.
Okay.
Spit your knowledge, my man.
Okay, so great chapter today. That was my first one. I screamed in my house after the when I saw Nana. I screamed. Everybody was looking at me like, "What do you scream for?" So yeah, My Hero Academia was great again. Maybe not the best of the week because I just read Chainsaw Man. I
I
wasn't.
haven't read that yet.
I'm just telling you, Kiko was right. Kiko was right. So shout out to people in the chat who they were really great. Fun to read your takes and discussions. And thank you again for being here, guys. It was so fun. We get a good conversation. So thank you, Aniki, for everything. And yeah, till next week.
Yeah. I appreciate everybody that came through, especially the people who come through and watch. We stayed above 50 pretty much the entire stream. So like, I don't know, that means our audience is sticking around. I like that. I like to know that we're growing. This chapter was some insanity. I do have questions about by the way, the other reason why I'm a little worried that might have been AFO's actual face is because of the fact that 2 different synths showed up. But
Yeah,
like that, we just got to wait for that to get explained though. I don't we could speculate on that for like 2 hours and probably still be wrong. So that's just what that is.
Harikoshi doesn't miss.
So the fact that we're about to get the Vestige battle though is something that
Yes.
It's like
Nobody saw this coming. Nobody
I didn't
saw
see
this
this coming.
Man, I
Oh,
wasn't
God.
really.
specifically, I think Banjo and Nana are going to be doing the fighting here. I don't know if any of the other users are actually going to come out. I'll be excited if they do.
That'd be the smart move.
I wonder if can you kill these vestiges?
No,
that
no
might
idea.
die.
no, I don't
Like,
think
could
so.
it be that one of these
could
vestiges
delete
just
them from
beaten
the quirk.
down so far that he later on can't help Deku learn the quirk anymore?
Wait, is this my theory? Does All Might come in? I'm
No,
telling you.
no, I don't want that. I don't want that.
I'm telling you. No, I'm saying the Vestige dream.
Oh.
It wouldn't have been the way you thought it would, right?
Oh, the PTSD of
Oh.
This wasn't how you
Okay.
That was my
Okay. If we get All Might in the Vestige world, 10 out of 10.
Just see his face.
I'm not sure if I agree that this was what you predicted, but I mean,
it's close. I said All Might will come
close
in.
enough.
We can round up. We can round up.
You can round it up.
So yeah, thank you guys for coming through.
Thank you.
Always appreciate my squad pulling up.
Yep.
We out here weekly. We're gonna be back next week. No break, thankfully. Just so you know, the end of this month, I got a content week planned. I don't know if we're gonna do a lot of streams. I don't know what we're gonna do, but I'm off like October 26th through the rest of the week until like November 3rd or some shit. So just if y'all come up with ideas for streams, let me know. If you like, I'll be doing like I plan on doing some videos around that time. If you guys want to
do some Among Us streams too.
like like if gaming streams, whatever, like we can like do some experiments with all kind of stuff.
got
I'm good for that. I did.
Yeah, I just my ear just popped.
Yep.
Oh, I was gonna say like what? So
No,
yeah.
your audio just got louder. I don't know why.
Yep. So there we go, guys. Hope you wait. The Spirit All Might was my theory. Okay, that is Rex in the chat. I was worried that was somebody else taking credit for Rex.
No.
Rex is taking credit for Rex.
So
It's the real Rex, and this is Rex's ghost.
yeah, thanks everybody for coming through. I hope to see you next week. And shit, like that's it.